Orochimaru, how is it? Has the research succeeded? Ah, it has already succeeded, Naruto-kun. Have you truly made up your mind? Even if we do it again, there may not be a good outcome, and by then. Upon hearing this, the once dull and lifeless eyes of Naruto suddenly shimmered with a light named hope. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, who lay pale upon the bed, a trace of anxiety rippling through his heart. It can hardly turn out worse than the situation we are in now, can it? You have a point. If you refused, you would no longer be Naruto-kun. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on the figure upon the bed, at once unfamiliar and familiar, his heart, like a vast ocean, stirred by towering waves filled with countless emotions. Back then, that strong and ever-optimistic Naruto had sustained grievous injuries in a fierce battle against the god of the Otsutsuki. With his kin and friends passing away one after another, Naruto's heart had become like a desolate desert, lifeless and still. Yet the Naruto who now once more kindled a sliver of fighting spirit made Orochimaru feel as though he could glimpse that former radiance again. So what are the concrete results? Naruto, brimming with excitement and genuine curiosity, asked the question he cared about most. Based on the principles of the treasure tool, the plow, I refined and improved the method so that Naruto-kun can return to his former body. As for your memories, I surmise that with the aid of the Nine Tails your body can already withstand the sudden amplification of your soul. As for the rest of us, I created a technique that copied a set of our memories. When to use it will depend entirely on Naruto-kun himself. Orochimaru truly was the most outstanding inventor in the shinobi world, his techniques already far surpassing its average level. Is that so? Then, let us begin. I must change everything. Hinata, Sasuke, Boruto, Himawari. I will ensure that all of you live a life free from worry and fear. In the name of Jiraiya's disciple, the son of the fourth and the seventh Hokage of Konoha, I so swear. The flames of hope in Naruto's eyes burned ever brighter. He firmly believed he could change the fate of the shinobi world and mend the regrets of his past life. Then here we go, secret art time reversion. Orochimaru hesitated no longer, his gaze unwavering. A pillar of light rose within his laboratory, enveloping Naruto, whose face was filled with excitement. But when he turned his head, he saw Orochimaru's face drained of strength, his body slowly dissipating. Alarmed, he shouted, Orochimaru! What is happening? It is nothing, Naruto-kun. You hold a memory scroll of mine in your hand. When you eventually use it, that will be my rebirth. I have lived long enough. Jiraiya is dead, Tsunade is dead, our teacher was slain by my own hand, Nawaki is dead, Kabuto is dead, and Sasuke is dead. When you are left utterly alone, what meaning does immortality still hold? Only now do I truly see it clearly. Naruto-kun, thank you for allowing me to recognize myself at last. Immortality came from witnessing the fragility of life, but when they departed one by one, I understood that perhaps death is the true release. Orochimaru had concealed the price of this technique, that it would cost him his life. Yet to him, rather than clinging to life here and waiting for the end, it was better to await his rebirth, when Naruto would one day use the scroll. Together with his friends, he believed Naruto would protect everyone. He had long since grown weary of living. If not for this opportunity, he might already have gone to throw his life away in battle against the Otsutsuki. Orochimaru. You? I understand. I will definitely do it, change the ending, salvage our regrets, and bring peace to the shinobi world. I, Uzumaki Naruto, swear it. Tears brimmed in Naruto's eyes, yet he also knew in his heart that death was Orochimaru's liberation. The pillar of light gradually faded, and Naruto entered the corridor of time and space, while Orochimaru watched it all with a smile, until he vanished between heaven and earth. This is the forest outside Konoha. So, it is this moment in time. The Book of Seals, the forest outside Konoha. So I've really come back to this moment. The timing couldn't be better. Next, Naruto looked at the familiar surroundings and the Book of Seals in his hands, and instantly remembered when this was right after the ninja exam, when Mizuki had lured him into stealing the Book of Seals. Hey, Naruto, hand the Book of Seals over to me. I will make you a true ninja, Mizuki said with hypocritical warmth. I can't. Naruto, you must never give him the Book of Seals. Iruka arrived in haste, his expression grave, as he shouted in a deep voice. TCH, what a killjoy. Iruka, your speed is really beyond my expectations. Mizuki was clearly displeased. His plan had been ruined, and he had never expected Iruka to be the first one to find this place. Do you know a secret? Naruto, a secret that everyone knows but you. Seeing that coaxing no longer worked, Mizuki began to inflame Naruto's resentment toward Konoha. Mizuki, shut up! Do you know why the villagers call you a fox demon? It is because sealed inside your body is the nine-tailed demon fox that once ravaged Konoha and killed the fourth Hokage and his wife. Mizuki burst into crazed laughter. I told you to shut up, Mizuki. All I know. So what? Naruto's voice was unusually calm. Having lived through everything in his previous life, his temperament was far from as simple as Mizuki and Iruka imagined. At the same time, in his heart, he kept calling out again and again, Kurama! Kurama! Lend me some of your chakra! In the next instant, oranger chakra suddenly surged out around Naruto's body. Without wasting another word, he flickered behind Mizuki in a blur of movement and lashed out with a fierce kick. I absolutely won't. Let Iruka-sensei get hurt like last time. How is this possible? Both Mizuki and Iruka were utterly stunned by the chakra around Naruto and the strength he displayed. Sensing that the situation had escalated, the A and B watching from the shadows appeared at once, seizing Mizuki, who had been kicked into a tree and lay there unconscious. Iruka and Naruto will take Mizuki with us and report to the third Hokage. Without giving the two any chance to respond, they vanished in a flicker. Naruto, you! Iruka still had not recovered from his shock, staring blankly at Naruto. Iruka-sensei, let's go see Grandpa Third first. After that, I'll explain everything to you slowly. All right. Even after they left the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, Iruka was still in a daze. Naruto, what in the world is going on? This. Naruto hesitated, unsure whether he should share his memories with Iruka now. But Iruka was like a father to him, and he did not want to go on hiding the truth. After thinking for a moment, Naruto made up his mind and took out a sealing scroll. Iruka-sensei, once you've seen this, you'll understand everything. Secret art recollection. So, that's how it is. Naruto, you've suffered so much. Concern and heartache for Naruto showed plainly on Iruka's face. Naruto could no longer hold himself together. He threw himself into Iruka's arms and began to sob. Iruka-sensei, the kids are dead. Hinata is dead. Sasuke, all of you are dead. In the end, Orochimaru died too. I really. Sometimes breakdown comes in a single instant, especially when one feels the warmth of family. Naruto's psychological defenses collapsed completely. Naruto cried until he was exhausted and finally fell asleep in Iruka's arms. Iruka carried him home, and after laying him on the bed, he looked at Naruto curled up under the cover, sighed deeply, placed his own forehead protector beside Naruto's pillow, and quietly left. The next morning, Naruto blinked drowsily at the small apartment he had lived in as a child, and a wave of peace rose in his heart. Seeing the forehead protector placed by his pillow, Naruto felt a surge of emotion. He then reached toward his abdomen where the seal lay. Next, old friend, it's been a long time. Naruto immersed his spirit into the sealing space. Behind the sealed door, a pair of gigantic fox eyes fiercely glared at him. You little brat, how dare you come here? Come over and let me devour you. Ha ha ha. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, you brat? Kurama was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Ha ha, sorry Kurama, you really are. A hint of nostalgia and sadness flickered in Naruto's eyes as he recalled the time when Kurama used the heavy ion mode, leaving with a smile as he looked at him. Boring. Kid, how do you know my name? And what's with that face full of sadness and nostalgia? I am the Ninetales, the tailed beast. Yes, you are indeed a tailed beast. Want to know why I know your name? Then let's have a fist bump. Kid, be careful, or I will squash you with one paw. The proud Kurama said this, yet his fist met Naruto's in curiosity about why Naruto knew his name and what he had said to Iruka meant. If that kid hadn't called out his name, he wouldn't have lent him chakra. Kurama thought to himself. Seeing Kurama's conflicting feelings, Naruto couldn't help but grin, revealing his big white teeth. After the chakra connected the moments they experienced together, and Naruto's solitary experiences after Kurama's disappearance surfaced in his mind. Is that so? Naruto, you really have had a hard time. Looking at the silly smiling Naruto, Kurama couldn't help but laugh as well. Naruto, this time, I will stand with you against them, so don't slack off. Oh, by the way, Naruto, it's almost time for ninja school, ha ha ha. Ninja school. That's right. Today we have class assignments. Oh no, Iruka-sensei is going to scold me to death. That bastard Kurama didn't remind me earlier. You brat. Kurama was also somewhat speechless, feeling a bit sentimental. Naruto really was that endearingly naive. Naruto quickly changed clothes, not even having time to eat. It seemed there was nothing at home to grab and eat on the go, not even bread, and jumped out of the window heading towards ninja school. "Ah, I finally made it. Traveling in this body is really exhausting." Naruto ran into the classroom and collapsed directly onto his desk. Arika then walked into the classroom. "Now we will proceed with the class assignments. Class 10 Nara Shikaku Akimichi Choji Yamanaka Ino. Class 8 Yamanaka Shino Inuzuka Kiba Hyuga Hinata. Class 9. Class 1. Class 7 Uchiha Sasuke Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura. Everyone." Naruto recalled the scenes of everyone dying in front of him, feeling somewhat downcast. "Naruto, you being so negative is not like you. Get yourself together. With me by your side, you will definitely change the outcome. You must have confidence in me, especially in yourself. You even brought back their memory scrolls, so why are you still feeling down? Get stronger with them. And also, when can we lift the seal? Staying here is unbearable." Kurama felt a mix of sadness and anger, recalling the scenes of those people dying in Naruto's memories. He had watched them grow up, and later he and Naruto shared a sense of elder looking after the younger. However, Naruto's gloominess infuriated him. They had returned for a second chance, yet he was still feeling down. "Ah, yes. I must change the outcome, protect the ninja world, protect Konoha, protect my family and friends. As for the seal, we'll have to wait. I wonder where the pervy sage is now." After hearing Kurama's words, Naruto also lifted his spirits and began to think about when to give them back their memories. Class 8, follow me. Class 1. Class 9. In the end, just like in the last life, only 3 people remained in Class 7. Naruto sensed that Kakashi was not in the adjacent classroom, likely still paying his respects at the Konoha cemetery. After a moment of thought, he headed towards Sasuke and Sakura. "So Sasuke, Sakura, I have something to tell you. If you have something to say, just say it quickly or get lost." Well, don't be like that, Sasuke. These 2 scrolls are for you, the secret techniques." After some time. "Sai, is the ending still like this?" "Naruto, I didn't expect you to come back." Sasuke, Naruto, Sarada. Sakura immediately showed concern for her daughter. "Sorry, Sakura, Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. He also recalled how Sarada and Boruto had fallen before him. The children. Sakura felt a bit sad. However, she was a capable ninja and wouldn't be easily defeated. "Naruto, have you made up your mind? From the 2 scrolls you brought out, it seems you still carry memories of many others, right? What about Itachi and Kakashi's memories?" "I have them all, but Kakashi Sensei is arriving soon, so we..." Naruto's face revealed an evil grin as he sensed Kakashi approaching. Sakura and Sasuke felt a bit helpless, but they also knew that Naruto was under a lot of pressure. Since he wanted to cause a ruckus, they decided to go along with it and nodded. "Ha then. He. Seeing that his 2 old friends did not stop him, Naruto mischievously set up the same prank from his last life, placing the eraser on the door. Upon witnessing this, Sakura and Sasuke felt even more helpless, but they didn't mind playing along. Since they were back, they could relax a bit before focusing on training, as they couldn't afford to slack off when it came to improving their strength. The 3 sensed that Kakashi was about to arrive, and hurriedly ran to their positions, starting the noisy antics from their previous life. Details omitted, as I can't recall too many specifics. I remember the main plot, but not the finer details. Kakashi arrived a bit late, missing Naruto's conversation with them, only seeing Naruto's prank and Sakura and Sasuke watching silently. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic, thinking, "It's just like us back in the day." He then walked towards the classroom. Smack! The eraser fell on Kakashi's head. Ha. Naruto burst into raucous laughter. "You guys left a terrible first impression on me." At the training ground, Kakashi instantly disappeared. The 3 of them looked at this scene with nostalgia and headed towards the training ground. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Kakashi. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke." The 3 of them spoke their self-introductions in perfect unison, filled with mischief, just like in their previous life. "All right, we will meet at the training ground tomorrow. I suggest not eating breakfast, you might throw up." Disperse. Kakashi left immediately. The 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Hey, I can't wait to see Kakashi Sensei's shocked expression when he sees our strength tomorrow, he. Naruto was already eager to see Kakashi's reaction. Well, no tomorrow, right? Alright, let's head back early. I can feel my Sharingan is about to evolve. I need to go back first. With the memories from the last life, my Sharingan is about to evolve, but it's been suppressed for a while. I need to go back and see if I can try out the jutsu from my last life, and see what I can use tomorrow. Bye. Oh, then see you tomorrow, Sasuke Sakura. The next morning in the training field. True to his name, Teacher Kakashi is late again. It seems my excuse is the same as in my past life. I got lost on the road of life. Naruto was quite excited, anticipating the surprised expression on Kakashi's face when he saw their strength. Sakura and Sasuke both nodded in agreement. My apologies, I just got lost on the road of life again. Kakashi, who had appeared, instantly smiled at the three of them, focusing on their eyes. I knew it. The three of them silently thought. Then let's begin. Kakashi took out 2 bells from his ninja tool pouch and held them in his hand. The test is to take these 2 bells from me. Only the one who has a bell in their hand at the end will pass. Those who fail will return to the Ninja Academy. The 3 remained silent, which surprised Kakashi. Based on his understanding, Naruto should have already been making a fuss by now, right? Oh, so calm, huh? Then, let's start. Whoosh, Sakura and Sasuke vanished, leaving only Naruto's figure in the arena. Teacher Kakashi, let's duel. I'm going to become the Hokage. Naruto shouted passionately. That's right. This was the real Naruto, Kakashi thought, feeling that Naruto had suddenly returned to normal. However, when he competed with the rushing Naruto in Taijutsu, the Naruto before him suddenly transformed into smoke. It's the shadow clone. While Kakashi was momentarily stunned, Naruto, who was in the smoke, noticed a great fireball and several shuriken flying towards him. As a Jonin, he naturally wouldn't be easily hit. He rolled to dodge the incoming attacks, and at that moment, the smoke dissipated, revealing the 3 of them surrounding Kakashi. Before Kakashi could react, the 3 charged in, using taijutsu mixed with ninjutsu to attack him again. Sakura's taijutsu faintly reminded him of Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength. Naruto and Sasuke's strength was also far beyond what one would expect at their age, and their coordination left Kakashi at a disadvantage, though the actual damage was minimal. Seeing that he couldn't fully suppress Kakashi with his current body, Sasuke directly activated his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. After all, it was just a matter of taking the bells. There was no need to use the Mangekyo, and it wasn't yet time for Eternal Mangekyo either. Using the Mangekyo too much would be detrimental. Kakashi was shocked to see the 3 Tomo in Sasuke's eyes, but what shocked him even more was that upon seeing Sasuke activate his Sharingan, Naruto no longer held back. He exchanged glances with Sasuke and Sakura, and their tacit understanding allowed them to express their intentions without words. The 3 unleashed their strongest techniques. Naruto formed a Rasengan, while Sasuke unleashed lightning from his hand, attacking Kakashi from both sides, and Sakura instantly appeared above Kakashi, delivering a powerful strike downward, making Kakashi experience the treatment of Kagaya. However, as mentioned before, it was just about taking the bells, so there was no need to go all out, and Kakashi found an opportunity to dodge. But he was already stunned in place. Sasuke directly cast a Genjutsu. Despite both having the Sharingan and Sasuke not being at his peak, it still left Kakashi dazed for 3 minutes. By the time Kakashi regained his senses, the bells had already been taken by the 3 children, and he found himself tied to a wooden post. However, this was not a big deal. His original intention was to observe the trio's attitude toward teamwork. Their coordination had already given him an answer, but he still needed to confirm. Alright, you 3 are quite skilled, but there are only 2 bells. Have you decided who will stay behind? Of course. Well, I'll stay. The 3 said in unison. Is that so? As expected, the 3 of you showed remarkable teamwork, and your strength is far beyond what is typical for your age. Although you have passed, please explain yourselves. Oh, right, the secret technique. I see, that makes sense. It's been a long time, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Your strength hasn't fully recovered yet. But it's already quite impressive for you in these bodies. P.S. This chapter's main text is about this. The author isn't very good at writing battles, and you all should have noticed that, but he'll try to write it a bit better. Next is the central theme of my book. Internally, only Danzo is the antagonist. Sakura, everyone asks what she said to Sasuke. What do you expect from a child raised under their parents' pampering? It's like how the author once told the elders in the family that having no education is really scary, comparing her to Naruto and Sasuke. Also regarding Pain's invasion, Tsunade couldn't do anything. He himself was helpless, and all those with combat abilities had already joined the battle. Sasuke's defection. Besides Naruto, can you find someone else she can rely on? Besides Shikamaru, look at the other few kids apart from Shikamaru, they don't seem mature at all. The others only had limited screen time because the protagonists weren't them, they haven't had their growth and experiences shown. They are also gradually growing. The third Hokage was indecisive, but I don't want to deal with conspiracy theories. You say Naruto is expired milk. Did the third Hokage buy it intentionally? In the original work, when Kakashi went to check on Naruto, he casually mentioned that Naruto hoarded a large amount of milk, but was too reluctant to drink it, thus letting it expire. Naruto couldn't cook, so the third Hokage couldn't possibly buy groceries. How could he have the time to deliver food to Naruto every day? Always watching Naruto. With the villagers harboring resentment, if the third Hokage hadn't protected Naruto a bit, he would have died long ago. The inheritance issues of Minato and Kushina shown in the original work are things the third Hokage could decide. With villagers harboring resentment, the great clans had to avoid suspicion who was watching Naruto. Only the third Hokage, I can only say he wasn't good enough, but he wasn't bad either. I don't intend to portray him as overly villainous. However, indulgence and indecisiveness cannot be denied. Don't deny that Minato never spoke to the third Hokage again after seeing Naruto's past. Is that what you're saying? How many times did the first, second, and third Hokage even appear during that period? This statement is purely based on conspiracy theories. As for Snake Lady, there's not much to say. Obito a fool in his most desperate moments, Madara gave him a path with the Moon Eye plan. It's like those redemption stories that shine a light in their darkest hours. He became foolish believing that killing Minato and Kushina was for their good. In the illusion world, they would live well, so he was just a fool. When Naruto shattered his fantasies, he turned against them. Otherwise, why would Naruto's words have any effect on him? You say, the fourth Hokage and his wife forgave him. From my perspective, Kushina and Minato would have scolded him and given him a beating, but they wouldn't kill him. What about Naruto's past? They were psychologically prepared when they sealed the Nine Tails in Naruto. They just didn't expect it to become so serious. They wouldn't fully blame Obito. It was just an excuse. Itachi, a fool, his own experiences couldn't keep up with his mental state. He seems very mature, but he's still a child. He looked down on the Uchiha's way of doing things. When Shisui died, he completely broke down. Later, when Konoha issued orders, he chose to let his brother live instead of exterminating his clan, so he is a fool. I think he regretted it later, and insisted on having Sasuke kill him himself. Of course, the Mangekyo has a role to play, but didn't he say it himself? To atone for his sins. Madara is also a fool. I don't deny his original intention, but the methods were problematic. He got misled badly, and didn't need to say much. The second Hokage had the deepest understanding of the Uchiha. He wanted to use them, but was afraid of another fanatic. Kagami is the best rebuttal to the claim that the second Hokage completely viewed the Uchiha with disdain. Understanding them without bias led to the establishment of the police force. Danzo and the others learned half of it, and with the second Hokage's arrogance, they felt the Uchiha truly weren't capable. The third Hokage should be better because of Kagami, and the fourth Hokage goes without saying, the Fugaku family. I estimate that he saw some signs in Sasuke's obsession. However, he didn't expect Naruto to bring him back. The first Hokage got things upside down. He initially created the village for his family, friends, and children, but ended up being willing to sacrifice all for the village. I can't really discuss this aspect in my book, but I plan to address it in my next one. Danzo is not a complete villain, but his methods are indeed complicated and hard to describe. I don't look up to him, so he will be the antagonist. Shikaku Shino, the Sija clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the death of the fourth Hokage can also be seen as a forced action, but I think that's about it. Directly related are the Akatsuki organization, Naruto, Sasuke, and others. That's about it. Thanks to those who made it this far. If you have any thoughts, we can discuss them. If you don't want to read, don't say things like, can this really be justified? For those saying they won't read anymore, I can only say that true fans of Naruto shouldn't completely deny my arguments. Those are probably just following trends online. If you have something to discuss, just say it directly. Can this really be justified? So the inspection ends here. Naruto, are you ready? You should have a plan for becoming stronger, and know how to use the memory scrolls we brought along with us, right? The plan for becoming stronger. The best way to resist the Otsutsuki clan is through physical techniques and senjutsu. while Senjutsu pose challenges physical techniques need thorough training. The first step is to lift the seal on Kurama. As for the memory scrolls, I have most of them except for yours. The first and second Hokage. Orochimaru has also resurrected them to assist in restoring memories. I don't know where Orochimaru is now, and the Pervy Sage and Tsunade are also around, but there will be an opportunity when both Orochimaru and the Pervy Sage are present and Tsunade's position is also clear. The first and second Hokages will appear. During the Konoha collapse plan, everyone including Kabuto Shikamaru and Gaara will be gathered together. This is the best timing, but there are some matters that the third Hokage needs to know in advance. He'll go find the third Hokage and give him the scrolls. Our goal is to consolidate all possible forces including Reikage, Inoki, Nagato, and Madara. This is a huge chess game and cannot be rushed, but we also need to resolve our internal issues regarding Danzo. Naruto projected a sense of authority cultivated from his long tenure as Hokage while sharing his strategy. Is this during the Konoha collapse plan? Indeed, the timing will be just right. Then let's proceed. It'll take you to meet Lord Third. Kakashi and the others had no objections to Naruto's plan, and the four of them headed directly to the Hokage building. In the Hokage building, Hokage's office. It seems that little Naruto, you have succeeded in your plan with Orochimaru. So what is your plan? What do you need me to do, old man? The third Hokage, having received the memories, directly entrusted the planning for the future to Naruto. He believed that after everything Naruto had experienced, he was now capable of standing on his own. Naruto did not rush to speak, instead signaling Sarutobi Hiruzen to dismiss the Anbu members lurking in the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Danzo's people were already within the Anbu, and recognized the significance of what Naruto was about to say. He waved his hand. It was only when Naruto sensed that there were no other presences around them that he spoke up. Grandfather Third, we can proceed with things step by step as usual. First, we need to focus on Zabuza and Haku, especially Haku's ice release. Properly developing that would be a great asset. When the collapse plan arrives, we still need Grandfather Third to buy us some time. As for other matters, I need you to gather evidence concerning Danzo's underhanded dealings. In the end, the first and second Hokages should judge him. We can't let him continue his reckless behavior, and many things require an outlet for the people's frustrations. No matter how you look at it, Naruto has been Hokage for many years, and is no longer the naive teenager he once was. Moreover, after taking over as Hokage, Naruto has learned many secrets, and has grown dissatisfied with Danzo. Danzo! Must we really go this route? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood seemed somewhat gloomy. Grandfather Third, what are you still hesitating about? Danzo's influence has already extended too far, and his actions have become increasingly outrageous over the years. Naruto understood the Third's thoughts, but knew he had to fan the flames. Danzo was unmanageable and impossible to persuade. He had become radical to the point of paranoia, and if they didn't eliminate him, he might cause even more trouble in the future. Well, fine, but let's at least leave him some face, at least in front of the villagers and other ninja villages. After a moment of hesitation, the third Hokage made up his mind. After all, he was once a great ninja, and his courage still resided deep within him. However, as he aged, he became more concerned about his reputation and gradually grew weak. But now that Naruto had returned, he intended to delegate power. He also knew he was getting old, and Naruto's strength and strategies were no longer what they used to be. All right, I will do so. Naruto nodded, as well showing respect to the elder who had always taken care of him. He was willing to give him this bit of face. After leaving the Hokage building that day, Kakashi's shadow clone and the substitutes of the three young ones were engaged in a joint task just like in the previous life. They couldn't draw too much attention yet, as there were still eyes watching them from the shadows. Now was not the right time to showcase their strength, and as for Baiju, isn't it simple for the seventh Hokage to sense Baiju and create a small barrier? The third Hokage was well aware of this, and allocated them a training area. As for what they trained on, climbing trees and walking on water. At this moment, some readers may wonder why they still need to practice these things given their current strength. Controlling chakra is more about muscle memory of the body. This current body hasn't practiced these yet, and besides these there were also exercises to enhance physical fitness. As for Kakashi, he borrowed some chakra from Naruto to familiarize himself with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, he didn't forget to practice some techniques he developed later, such as the purple lightning as the change in attributes means understanding and quickly refining the body are two different matters. On that day a shinobi eagle flew across the sky. The third Hokage was summoning Team 7. They didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Hokage building knowing that the third Hokage had important matters to discuss. Hokage's office. Dazna has come to issue a mission. Bai and Zabuza will be assets in the future, so it would be good for you to run this errand again and bring Dazna over. The third Hokage wasted no time seeing the four of them looking at him with slight confusion and directly ordered the Anbu. The members of Team 7 remained silent, exchanging glances. They knew Dazna was about to arrive, and this was not an opportune moment for conversation. Hey, is this little guy really going to protect me? Haha, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Having been Hokage for so many years, Naruto, the ever-optimistic one, wouldn't take Dazna's words to heart. He was no longer the little kid who would get upset over Dazna's drunken remarks. Rest assured, I am Hatake Kakashi, and I trust my team. He chuckled inwardly, thinking with their current combat power, if it weren't for their small bodies, they could easily overpower me. Can we not protect you? What a joke. Is that so? Then I leave it in your hands. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha, two puddles of water suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, but the five of them seemed oblivious, and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Take one down. Bang! Kakashi, bound by chains, transformed into a wooden stake. Don't go too hard, this is also a bargaining chip. Naruto calmly stated, confident in the strength of the four, thinking that sparing their lives would be the first gift for Zabuza. The battle ended swiftly. The two ninjas from the Land of Water were tightly bound, and they continued on their way to the Land of Waves. The Dazna residence in the Land of Waves. Team 7 had already had their first encounter with Zabuza. Naruto didn't use the memory scroll. Although Zabuza and Bai were already considered part of their camp, they still needed to demonstrate their strength first. Moreover, Kato's wealth should not go to waste. P.S. I plan to finish the Land of Waves arc quickly. This is also why I said my book might not be too long. The pace is very fast. This book is more of a practice piece, so I hope everyone can bear with me. I previously wrote a story set in the primordial era which had a vast structure. After writing 5 or 6 chapters, I understood why no one writes stories where all the saints know the protagonist's identity and can see through the river of time. To write such a story requires high writing skills, as it's easy to create bugs. A single bug could collapse all the settings. I'm now seeing if I can write this one well. My writing has improved, but it's still quite average. It'll take my time. Time passed quickly, and the day of the duel on the big bridge with Zabuza and the other had arrived. Naruto knew very well that after they left, 2 rogue ninjas would come to harm Tezuna's family, so he left a shadow clone in the shadows, while his main body followed Tezuna to the bridge to help. I am not good at writing battle scenes. Besides, if I were to write it out here, it would be better to just watch the original work. Let's skip to the end of the fight with Naruto and Sasuke injured and Haku heavily wounded, while Zabuza is also in bad shape. Zabuza, surprised, exclaimed, I'm finally caught up to you. What? You guys aren't. His eyes widened in terror. Naruto and Sasuke stood before Zabuza covered in blood, but radiating a powerful aura, while Sakura stood behind them to heal their wounds. You two really are something. Even though your injuries are minor, it seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Sakura said with a hint of exasperation. Sorry. It seemed that even as an adult, Sasuke was sensitive to Sakura's words, making the moment a bit awkward, and Naruto, the usual clumsy one, was no exception. Indeed, while they appeared to be injured, they were actually only lightly wounded, intended to bait Zabuza. How is this possible? Zabuza was stunned after fighting with Haku. He exclaimed in disbelief at their minor injuries. All right, I forgot about the secret technique. Naruto suddenly remembered that Zabuza's memories had not yet returned. So you succeeded? But what do you mean by leaving me in this state? As the 6th and 7th Hokage, along with you Uchiha Sasuke, and the 5th apprentice, this must be intentional, right? You left me like this. And why are we baiting Zabuza? I already know where he is. Sakura hurried over to help with the healing since their physiques were fine. Besides, didn't they still have the Ninetales chakra? Never mind. Sakura, you take care of them first. I'll just borrow some chakra from Kurama to recover. Naruto looked oblivious, but this was not the time to dwell on that. He placed his hands on Sasuke and Kakashi's shoulders, while Kurama subtly infused a bit of chakra. The three of them stood silently before Zabuza, the blood covering them, making Zabuza tremble in fear. Before he could plead for mercy, Sasuke activated his Sharingan to cast a Jinjutsu. "Alright, I know where he hid the money now," Sasuke said after a short while. "So what do we plan to do with you two? Will you return to Konoha with us?" "No, we can't let those in the dark know we have joined forces. Therefore, you two should rest for a while. Afterwards, you will take over Kato's company and operate everything in the shadows. As for Mist Village, you can decide if you want to return. The 5th Mizuki Chirumi might still need your assistance. I don't know when she will take office, so I'll just write about the upcoming time. If you want to contact me, just send someone to Konoha. You'll have a word with the 3rd Hokage in advance." Naruto became serious as he spoke about business. "Understood. I will take Haku and leave now," Zabuza said, not wasting any more words. It was time for him to rest, and then change his home village. He would need to get busy soon. After that, the two of them vanished in an instant. At that moment, the villagers finally arrived, and seeing the bloodied scene, they were not afraid. Instead, they began to cheer. After some time, Naruto and the others left the Land of Waves, and that bridge remained the same as in the previous life, still named Naruto Bridge. After returning from the Land of Waves, Team 7 completed a few days of drank missions, of course, using shadow clones, before encountering a group of familiar faces in Konoha Village. "Hey little brat, can't you see?" Yes, everyone guessed correctly. The arrogant childhood figure Kanjiro makes a dazzling entrance. Kanjiro, big brother. Ahu, the great-grandson Mitsuki Yamanaka, has arrived accompanied by 2 other kids from the Yamanaka clan, Huang Meng and Udon. After receiving their memories, the 3rd Hokage directly brought these 3 little ones to Naruto, allowing him to give them back their memories, so they naturally recognized who the newcomers were. Secret technique. Naruto, who had been waiting here for a while, wasted no time and immediately activated the secret technique scroll. "Is this the Chunin exam? Did the plan succeed?" Gaara sorted through his thoughts after merging the memories. "Naruto, where is Shikamaru? His memories." Haha, no doubt the 8th Hokage's wife. She immediately became concerned about her husband. "Sister, you really are." Kanjiro was speechless. Why wasn't she concerned about her 2 younger brothers? "Not yet. I just returned from the Land of Waves not long ago, and haven't had a chance to meet with them. This will be our first exam, the place where we are most gathered. Let's give them their memories. By the way, Gaara, Kanjiro, Temari, during this time, you need to perform your roles. Well, we need to lure Orochimaru out." I understand. By the way, what about Granny Kyo's memories? I brought them back. The technique is." Naruto didn't waste words, and directly pulled out Kyo's memory scroll to hand over to Gaara, trusting that he would handle everything well. On the day of the first exam at the gathering place, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru's team has arrived. Naruto-kun, Hinata's team has arrived. This beautiful lady, please go out with me. Niji's team has arrived. Dame Sakura, who knew Lee was talking to her directly, exclaimed, "Oh, you are participating in the Chunin exam for the first time, right?" Kabuto also approached the group for some unmentionable reason. "Everyone is here, so the secret technique." The crowd was momentarily stunned after receiving their memories. They wanted to say something but realized the occasion was inappropriate, merely exchanging glances and nodding before leaving, with only Kabuto remaining behind, seemingly wanting to say something. "Naruto-kun, Orochimaru is coming. It's up to you, Kabuto, to lure Orochimaru over. Only after he receives the memories will he believe all of this." "I understand. I will do it, Danzo." "Don't worry, Danzo will die, but not now. He needs to be judged." Naruto spoke solemnly. I understand." Kabuto was somewhat reluctant, but his experiences from the previous life had allowed him to let go of some hatred. However, he still couldn't completely let it go. After speaking, Kabuto left. The grand drama has begun. P.S. Alright. My writing skills are indeed lacking. I felt uncomfortable writing this chapter. If it weren't for the fact that there are no other works in this genre, I wouldn't even want to write, to be honest. But what I wrote is so terrible, I'm really at my wit's end. Help me, is there a big brother who can save me? Write one like this, I'm busy now, and it's even more exhausting. If someone writes one for me to look at, I won't have to write it. The first assessment was quite simple for everyone, as they all retained the memories of their past life. Unlike the previous life, this time, there was no passionate speech from Naruto, leading to a significant number of dropouts. In the second round, the Death Forest. "Hey Sasuke, don't let yourself get cursed again this time." "TCH, what are you joking about? Come on, you two, stop bickering." "Roar." A bear's roar echoed from a distance. This is... Oh right, Kagaya. Naruto remembered that his first encounter with Kagaya was during the Chunin exams. The three exchanged glances, and without wasting words instantly moved towards the source of the sound. Ah! A red-haired girl was crouched on the ground hugging her head and screaming in fear. Swish! A shuriken sliced through the air. Secret technique! Seeing Sasuke swiftly eliminate the giant bear, Naruto wasted no time using Kagaya's memory scroll. Kagaya was stunned, while the trio of Team 7 formed a protective triangle around her, as it was still the Chunin exams, and one could never know if some other team was lurking nearby even if they posed no real threat. Sasuke, don't ignore me! Kagaya lifted her head, no longer the timid girl she was before transforming back into the charismatic leader from Boruto's era. Sasuke, don't ignore me! The children. Kagaya remembered the children, the adorable sunflower Sarada whom she personally delivered, and that brat Boruto, all of whom had perished. Damn it, this time we will definitely protect them, Naruto said confidently. So Kagaya, what are your plans after this? Are you going to Orochimaru's side again? No way if possible. I want to be under Lady Tsunade's guidance. I think Kagaya's performance in battle is somewhat lacking, just a pure blood bag, and the Uzumaki bloodline shouldn't go to waste. Then for now you should stay in Konoha. The third Hokage has also received memories, and when I find Lady Tsunade with my master we can discuss it. I believe even your Uzumaki bloodline won't be rejected by her. Of course, the one daring to call Tsunade lady was Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura had no objections, and although Naruto felt a bit down when mentioning Jiraiya, it quickly faded as he thought about seeing him soon. The original trio had now become a quartet, and without much talk they continued deeper into the Death Forest, not focusing on collecting scrolls, as their true aim was Orochimaru. Moreover, the scrolls in Orochimaru's possession were exactly what they needed. The four arrived at a clearing and Naruto suddenly stopped. All four, having experienced great battles, remained vigilant about the impending danger. Is this the last bloodline of the Uchiha? Come on, let me see your abilities. Orochimaru's signature raspy voice echoed. The four turned to face Orochimaru. Naruto was in no hurry to use the memory scroll, as opportunities to test their true strength in such trials were rare. Does Zabuza have strength? Of course, but not quite enough. As for Orochimaru, there was no need to say more. His body is too small, and development is certainly lagging. Naruto also couldn't rely on Kurama's power, the actual strength still needed to be tested. After a brief standoff, Orochimaru launched an attack at lightning speed, using his hidden shadow snake hand. However, the four were not easy targets, they leapt up to evade, and employed their respective techniques. Keton Gakaku no Jutsu. Sasuke retaliated with a long-range fireball. Naruto hadn't practiced elemental changes yet. Sakura focused on close combat, and Kagaya, not having fully developed her abilities, could only watch. Sakura stabilized her form, and charged forward, while Naruto was not far behind, using Shadow Clone Jutsu, and quickly following up, forming a Rasengan in his hand. Kagaya had too few techniques, and could only spectate. Not knowing how to write this, let's skip ahead. Both sides were getting tired, and Orochimaru was astonished, not expecting these three kids to possess such strength. He observed the trio, and saw Naruto rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. He initially thought it was another shuriken attack, but was surprised to find a scroll instead. As he was about to retreat to maintain distance, Naruto unfurled the scroll. Secret technique. Moments later, both sides relaxed and walked towards the center. Looks like the plan succeeded, huh, Naruto? And that's thanks to you, Orochimaru. If it weren't for you... Naruto recalled the scene of Orochimaru gradually dissipating before his eyes. Damn it, isn't it great to be back in the present? Jiraiya, Tsunade, they're all still okay. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, you need the Earth Scroll, right? I have no use for it now, so I'll give it to you. Do you have any plans regarding the Konoha collapse incident? Orochimaru was well aware that Naruto was not just some ordinary child, he was the Seventh Hokage. He certainly didn't want any of Naruto's actions to disrupt his plans. The third Hokage, Gaara, and the others have received their memories. We'll try not to cause any harm to Konoha, but the first and second Hokage. I think they need to know about Danzo's good deeds. Also, come find me tonight. I need your help with some matters that I can't talk about now. Is that so? Then I understand. You still need to inform Saratobi Sensei. I'll head over tonight. Then. See you later. Orochimaru departed, and the 4 children made their way to the central tower, completing their mission and marking the successful conclusion of the second exam. The second stage of the Chunin exam has concluded with 3 days remaining until the third stage. After the second exam ended, the now recalled memory of the 12 small strengths along with the 3 from Sunagekure gathered at a barbecue restaurant. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto also utilized several memory scrolls from the leading jonin. This led to Hong and Asuma being affectionate with each other, causing Shikamaru and the others who wanted to catch up with Asuma to be pushed aside. Shikamaru was fine since Temari was still nearby, but our poor little Ino and Chuji were left out. Hinata approached Naruto, expressing her longing for their children and her worries about the future. The old couple seemed to be quite close, possibly due to their youthful bodies or some hormonal changes, and they chatted happily. The other small groups occasionally surrounded Niji, and then dispersed to chat as they had not relaxed since the start of the great battle. Our teacher Guy was bouncing around, feeling the strength of his restored legs, as if he were a child, while Kakashi could only watch him with one hand on his hip. After their gathering, everyone went their separate ways, while our prince escorted the princess to the location of the Hyuga clan. Upon arriving outside the Hyuga clan, they saw Hayashi Hyuga looking sternly at the slowly approaching couple, his face darkening. "Hinata, you're a bit late returning." "Father," Hinata exclaimed upon seeing her father standing outside the clan, looking far more composed than he did in the past. "Lord Hayashi." Hayashi merely nodded in response, as this was a time to avoid unnecessary tension regardless of his good relationship with Minato. Seeing this, Naruto did not hesitate and took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag. "Secret technique." Hayashi was taken aback for a moment before gesturing for the two to enter with him. As they walked into Hayashi's yard, a clear youthful voice rang out, "Sister." "Ah. It's Hanabi." Hinata was momentarily stunned before reacting and embracing Hanabi, glancing at Naruto to signal that it was time to use the memory scroll. After years of marriage, they had this unspoken understanding, and Naruto used the secret technique once more to merge Hanabi's memories. "My dear little Koi, my beloved niece." After merging her memories, Hanabi's eyes began to redden, as she remembered her favorite niece and nephew Himawari and Boruto. "Let's go inside and talk." Upon hearing her daughter mention her grandchildren, Hayashi also felt a pang of sadness, but he was uncertain how many people knew about Naruto's plan. To avoid disrupting it, he had to suppress his emotional turmoil. Once everyone entered the room, Hayashi finally expressed his sorrow. "Naruto." "Hinata." "The children." "Sigh. You have suffered, my children." Merging the memories, Hayashi felt sorrow for his younger generation, and also harbored some resentment towards his own helplessness due to his advancing age. "Father-in-law." "Father." "It's okay, father-in-law, I'm back. This time, I will be stronger and ensure that no tragedies repeat. I will change everything." Naruto knows Seventh Hokage, what do you need me and the Hyuga clan to do?" Hayashi, having regained his composure from his sadness, became serious. Next would be the conversation between the clan head and the Hokage. Clan head Hayashi strengthened the physical training of the Hyuga clan. The caged bird system needs to be abolished. The method to lift the caged bird curse has already been researched in the last life. As for the clan elders, those who can be reasoned with should be talked to. For those who can't, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. We are currently in a state of war preparation, and everything should prioritize the greater situation. If necessary, we can have the first and second Hokage talk some sense into them. Naruto displayed the authority and aura of the seventh Hokage, issuing orders to his father-in-law, who was also the clan leader of the Hyuga. Hinata and Hanabi understood that this was not the time for them to interject, but as the future clan leader of the Hyuga and the wife of the seventh Hokage, they quietly listened. "I understand. I will do my best to persuade the clan elders, and I will also work on my own strength. Then Naruto, you and Hinata are still young. You need to be aware of certain things. While I miss Boruto and Himawari, I do not want Hinata to become a mother at such a young age. Now that the serious matters are settled, it's time to talk about the couple's affairs." Hayashi knew they both had an understanding, but he decided to tease them a bit. Naruto and Hinata turned crimson from embarrassment as Hanabi chuckled to herself. "I understand, father-in-law. I will take my leave now." The next day, with 2 days remaining until the third exam, Sasuke and Sakura were only doing recovery training, focusing on regaining their strength. Naruto, on the other hand, set aside training for today, as he had something more important to do. No. Rather, he had someone more significant to meet. outside the women's bathhouse in Konoha. Oh ho ho! A white-haired lecherous old man was crouching here stealing. No, rather gathering material. Catch the pervert. Suddenly a voice rang out. You little brat. The white-haired lecherous old man had no time to say anything and took off running. Ha ha, lecherous sage. After a while. Hey, kid. You're delaying my material gathering. The escaping Jiraiya stood in front of Naruto looking at this face that was extremely similar to his disciples. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect you to know about me. But don't call me the perverted sage. Naruto didn't reply. Instead, he rushed forward and couldn't help but shed tears. Hey, you brat. Jiraiya set aside his usual nonchalant demeanor, saying nothing, more quietly embracing Naruto in return. Hey, perverted sage, let's fist bump. Naruto raised his fist. Uh-huh. Why? Jiraiya said this but still raised his fist, connecting it with Naruto's. In an instant, decades of Naruto's memories flooded into Jiraiya's mind. Jiraiya was stunned, his expression growing increasingly serious, yet within that seriousness lay pain, happiness, and a sense of pride. You suffered, Naruto. I'm truly sorry. Your master irresponsibly left for the Pure Land, leaving you to endure so much alone. Jiraiya raised his hand and ruffled Naruto's hair. The perverted sage is the best master. Hey, perverted sage, I've become the Seventh Hokage. Naruto forced a smile, but the grievances and sadness hidden beneath it were still sensed by Jiraiya. Naruto, you are the hero of the village, the greatest Hokage. Jiraiya said proudly. But perverted sage, I still think of you. Without you by my side, there are many things I have to bear alone. Naruto's emotions were beginning to unravel. Jiraiya held Naruto tightly, softly comforting him. But you've made it through, haven't you? I always believed you could become Hokage, leading the ninja world towards a different direction from the previous chaos. After all, you are my disciple, Jiraiya's apprentice Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sniffed, lifted his head, and his eyes reignited with determination. Yes. I will continue to train. This time, I will make Otsutsuki think twice about the ninja world. Jiraiya released Naruto and patted his shoulder. I believe in you, Naruto. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, charge forward just as you are now. I will. Perverted sage, we still have to train together and write novels together, Naruto said with high spirits. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Great. It's a promise. We still have many things to do together as master and disciple. Saying this, the two bumped their fists again. This fist bump was a legacy and a hope for the future. Perverted sage. I want to break the seal of the Ninetales. I've seen the bond between you and the Ninetales. Well, then let's sign the summoning scroll. Jiraiya unfurled the summoning scroll he was carrying. He was also curious what kind of surprise would Naruto bring him this time. Naruto bit his finger and signed his name, and before his name was another familiar name. Namikaze Minato. Father! Wait, just wait a little longer. We will meet soon. Summoning technique. Hey, Jiraiya. I won't drag this out. Secret technique. Naruto and Orochimaru were to gather all the strength of the ninja world. How could they forget the three great holy lands? I'm so tired. Naruto, don't ignore me. Don't ignore me, Boss Toad. Hey, Boss, are Toad Gigi and Toad Long born yet? I really miss them. Soon, you brat. You are looking for Toadine, right? Yes, after all, I need to break the seal of the Ninetales, which is crucial for my upcoming plans. Then I'll head back first. I need to report to my older brother and sister. Oh, goodbye, Boss Toad. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose. Now let's go, summoning technique. Oh, it's Jiraiya. Toadine, this time it's not me who's looking for you. Naruto wasted no time and directly used the secret technique scroll. I see, it's for the sealing, so prepare to enter, Naruto. Having gone through this once, Naruto couldn't help but feel a chill. Stop dawdling. Toadine didn't waste time and directly dove into Naruto's mouth. Woo woo woo. Naruto opened his mouth wide, but it was still a bit off, while Jiraiya beside him directly punched Toadine in. Entry successful. Saved my life, perverted sage. Summoning technique. Toadine, come forth. Oh. Toadine opened the sealing technique on his body, and Naruto pressed his finger on it, breaking the seal of the Ninetales. Having unlocked the seal, Naruto entered the sealing space. The seal on Gamabunta merely allowed Naruto to obtain the key. To truly break the seal, Naruto had to do it himself. Moreover, he hoped to take this opportunity to meet two important people. Kyuubi, are you ready? As Kyuubi's chakra seeped through the seal, lifting Naruto towards the symbol in the center of the sealing door, just as Naruto's hand was about to touch the seal, another hand grasped his wrist. At that moment, a familiar and eagerly anticipated youthful voice echoed. Hey there, Naruto! Minato appeared beside Naruto with his characteristic smile. Just in time, father. Naruto also broke into a joyful smile, and the seal Kyuubi witnessing this scene also showed a faint smile. As Naruto's longest companion, he felt happy for him. Huh? Naruto, is that you? Minato looked at Naruto, who was clearly not influenced by Kyuubi, momentarily stunned. He also noticed the slight smile at the corner of Kyuubi's mouth, leaving him completely bewildered. What was going on? Kyuubi. Smiling? Huh? Father, wait! Let's talk after Mother's chakra comes out. Before Minato could respond, Naruto swiftly tore down the seal symbol, gathering chakra in his fingers and striking the area of the seal on his abdomen. A trigram seal release. The moment the seal was broken, the door sealing Kyuubi swiftly opened. Sigma. Minato finally reacted quickly, embracing Naruto and using the body flicker technique to distance himself from Kyuubi, preparing for battle. At the same time, another female figure slowly appeared. The instant this figure solidified, without any words, several indestructible chains directly wrapped around Kyuubi. Kyuubi felt the chains binding and instinctively let out an angry roar, chakra surging as it tried to break free. Kushina! Minato shouted, his eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, Minato, this is my specialty. Kushina replied loudly, quickly forming hand seals as the indestructible chains tightened. Naruto looked at the scene before him, feeling somewhat moved yet helpless. Mom and Dad, please calm down. Kyuubi also calmed down, ceasing its struggles. Watching this scene, it still felt happy for Naruto, but an atmosphere of grievance and anger arose within. Hey! Naruto, hurry up! I don't want to be tied up like this forever. Kyuubi said, a hint of displeasure in its voice. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, looking at Naruto with confusion. Naruto smiled and took out the memory secret technique scroll from his ninja tool pouch. A blue light orb entered Minato and Kushina's foreheads, while Naruto reached out and held their hands. After all, although they had been reincarnated during the Great Ninja War, they had missed too much of Naruto's life. That's great, Naruto, you did it, Minato said, patting Naruto's head. Yes, you really worked hard, Naruto. Kushina tightly embraced Naruto. In the ceiling space, the family held each other tightly, and a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Even Kyuubi felt a mix of happiness, speechlessness, anger, and helplessness, quietly watching everything. Hey! You three have had enough. Kushina! Quickly release the indestructible chains. Ah! Sorry, Kyuubi. The indestructible chains slowly retracted from Kyuubi. You've also endured a lot over the years, Kyuubi. Don't say such things. After all, it was I who killed you, and I didn't do anything good during Naruto's childhood. Then fighting alongside him was my way of atoning for my sins. Kyuubi, you are my family. You have helped me a lot, and don't say such things. Minato and Kushina listened quietly from the side. Having seen Naruto's memories, they had witnessed Kyuubi and Naruto grow step by step. They accepted Kyuubi, and after experiencing the Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato and Kushina also understood how significant Kyuubi was to Naruto. Kyuubi, thank you for taking care of Naruto, Minato said sincerely. Yes, from now on we are one family. Kushina smiled in agreement. Kyuubi curled its lip, but the smile in its eyes was undeniable. It silently transmitted a bit of chakra to Minato and Kushina, solidifying their forms even more. Arigato, Kyuubi. Haha, 3. Hey, what about the three of you? Hi. Naruto, the next part is up to you. Oh. Meanwhile, golden chakra slowly emerged around Naruto, gradually forming a cloak. Kyuubi's connection mode. Here I am. P.S. This is the author's first time writing, so please feel free to point out any mistakes. To be honest, I haven't thought much about the later developments. Let's communicate and build this world of the shinobi universe together. In the real world, Naruto opened his eyes, greeted by Jiraiya's satisfied expression. Although he had seen it in his memories, witnessing Naruto, who had become stronger and more connected with the Nine Tails, filled Jiraiya with genuine happiness. Perverted sage. It'll take you to meet two people. Huh? Naruto extended his fist, and although Jiraiya was puzzled, he raised his fist to bump it. Sealing space. Minato! Kushina! Jiraiya looked at the two before him in surprise, yet he wondered how Minato and Kushina could have left no backup plan. Teacher Jiraiya. It's been a long time, Teacher Jiraiya, Minato said with a smile. I never expected to see you both again. Jiraiya's eyes reddened, slightly filled with emotion. Kushina stepped forward, grasping Jiraiya's hand excitedly, saying, Teacher Naruto has grown very well, and we are all very pleased. Jiraiya nodded heavily, looking at Naruto with pride in his eyes. Yes, this kid has truly become a strong individual capable of standing on his own. At that moment, the Ninetales spoke in a deep voice from the side. That kid's success today is partly due to my contribution. Naruto chuckled and scratched his head. Of course, Kurama, you are my good partner. Minato watched this scene with warmth in his heart. Naruto, you have achieved everything we once hoped for. I've been eating well. I also have many good friends. I take a shower almost every day, and I occasionally soak in hot springs. I even have a very, very good wife. And 2 lovely children. I don't know why I suddenly felt the need to say these things even though I had mentioned them in my previous life. Naruto's initial joyful smile gradually turned sad, while Minato and Kushina slowly embraced him. We know, Naruto. You have done exceptionally well. You have become a stronger ninja than us. You have surpassed me, your father. Hey, Naruto. We are all proud of you. You have done exceptionally well. Dad. Mom. Meanwhile, our respected Jiraiya watched the scene, his eyes also becoming misty. Well, then it's time to continue training Naruto. For the future. Oh. 2 days later, at the venue for the 3rd Chunin exam, the 12 young ninjas and those from Sonogekure had integrated their memories, so during the exam, they merely underwent a period of recovery training, exchanging techniques, while a few from the Sound Ninja Village, after Orochimaru integrated their memories, had directly forfeited. In the audience for the first time, all the mid and high-level combatants from Konoha clan leaders, the surviving elders, and the Konoha F4 were present. Even the deceased Kage of the previous life, Moonlight Gale, was in the audience after all Gaara had integrated memories, and would no longer engage in meaningless actions. The high-ranking members of Sonogekure were also seated in the audience, subtly centered around Gaara rather than the 4th Kazekage, seated before them. Filling a gap previously, Gaara took away the memory scroll from Sonogekure. Of course, this was all the result of discussions between Gaara, the 3rd Hokage, and Naruto. Konoha had the darkest underside among the 5 great ninja villages, the most chaotic internally, and today they planned to resolve these issues all at once. 4th Kazekage and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances and nodded slightly as a massive purple ceiling array appeared, the 4 purple flames formation. Orochimaru removed his disguise and retreated after all the ninjas from Sonogekure needed to be cautious, while there were still many ninjas and several clan leaders and elders who had not integrated their memories. Meanwhile, the 12 young ninjas and the Sonogekure trio looked at each other and approached the viewing area. Along with Orochimaru retreating, there was also a hooded man whose face was obscured, though a faint red light could be seen emanating from beneath the hood. The plan begins to be implemented. The clan leaders of several ninja families in the Hidden Leaf Village, along with the elderly clan heads and some mid to high level warriors, were somewhat bewildered but nonetheless prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the distant Orochimaru began to form seals, and then struck the ground, exclaiming summoning technique and pure world reincarnation. Our 3rd Hokage, along with the 12 guardians, and the people of Sonogekure showed no reaction. The other ninjas could only brace themselves for combat as 7 coffins emerged from the ground, each inscribed with the names 1st, 2nd, 4th Madara, Fugaku, Kushina, Sakura, and Kaido, representing the 1st Hokage and his wife, the 2nd Hokage, the 4th Hokage, and his wife Uchiha Madara, known as Konoha's White Fang, and the deceased leaders of the Uchiha clan. 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, 4th Hokage, Tsukumo, and Mito, and the 4th Hokage's wife, and Uchiha Madara. A former clan head of the Hidden Leaf Village exclaimed in shock. Father. Kakashi gazed at the familiar yet strange figures before him, feeling a rush of emotions, but suppressing his excitement, while Tsukumo nodded slightly at Kakashi. Father. Mother. Ah, Sasuke, what is happening? Fugaku was somewhat bewildered, but Sasuke gave him a look that suggested to wait and see, so Fugaku refrained from saying more. What the hell is going on? Orochimaru, what are you trying to do? Orochimaru, you seem quite prepared, having even lifted the Shinigami's sealing technique to summon Minato, as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, surprised to see Namake's Minato as well. Of course, this is my first task given by the Seventh Hokage in this plan. If it weren't unnecessary, I could have summoned all the high-ranking officials since the founding of Konoha. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips. Although he hadn't done so in a long time, he felt an inexplicable urge to do it. On the first night after Orochimaru merged with his memories, Naruto instructed him to prepare lifting the Shinigami's sealing technique and collecting vital cells from important figures. With the memories from his past life, and with Kabuto's help, he even acquired Uchiha Madara cells all for this day. Hiruzen, what is going on? And Orochimaru, what do you mean by Seventh Hokage? What are you talking about? Danzo could no longer hold back and interrupted. Don't rush, Danzo, 2 crucial guests have yet to arrive, Orochimaru chuckled. Just then 2 figures sped in from the distance, which were indeed the 2 significant guests he mentioned, Jiraiya and Tsunade. After Naruto lifted the seal on the Ninetales, he sent Jiraiya to find Tsunade, and Jiraiya, knowing the urgency, did not dare to waste time quickly locating Tsunade and bringing her back under the pretext of Orochimaru summoning the first Hokage and others. As for Shizen, her lack of strength caused her to be left behind. Great uncle, second uncle, Kushina, even grandma. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Why disturb their rest? Tsunade arrived just in time to see several coffins in front of Orochimaru, instantly infuriated, and charged at him. Calm down, Tsunade. As for what I intend to do, just wait a moment, and you'll find out. Orochimaru evaded calmly, though his tone betrayed a sense of joy and excitement. Having merged with memories, he felt as if he were speaking as he did during the forbidden technique, reflecting on the loneliness he experienced after Jiraiya left and later Tsunade. Seeing them now, he could not help but feel a mix of excitement and happiness. You? Calm down, Tsunade. Just wait and you'll understand. Jiraiya added from the side. This is... Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya, but gradually calmed down upon seeing his serious expression. I understand. But? If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation, it'll smash your heads. Orochimaru and Jiraiya both broke out in cold sweat, instinctively raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. Since everyone is here, let's get started. Orochimaru, I rely on you. Naruto, seeing that everyone had gathered, was ready to officially commence their operation. Orochimaru formed another seal, and the figures in the coffin slowly opened their eyes. Naruto, too, did not intend to say much, directly utilizing a secret technique to merge memories with those present, and 2 strands of chakra floated from him towards Minato and Kushina. Is this the hidden leaf? Naruto, you succeeded. Hashirama was the first to speak. Naruto, what exactly do you intend to do? You summoned us all, Tobirama followed up. Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes reddened. Naruto. Hinata. Do not let the Otsutsuki clan succeed. Uchiha Madara, also merged with memories, looked at Naruto and Sasuke. He participated in the great battle, but ultimately 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Naruto. Hinata. Kushina, seeing her son and daughter-in-law in reality after merging memories, was very excited, and Minato was also pleased. However, they both understood that now was not the time for joy. There were more important matters at hand, so they merely exchanged smiles with Naruto and Hinata. As for the other high-ranking officials from the Hidden Leaf Village, who had merged memories, they also understood what was happening. During the great battle they had aged, and their contributions were indeed limited, but many were still in their prime, and even those who were older had not drastically lost their strength. The reason for gathering everyone here is to resolve our internal conflicts first. First, Danzo Shimura. Naruto looked at Danzo, ready to enumerate his crimes. What do you mean? Everything I've done is for Konoha. And Uchiha Obito. Isn't he a traitor to Konoha? Just these 2 kids defeated Uchiha Obito. What is going on, teacher? Do you know these 2 kids? Danzo looked bewildered. He had not participated in the subsequent battle with Otsutsuki. After Naruto became Hokage, he reviewed the root archives and learned about Danzo's actions. To be honest, he held no respect for Danzo, and Danzo's strength was truly insufficient to partake in that battle, which is why he did not merge memories. As for Tuanzang's subordinates, Myomin Yin and others were able to survive. Yes, that's right, they survived having witnessed that battle unfold, which is why they possess their memory scrolls. Hey Danzo, extend your hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen found it unavoidable, he couldn't save this old friend. All he could do was ensure Danzo clearly accepted his judgment. The other few who had merged memories were quietly watching, waiting. They understood that today was not their stage, they were merely spectators. What? This? How can this be? Teacher, everything I've done is for Konoha. For the village. You harmed the disciple of the perverted sage. You prolonged the third great ninja war. For the village you framed fellow ninjas. For the village you orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan. For the village you experimented with the cells of the first Hokage. Or did you use children for your experiments? Or were you enslaving the elite of several ninja clans for the village? And brainwash them? How much of this was for the village? How much was for yourself? Naruto calmly posed a series of questions, while the expressions of those behind him varied. Some knew about these matters, while others were completely unaware. Shut up, Danzo. Let me answer Naruto's question. How much of this was for your own selfish desires? Before Danzo could speak, Tobirama interrupted him, saying, It's because you are resentful. You resent that Sarutobi is the third Hokage. You resent that I chose Sarutobi over you, which makes you oppose him at every turn. You want to prove yourself, but look at what you've done. What have you done? You harmed your fellow villagers. You disregarded alliances. You orchestrated the extermination of the Uchiha. You experimented on children. Look at each of these acts. None of them brought good results for the village. The rumor about Naruto being a fox demon was also spread by you, wasn't it? Let me tell you, I chose Sarutobi, not you. Because you are extreme. You are ruthless. You will use any means to achieve your ends. What about Sarutobi? Firm externally, gentle internally, yet I didn't expect him to be so soft in his later years. Sarutobi? Aren't you supposed to be the ninja hero? Is this how you allowed Danzo to run amok? Isn't the Sharingan in your eyes? You intervened in the death of Shinjiro, didn't you? Getting caught in an explosive tag trap. Even if Shinjiro was incompetent, he shouldn't have been unable to evade an explosion from an explosive tag. His organs were hollowed out, let me ask you. Tsunade arrived at the scene less than 3 minutes after the explosion. Could enemy ninjas have hollowed out Shinjiro's organs that quickly? Is it so easy for a Konoha Anbu captain like Kakashi Hatake to be known throughout the village? Are the people whose lives were saved so ungrateful? Did the Uchiha clan want to rebel just like that? Why would they want to rebel? Do I need to tell you, Danzo? I'll tell you. You forced them to the brink of despair. You enslaved the elite forces of the village, Danzo. You have quite the audacity. You designed a spy to change identity, and the closest people to you couldn't even recognize them, leading to fellow ninjas slaughtering each other. Danzo, you've done quite well. Tobirama's series of questions struck like thunder in the hearts of many. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He never expected his teacher to understand the situation in Konoha so well after all these years. What? Sarutobi? Are you surprised? Do you think I know nothing? The foundation of warfare is logistics. The rear. Naturally, I must understand what has happened in Konoha over the years. Do you think I haven't scolded you? How can you be a Hokage? So many things you don't know. Is this how you maintain control over Konoha? What have you learned from me? It's suppression against the Uchiha clan, not control. The Uchiha clan is the most emotionally intense clan. No matter what the emotion is, a sense of responsibility and belonging to the village can be easily cultivated. I can't understand how you managed to reach this point. Teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, not knowing what to say, feeling a mix of regret and frustration. Alright, second Hokage, calm down. From now on, let's focus on strengthening the ninja world's power. The other village's ninjas are our comrades from years of battles. We still need your research and development to create more powerful, suitable, and practical jutsu. Naruto remained silent for a long time. He was aware that Tobirama was knowledgeable about the village's situation. Regarding the matter of exposing Danzo's crimes, it wasn't suitable for him to speak, but it was appropriate for Tobirama. Of course, Orochimaru, get ready. I understand, second Hokage. I've already begun preparations. We can start our work soon. Finally, after a long moment of daze, Danzo finally reacted, murmuring, Everything I did was for Konoha. Shimura Danzo, as the 7th Hokage of Konoha, I hereby judge you. The content is as follows: dissolve the root organization. After handling the personnel within the root organization, return them to their respective clans. Root ninjas without clans will be incorporated into Anbu. Anyone who resists will be killed. Danzo is sentenced to death. Tuanzong and Midomen Yin will have their elder positions revoked. All embezzled funds from these years must be returned. The 3rd Hokage has no embezzlement, but has brought many conveniences and privileges to the family. The family privileges will be revoked, and a fine of 40 million ryo will be imposed. Other matters will be decided after discussion among the clan leaders and Konoha Jonin. The Hokage position will be temporarily held, but powers will be reduced with no decision-making authority. Naruto knew it was his time to step in, so he made the final judgment. Mito Men Yin and Tuanzan accepted the outcome willingly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no objections. He understood that the temporary Hokage position was merely to mislead others, especially since there were still people from the 3 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization outside. Obito had not merged memories and needed to remain hidden. But Danzo was different. He would not accept it. Just as he was about to act, the man in the black robe, who had been behind Orochimaru, moved, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan, casting an illusion on Danzo, and swiftly striking with a kunai, severing Danzo's sealed arm, and extracting the Shizui Sharingan from Danzo's eye socket. At this moment, the mysterious man revealed his face, characterized by deep tear troughs, and fair skin, his smooth jet-black hair cascading down. Indeed, it was Uchiha Itachi, the brother of Sasuke, son of Fugaku. Itachi, ignore him, he's so annoying. Ignore him, father, mother, Sasuke, Naruto. You looked so handsome just now, Hinata. Come quickly. Well done, Naruto. It's been a long time since we last met, let's have a chat together. Father, mother, you've grown. Kakashi, the 6th Hokage, looking good. Father, it's been a while. I didn't get a chance to say much during the war. Great-grandfather. Grandma. Second uncle. Ha ha ha. Little gang. Let's go, let's go! It's been ages since we've had a chance to gamble. In my past life, being brought back by the Edo Tensei was all about fighting. It's finally time for some fun, ha ha ha. Jujien. Big brother. Father. Father dear, I will keep an eye on Sasuke for you later. Dad Delta, Shikamaru, when can you bring my daughter-in-law from the village hidden in the clouds for me to meet? Let's see how Naruto arranges it. I miss her too. In the previous life, the Edo Tensei technique was not heavily utilized during the war. Most people were resurrected by Orochimaru later to assist Naruto in creating memory scrolls. Now that we are no longer in wartime, everyone naturally has much to discuss. After a while, Naruto returned to the center of the arena. Everyone, this time we must prepare thoroughly. We will keep the threats at bay from the shinobi world. Through our battles with the Otsutsuki clan, we have gathered substantial intelligence, so now I will assign tasks. Everyone looked at Naruto, waiting for his orders. Orochimaru, Uncle, 2nd Research Technology and Ninjutsu. There are still more than 20 years until the Otsutsuki arrive. Civilian technology is essential. As for ninjutsu, there aren't many who can absorb ninjutsu from the Otsutsuki. Ninjutsu is necessary, and I hope both of you can bring stronger techniques. The Hyuga clan needs innovation and progress. The Otsutsuki also use chakra, so techniques like acupuncture can also work on them. However, the current Hyuga clan is not yet close enough to the Otsutsuki, let alone using acupuncture. Hyuga clan leader, I hope you can develop suitable offensive methods in coordination with Orochimaru, the 2nd Hokage, based on the clan situation. The Uchiha clan is too few in number. Itachi will work with me. I need to find Nagato and Konan, and Sasuke must regain his strength. Our future tasks will be arduous. Madara and Uncle Jujien, you can play on your own or work with the 2nd Hokage to research new ninjutsu and new abilities. If needed, I will reach out to you again. Oh, and Madara, am assigning you the task of locating Obito and Kurizetsu. Gaara, I'm counting on you for the Sand Village. Grandma Mito and Mom, I hope you can advance your sealing techniques and even develop new ones. Find suitable disciples to pass them on. Afterward, you can guide Karen. Perverted Sage, I'm entrusting you with intelligence. We need to track down the Akatsuki and the rest of their organization. The rest of you improve your strengths and maintain the security of the shinobi world. Grandpa Third, extend the invitation to start the 5 Kage Summit. The shinobi world can no longer afford internal strife. Everyone had no objections to Naruto's arrangements and went off to do their own things. Of course, relaxation was not forgotten. Thus the ordinary yet extraordinary days passed one after another. During these days, Danzo had died, and his root organization was destroyed. Among them, Yamato and Sai were found. Naruto had to merge their memories. Yamato began training under Tobirama, and as for the issue of insufficient chakra, there would naturally be ways to solve it later. Sai moved into the mountain clan, where his brother Shin was still alive, and accompanied him, gradually regaining strength, while watching his younger brother and sister-in-law being lovey-dovey, which was both frustrating and delightful. The remaining members of Root returned to their clans or joined the Umbu. As for how to free them from their brainwashing, did you think Madara was just idle? With a glare, was there any problem left? Time passed quickly, and soon the day of the Five Kage Summit arrived. The location for the Five Shadows Conference was set in the Iron Country, as the other three major shadow villages had yet to merge their memories, and needed a neutral country as a witness. The Konoha side was led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Kakashi Naruto Sasuke Shikamaru, and his father Shikaku Tsunade, and 5 masked individuals to the conference location. From the Sunagakure side, Elder Chiyo emerged, bringing along her brother Izo, the 3 siblings Gaara Kankuro, and Temari, as well as several bodyguards to the conference location. The Kumogakure side consisted of the 4th Raikage A along with his brother the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Karabi, and also included Dari, and Kari 2 Jinchuriki from the Muki clan. I was initially apprehensive, but the conference documents indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be bringing Naruto and 3 others, as well as the siblings from Sunagakure, which made him reluctantly agree to bring a few people along. After all, both of their villages had prominent younger generations, so what was there to fear? The Kirigakure side was represented by the 5th Mizuki Terumi, accompanied by Chojuro Ao, and several bodyguards heading to the conference location. It's unclear if Mei had ascended to power during this time frame, but for the sake of the storyline, we'll assume she did, as did Ao. The reason for bringing Chojuro was the same as above. The Iwagakure side was led by Inoki, bringing along Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, the 5-Tails Jinchuriki Han, the 4-Tails Jinchuriki Otsutsuki, and several guards to the conference location for the same reason. Although it was called the 5 Shadows Conference, Sarutobi Hiruzen at Naruto's request also invited the Takigakure, insisting they bring the 7-Tails Jinchuriki to the conference. This time, the matter was no trivial joke. They were directly threatened either bring the 7-Tails Jinchuriki to attend or Sarutobi would personally visit their village to find him. The Takigakure had no choice but to comply. As for the other ninja villages, there was no need to involve them. In other words, this conference gathered all the tail beasts except for the 3 tails, along with all the current and future high-ranking power holders and strategists from the major villages. This meeting would change the course of the future ninja world. As the sun passed, the representatives from the 5 great ninja villages and Takigakure had arrived in the Iron Country, and they were received by the still youthful Mifune. Tomorrow was the day the conference would commence. Although nothing overt occurred today behind the scenes, the 4 ninja villages aside from Konoha and Sunagakure had made their own preparations in case things escalated, ensuring that their younger generations would not perish, thereby securing the future of their villages. The next day at the conference location. Inoki, Chiyo, you 2 old geezers are still alive. Aren't you still living as well? Old thief Hiruzen. You 2 old geezers should keep quiet, it's the era of the youth now. Raikage, watch your words. We old geezers can still fight. Now everyone calm down. The representatives from several major ninja villages here are not to be underestimated, and they have brought their juniors along. While we may not have much to fear in a fight, these juniors might not be so lucky. Isn't that right, Elder Chiyo? Mizuki, you should take care of your own affairs. I, an old woman, have nothing to worry about this time. We are not the main characters. Using the memory scroll upon returning to the village was naturally the first thing Gaara did, allowing the high-ranking officials and elite forces of Sunagakure to merge their memories. Elder Chiyo, having integrated the memories, understood that the focus of this conference was not on her or any shadow, but rather on the younger generation behind them. As for the Takigakure, he naturally kept his distance, too afraid to interject. Any one of these ninja villages could easily wipe them out. It was merely a matter of necessity. Everyone should remain calm. As the host and mediator, Mifune finally found an opportunity to interject. You are all the shadows and elders of your respective villages. The Hokage has summoned you here for a purpose, so let us get to the point. Therefore I declare that this conference officially begins. With the words of Sanbyan falling, the 5th Hokage summit officially began. Sarutobi Sasuke directly signaled Naruto with his eyes, and Naruto understood, walking to the empty space in the center of the seating area. Feel free to picture the venue of the 5th Hokage summit from the anime. In the gaze of some puzzled onlookers, he reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Raikage, Mizuki, and Tsuchikage instantly became alert, but they didn't make any moves since he was just a child. Naruto slowly pulled out a scroll from the pouch. Secret technique. The few who had not fused their memories fell into a daze, while Naruto and the others waited patiently for them to complete their memory fusion. After a moment, the few gradually regained their senses, and their auras had changed to varying degrees. The Mizuki felt a sense of calm within. He understood the situation. If it weren't for the 7 tails and the hero's water, he wouldn't have any part in this at all. Yes, the memory scroll of the Mizuki was due to Orochimaru's research on the hero's water. Sanbun, who had fused memories, cleverly instructed the outside warriors to bring in a few more chairs. He deeply understood that this conference was no longer a meeting of the major forces in the ninja world, but a discussion among the strongest individuals of the present and future ninja world about its direction. Sanbun would no longer be a mere intermediary, but a participant, as he had also taken part in the 4th Great Ninja War, and forged deep friendships with several major ninja villages. Everyone, now this conference truly begins. Naruto, no need for small talk, everyone here is familiar with each other. Naruto returns to the past, finding the adults, and rekindles friendships. Yay! Naruto and Sasuke are still just kids, heh. Lord Mizuki. Ha ha ha. These chakras seem familiar. A sensing ninja named Ao spoke up, looking toward the 5 figures sitting behind the Konoha camp. The 5 figures said nothing, slowly removing their hoods. The god of ninja Senju Hashirama, the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Madara, Minato, Kikuchi Tsukumo. How dare you show yourself before me? Indeed, the masked figures were the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, along with the ninja world's Azura Uchiha Madara and Konoha's white fawn Kikuchi Tsukumo. Remaining in Konoha were Mito, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Fugaku, the heads of various ninja clans, and Kushina. One could only say that with this lineup, even if the Akatsuki organization fully assembled, they would still be dumbfounded. Of course, Itachi had gone back undercover. Ha ha, everyone relax, we're all comrades this time, Naruto's the star. As the eldest brother Hashirama, who was non-expressionless, naturally spoke first. Tobirama and the others remained silent. They weren't that familiar with each other. Minato, however, nodded with his signature sunny smile at the 4th Hokage AI, who had just called him. Everyone, the gathering today has 2 purposes. First, planning for the future of the ninja world. Second, we Fujin Jinchuriki need to strengthen our training. I haven't seen Shikaki Yuki and the others for quite some time. Let's handle things one at a time. Planning for the future of the ninja world isn't something that can be summed up in a few words. Everyone, let's bump fists. As Naruto finished speaking, the others naturally had no objections, and the Jinchuriki raised their fists to bump against Naruto's. Oh! It's been a long time, everyone. Stinky Fox. I didn't expect you were one of the first to use the heavy ion mode back then. I thought it would be the Gaikuki. TCH Stinky Raccoon Cat, don't throw shade. We were all in a tough spot back then. What was I supposed to do without using the heavy ion mode? You dumb fox, can't you just come to us? Our consciousness space isn't just for eating rice. With so many of us, we couldn't figure out that one technique. You? Alright, you two act like children. Yuki, shut up. In the end, weren't you using heavy ions too? Stupid Raccoon Cat, do you think I gave you face? In the end, who hasn't used it? What's with saying that here? Humph. I just didn't expect that after having such a poor relationship with humans, we would ultimately sacrifice our lives for them. Shikaku. You? Alright. Quiet. Hurry and bring Gaara, and we're just waiting for him. The tailed beasts' interactions were not interrupted by the Jinchuriki, who were also grateful to them. In the end, they sacrificed their lives for humanity, for the very humans they once despised. Did you all call me at once? What happened? I was still sleeping. Still sleeping. You're really something, Gaara. Naruto, hurry up. I know, Shikaka, calm down. Secret technique. Sokka, you came back. So what do you want with me? There's no other way. You have no Jinchuriki, so we had to pull you into our communication space. Just like before, we all gave a bit of chakra to Naruto, so from now on that will be our meeting point. That works. Couldn't be better. Shikaka Yugo Gaara Sun Yukon King Mu the Shijo Dog Choming Yuki Kurama, really. Thank you all. PS phone number has been arranged, just waiting for the formal contract to be signed in 10 days. Then, let us now speak freely on the future of the ninja world. Naruto, having just emerged from the tailed beast dimension, introduced the topic. First and foremost is the enhancement of our strength. This is absolutely paramount. I agree. N. Seconded. N. Indeed, the enhancement of strength remains paramount. From our prior engagements with the Otsutsuki clan, we have observed that they are not wholly immune to ninjutsu, rather only certain members possess the ability to absorb it, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. While they do exhibit defenses against physical attacks, like explosions, their primary resilience lies in chakra-based techniques. As for Fuinjutsu, if an opportunity arises, they possess virtually no capacity to resist. Though their resistance to Jinjutsu is formidable, exceptionally skilled Jinjutsu users can still inflict substantial harm. Therefore, I propose developing more potent ninjutsu, refining existing techniques, innovating new Fuinjutsu, identifying promising talents, intensively cultivating taijutsu, ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and Jinjutsu, and never neglecting Senjutsu. Agreed in. Additionally, we must elevate the realm of physical damage. Taijutsu specialists should no longer focus solely on traditional nintaijutsu development. We must seek superior materials, explore novel categories of physical weaponry, and integrate them synergistically with ninjutsu, nintaijutsu, kenjutsu, and other disciplines, thereby forging an entirely new paradigm of taijutsu. Given the Otsutsuki clan's partial resistance to chakra, stemming from their consumption of the chakra fruit, we must either overwhelm them through sheer power or outmaneuver them through refined technique. Thus, pioneering this new taijutsu framework is indispensable. Regarding explosive capabilities, currently only two avenues exist: explosion release Bakutan and explosive tags. Yet both suffer significant limitations. Bakutan is a Kekkei Genkai possessed by few, and even fewer, like Deidara, can wield it remotely. Explosive tags, meanwhile, are costly to produce and cumbersome to deploy. They excel primarily as traps, yet their individual destructive yield remains modest. Only mass deployment can amplify their efficacy, but even after years of production, how many battles could our stockpile sustain? This falls under the domain of novel ninja tool development. If my memory serves, Boruto will return once more. Perhaps then we may explore modifications to the sacred treasure, the plow. Moreover, scientists of exceptional caliber, such as Orochimaru, remain at our disposal. Concerning Jinjutsu, we must urgently identify and nurture exceptional talents. Truly formidable Jinjutsu users are exceedingly scarce. As for Senjutsu, regrettably only the three great sage regions are known to preserve its cultivation methods. These proposals address strength enhancement. But what of the broader geopolitical landscape of the ninja world? Hashirama Senju's younger brother Tobarama Senju, the most strategically astute among those assembled, spoke at last. According to mission records from Naruto's era, the ninja world's power structure is already deeply fragmented, compounded further by organizations such as Akatsuki and countless minor hidden villages. Akatsuki can be absorbed into our alliance. I hold absolute confidence in this, Naruto declared. Minor hidden villages should be integrated primarily through diplomacy, with military action reserved as a secondary measure. Agreed. As for the daimyo, let Konoha's elite Jinjutsu specialists pay them a visit to reveal visions of the future. After all, they are in essence kin. This is no time for internal strife. Furthermore, governance of civil affairs lies beyond our expertise, and truthfully beyond our available time. Here the daimyo's institutional role proves invaluable. Agreed. We lack both the time and the administrative capacity to govern the civilian affairs of the entire ninja world. The continued existence of the daimyo system is therefore indispensable. Also, Kagaya Otsutsuki, if diplomatic engagement proves successful, could become a formidable ally. And we must not overlook the Otsutsuki residing upon the moon. That can wait. First, I must locate Black Setsu, then summon Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Madara Uchiha, who had listened in silence until now, finally interjected. Very well. For now our objectives stand thus: absorb Akatsuki, resolve the matters concerning Kagaya, and Black Setsu, enhance our collective strength, advance technological development. I shall urge Orochimaru to expedite the creation of our video conferencing apparatus, so future coordination may proceed seamlessly. Agreed in. Then this meeting concludes successfully. Standby host of the gathering declared. Let us each return to our respective villages to attend to urgent matters. This assembly shall profoundly shape the ninja world's future. Indeed, our villages still face numerous internal challenges. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye. We are off. The meeting concluded. With a broad strategic vision now established for the ninja world, the delegates dispersed, returning to their villages. A week has passed since the Five Shadows Conference. During this time, the ninja world appears calm on the surface, but the intricate schemes within the various ninja villages are beyond the comprehension of those small villages. One day, in a corner of Konoha, two figures suddenly appeared. What the heck? This is Konoha! You've scared me half to death. The other middle-aged figures suddenly froze. Huh? Why isn't Dad at Hokage Rock? Indeed, these two figures were Sasuke and Boruto, who had come from the future. It can't be. Sasuke jumped onto the roof, leaping towards the highest point nearby while Boruto hurriedly followed. Boruto, this is the old Konoha. The author won't waste words here. If you want to know more, you can check out Boruto Next Generations Chapter 128. Aw, it hurts. Hey, are you alright? As the adult soul of the Seventh Hokage, Naruto naturally wouldn't collide with Boruto. However, Boruto, seeing a figure suddenly appear in front of him, lost his footing and fell. Dad! Boruto! Sasuke immediately sensed something was off. How could Naruto recognize Boruto at this time? Naruto, you! Oh, it's Sasuke! Did you guys come back at this time? What on earth is going on? Why do you know about future events and are not surprised at our arrival? Sasuke blew up, confused about the situation. The past Naruto knows about future events. Calm down, Sasuke. As for what happened, let someone else tell you. Follow me. Hey, Dad, what is going on? You just stay quiet. Just follow me. Boruto wanted to say something, but was stopped by Sasuke following Naruto into the village. However, as they walked, Sasuke felt an inexplicable familiarity with the direction they were headed. Hey Naruto, this direction. Just follow me, there's a surprise in store. After walking for a while, Sasuke saw the familiar clan emblem, the familiar streets, and the familiar houses. Remembering Naruto's mention of a surprise, he instinctively quickened his pace. Hey Sasuke, come out for a moment. What is it? You? Boruto. And me. This time period. Hey Sasuke, let the future you see your memories. While the Sharingan. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and cast an illusion on the elder Sasuke, who did not resist but quietly watched the future unfold within the illusion. Soga. Sarada. Sakura. Naruto. Before elder Sasuke could say anything further, another woman with gray eyes and cracks on her face emerged from the house. Sasuke, did Naruto come to see you about something? Sasuke. Mother. What is this? Edo Tensei. Mikoto did not respond to Sasuke's words, but instead called out into the house. Honey, come out. What happened? Sasuke. Father. Father, mother. The elder Sasuke rushed forward to embrace his parents. Quick, come inside, child. The elder Sasuke followed Fugaku and Mikoto into the house, and young Sasuke exchanged a glance with Naruto before stepping inside as well. Alright Boruto, let's go. Huh? Where to? To find Aunt Sakura, and then we'll go look for your mother and return home together. Huh? Oh. So Naruto took Boruto away, found Sakura, and then went to the Uchiha clan's former grounds, informing her about elder Sasuke's arrival, and then went to the Hyuga clan's territory to find Hinata. After a long absence, Hayashi was very excited to see his grandson hugging Boruto and showering him with affection, and then they all returned home to meet those two. The sky gradually darkened as Naruto, Boruto, and Hinata walked home from the Hyuga compound after spending the afternoon there. Hey Naruto. What is it, Hinata? Well, though Boruto is our son, we're still so young, taking him to meet father and mother feels strangely awkward. Ha, don't worry about it. They absolutely must meet Boruto. And if possible, I'd love for them to meet Himawari too. Huh? Really? And of course. And hey, Mom and Dad, what are you whispering about? And where exactly are we going? This isn't the way home, is it? And we're heading to where I live now. And but isn't our house always that house? No, Boruto, not quite. That house was purchased later by Dad. He never lived there before. Oh, I see. So that's how it is, Mom. Indeed, Naruto's family now resides in the home once occupied by Minato and Kushina. Hinata, still quite young, frequently visits Naruto's residence, but continues living with her own clan at the Hyuga compound as both spouses remain youthful. As for what transpires between them privately, well, such matters remain beyond the knowledge of their elders. I'm home, Dad and Mom. And Father, Mother, I have returned. Ah, Hinata, you've come too. I thought old Hayashi would never let you out this late. Honestly, I can't understand it. You two have been married for years, yet he still won't allow you to live here, making it nearly impossible for me to see you. Now, Kushina, remember they're still so young. Hayashi has his reasons. Oh, who's this? Mom, Dad, This is Boruto, my son. Nah. So this is Boruto. Come here, let Grandma hold you. Your mother's told me so much about you. How did you get here? Is little Himawari not with you? In Naruto and Minato watched the scene with quiet helplessness, yet profound understanding. In his previous life Kushina had scarcely spoken with Boruto. Now overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced the moment fully. Even upon her resurrection through Edo Tensei, she had spent days conversing intensely with Naruto and Hinata. So Naruto, what intelligence do we have on Kage Otsutsuki's descendant Momoshiki? Dad, let's hold off on that for now. Why not gather everyone at the Hokage Tower? Saves me repeating everything. You brat. Dad, in my last life Boruto bore the greatest burden, and I barely spoke with him at all. Naruto's voice softened, his spirit sinking. That was precisely why he'd been so moved just moments earlier. In his prior existence Ada's divine technique had caused immense turmoil. Though eventually undone, it was already too late. The rift had widened, leaving Naruto estranged from Boruto for far too long. Naruto, you, Epsilon very well. Let's set aside those matters for tonight. Let's simply enjoy each other's company. You know full well if urgency demanded it, you wouldn't wait until tomorrow. Minato too recalled the truth. He had glimpsed Naruto's memories during the final battle, and understood the sorrow weighing upon his son's heart. He said nothing more. Let's go join them. Let's talk. Yes. Grandma, let me tell you, Dad became Hokage and was never home. He even ruined Himawari's birthday party and neglected Mom. I don't mind really, but Mom and Himawari and Boruto and that good-for-nothing son of mine. Just then Minato and Naruto arrived, only to hear these words. Naruto felt a sharp pang. Minato gazed at his son with tender sorrow, yet also quiet disappointment. Naruto had indeed overlooked his family. Yet Minato also remembered his son's struggle to express love, not from indifference, but from an unlearned art, and Boruto. I'm sorry. I failed you. I failed all of you. Truly deeply sorry, and Dad. When did you get here? What good is saying that now? And Boruto. Naruto, no need to apologize. I'll hold down the home front. You're Hokage. You bear responsibility for the entire village. Naruto, you good-for-nothing boy. Kushina faltered, torn. Was Naruto truly wrong? Not entirely. Was he wholly right? No, he had neglected his family. And no, Hinata, it is I as husband and father who failed. It is my fault. But this time, I will stay beside you. No longer will you pine for me in silence. Huh? Mom. You like Dad, a total goofball. And you brat. Boruto. Don't speak so disrespectfully of your father. He is a true hero. And yeah, I got it, Mom. So Nagi. Bang. Now. Grandma, what was that for? And you must never speak so disrespectfully toward your parents. Kushina, go easy on him, and him. The next day, in the Hokage office. At this moment, the Hokage office was filled with many people, including the 1st to 7th Hokage, the 2 great strategists of Konoha, Nara and his son Nara Shikamaru Uchiha Fugaku Orochimaru, and the 3 members of Team 7 Sasuke and Boruto. As for the reason they gathered here, it was naturally for the impending arrival of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and the possibilities of connecting with the future. So what we currently know about Otsutsuki Kinshiki's abilities includes the first ocular technique Byakugan, the ability to use time reversal, and the blue Rinnegan that enables body flicker, the red Rinnegan that accelerates the opening and closing of the yellow springs, and the golden Rinnegan that possesses teleportation Shinra Tensei, and the ability to absorb ninjutsu in its crane form. The time-space ninjutsu yellow springs and other ninjutsu that freeze time, combined with the red light fishing rod for chakra absorption and the technique heavenly destruction wave. The ninja tools consist of the red light fishing rod, the red light fish basket puppets obtained from Otsutsuki Shin, a red protective shield, and a black rod. The special form crane form significantly enhances speed and strength. Right. Shikaku summarized the fragmented information they had gathered through discussion. Yes, that's right. The last time we faced Kinshiki, Uncle Jiraiya used a colorless and tasteless acid poison from the stomach of a giant toad, and then Kinshiki consumed the red light fish basket, activating his crane form with his own blue Rinnegan, after which we defeated him under the bombardment of powerful ninjutsu. Moreover, based on that performance, and the situation during the later battle, it seems Otsutsuki knows very little about sealing techniques. Sasuke added, recounting their previous victory over Kinshiki. So what we know about the feasible strategy for this battle is to use a time-space barrier to disrupt Otsutsuki Kinshiki's time-space ninjutsu. Poison has a certain effect on him, preferably a colorless and tasteless toxin. After that, sealing techniques or powerful ninjutsu can be used to eliminate him. That's correct. Alright, then it will be up to Lord Mizuto and Kushina to cast the time-space barrier and be ready to use sealing techniques at any moment. Lord Hashirama will use a small scale would release to produce toxins to affect Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Considering sealing techniques alone cannot kill him, large-scale ninjutsu might damage his body. If possible, I hope we can preserve his corpse for intelligence gathering or to hand over to Orochimaru and the second Hokage for research. I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee anything, Naruto replied. It's alright, Naruto-kun. I already have quite a bit of experimental data from the last life. However, if we can preserve him, that would be even better. The bodies of the Otsutsuki clan have their uses, hee. By the way, Orochimaru, how far have you progressed in the research of the divine tool, the plow, from the last life? The divine tool plow, a treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, is meant to traverse time and space. Theoretically, it can be used countless times unless a ninjutsu like the one used to send Naruto-kun's consciousness back is applied, which would cause irreparable damage to the plow. This damage occurs because a computational overload. It is neither a purely mechanical nor a living entity, hence it can actually be used more than 5 times in a short period. After 5 uses, it requires over a year to be used again. Additionally, through this visit we can ascertain that the plow can communicate with parallel worlds, otherwise we wouldn't be able to affect the future. I understand. By the way, we also need to trouble Grandfather III to contact Itachi, and to reach out to Tsunagakure and Kumogakure. After all, the plow can be used 5 times, and with this usage there are 4 times left. It's about time for you guys to meet our descendants. Hey Pops, where are you taking me? Oh, just come along. We agreed on a dinner today. I want you to meet some of your uncles. Leaving the Huang Tower, Mingren and his son walked down the street, followed by Luwan's Wuzhu, and Xiaoying and another elder's Wuzhu. Their destination was a forest near Mai. They had all agreed to dine together today. Zwuzhu. HM. So does that mean we can see Ziliangna? Ah, in a couple of days after we deal with Pushi. It feels like ages since I last saw Ziliangna. I miss her. Mom, then will I get to meet Uncle Ningxi? Yes, this time you can meet your Uncle Ningxi. I even asked Uncle Ningxi to bring your Aunt Huahua along. Aunt? Borin shivered at the thought of his aunt's intimidating manner from past meetings, though he comforted himself that she was only a child now, and probably would not behave the same way anymore, hopefully. Hey Mina, we're here. We've been waiting for you, Mingren. Well, with Pushi coming, we needed to prepare a bit, right? Teacher Kakashi, you're here too. Yes. Since we don't know exactly when Pushi will arrive, and your strength is limited by youth, it's better that a few of us stay, just in case. Oh, it's all right. Today is for enjoyment. Pushi should arrive tomorrow. Still, it's wise to be cautious. Wow. Little Boring, come let your aunt hug you. Aunt slowed down. Ah, it's been so long. Not that long. I just visited you and Grandpa a couple of days ago. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Huahua. Got it, sister. Brother Ningxi, this is Borin. Borin, this is your Uncle Ningxi. Oh, hello, Uncle Ningxi. Hello, Borin. Nice to meet you. Ningxi, meeting Borin for the first time, fumbled awkwardly and patted his pockets, having nothing appropriate to offer. I have some money on me, take it for now. I can't get anything else out at the moment. Ah. Oh. Borin, also meeting this uncle for the first time, looked a little dazed. Brother Ningxi. How could your father and I not give this child some money? What are you doing? Yeah, Ningxi, you. It's fine, it's different. After all, it's Borin's first time meeting him. Brother Ningxi, never mind. Borin, don't squander it. I know, Mom, you're so nagging. Borin, you must not speak to your mother like that. Ah, I know Uncle Ningxi and Mom seem to. Hey, Borin, Saxibuli. Saxibuli Dana Borin. Let us have a youthful picnic. Uncle Kakashi, teacher Kai, long time no see. Saxibuli Borin. Ah. And Hong, long time no see. This is Ashima, my husband. Oh, hello, Uncle Ashima. Oh. Hello, Borin. Borin. Come here and help clean the fish. Dad, can't you do it yourself? You brat, stop talking and come here. Oh ho, so everyone is here. Lecherous Sage. Senior Zio, how many times? Lecherous Sage, how did you manage to come? Since Boren came, of course, I had to come see him. Hello, Boren. Hello, Teacher Zio. Calling me teacher isn't wrong to be sure. The living Zio. Boren muttered softly. He had only ever accompanied Mingern to visit Zio's grave before. This was the first time he had met Zio alive. Hey, you little brat. A thud. Aw. That hurts. Dad, what are you doing? How dare you speak like that? Sorry. Ha ha ha. Daijiabu. Zio had seen Mingern's memories, and therefore understood why Boren had spoken as he did. He took it lightly. Time to eat. Oh. Coming. Thus they spent a delightful day. Everyone enjoyed themselves, and as night fell they returned home. Chutian continued on to Mingern's house, and Riza said nothing. The next day marked the third day since Naruto and Sasuke had returned to the era of the wind. According to the memories from his past life, today was also the day when Otsutsuki Kinshiki would arrive. Thus the small team led by Sasuke and Boruto had set off early to the nearby forest outside of Konoha village, where the space-time barrier had already been prepared. Meanwhile, the first Hokage Madara, the fourth, fifth, and sixth Hokages Kushina and Jiraiya were lurking in the shadows. They had no intention of intervening immediately. Based on the strength displayed by Kinshiki, there was no need to do so. Naruto and the others had also undergone considerable recovery training, and with Sasuke possessing the Rinnegan and the prepared space-time barrier, they only needed to be ready to intervene should anything unexpected occur. Madara was simply there to enjoy the spectacle, as he had been quite bored over the past 2 days. Moreover, the first, fourth Madara and Kushina were all reanimated bodies, and with one yin-yang release, wouldn't they just blow up? As for our third and second Hokages, they were busy dealing with village affairs. Shikaku continued his role as the head of the Umbu. There wasn't a need for many people here if Kinshiki could escape from a circle of powerful figures such as the god of ninjas, the ninja world's Ashura, the fastest in the ninja world Kakashi, the intelligence of Jiraiya, the pinnacle Tsunade, and the second most powerful sealing master in the ninja world. It would be truly extraordinary. Thus our fishing masters quietly waited for the fish to swim into the net. Hey master, don't you have very little chakra? Why is it that you're low on chakra at such an old age? Losing an arm does have an impact on chakra. Then why doesn't master let Orochimaru give you a new arm like he did for dad? Once those words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. After a long while it was Sasuke who spoke first. To atone for my sins. Sasuke. Alright, this time your arm won't be lost. Those things won't happen, so don't worry about them. Just then a kunai flew in from a distance, landing at everyone's feet with the words, innocent, written on it. Seeing those 2 words, Sasuke's pupils constricted. At this moment, the one who could express such a meaning was undoubtedly the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage. Yo, Uzumaki Naruto, it took me quite a bit of effort to see you. I will accept the chakra of the 9 tails. Indeed, the visitor was Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Naruto smiled slightly, a golden chakra cloak shimmering around him. With a body flicker technique, he appeared behind Kinshiki, gathering a Rasengan and smashing it toward him. Nani! Kinshiki was stunned by Naruto's speed and the chakra cloak surrounding him. Just as he was about to activate the horn, he realized he couldn't do so, which shocked him even more. As seasoned shinobi, they activated the space-time barrier the moment Kinshiki appeared, rendering him completely trapped. Though Kinshiki couldn't successfully use horn, he still managed to twist his body using his combat experience, and narrowly avoided being hit hard by Naruto's Rasengan. Pretty quick reactions, huh? Sasuke. Sakura. Oh. Wakata yo. Here we go. The 4 of them displayed astonishing teamwork, with Sasuke activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the elder Sasuke activating his Rinnegan, while Sakura gathered chakra into her fists. The 4 of them charged towards Kinshiki. Boruto could only watch the battle from a distance, unable to clearly see the figures of his predecessors. All he could see were trails of chakra light, and several ninjutsu flying towards Kinshiki. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind. So strong. Far stronger than a human. After a brief entanglement, the 4 of them created some distance. The small team and the elder Sasuke surrounded Kinshiki in the middle. Each of them bore various injuries, and looked somewhat disheveled, while Kinshiki caught between them, was in a far worse state, covered in marks from ninjutsu and numerous cuts and bruises. Is my body still too small? The burden is a bit heavy. Chakra! How could these lowly beings manage this? The four exchanged glances. Sakura charged forward again to restrain Kinshiki, while Naruto gathered wind release into his Raisin Shuriken, and Sasuke activated Susanoo to channel fire release into a Gekido. At the moment of attack, the elder Sasuke used Tenjin to switch a kunai with Sakura and Naruto, and Sasuke's attacks reached Kinshiki simultaneously, who barely had time to react before being hit by their combined ninjutsu. Boom! The explosion echoed, and a cloud of dust obscured the situation. The four of them panted heavily on the sidelines. The small team struggled due to their smaller bodies, while the elder Sasuke was running low on chakra. You lowly beings! You've provoked me! From within the smoke emerged a figure, Kinshiki in his sage mode. Diamond Lock! From behind Naruto and the others, several golden chains flew out, firmly binding Kinshiki. Would release Great Forest of the Temple, Flying Thunder God technique. Kushina reacted swiftly, and the moment the sealing technique from Hashirama and Kushina arrived, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside Kinshiki, using a kunai to behead him directly. Well done, you three. Given the current physical development of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, and considering that apart from Naruto, who has the Uzumaki bloodline, and the help of Kurama, the chakra of the three of you has achieved this level, it's quite impressive. Haha, of course. You're too kind. Haha, alright, let's head back to the village. Fourth Hokage, could you please take Kinshiki to the torture department and to Orochimaru's place? Sure, I understand. Naruto, let me treat you to some ramen. Watergate smiled, clearly pleased with their performance. Yo! Ramen. Mom, I tell you, the tonkatsu ramen that Uncle Ikaku makes is absolutely delicious, I love it. Okay, then eat a lot later. With that, the matter came to a close. Kinshiki was beheaded, his body preserved, and Naruto and the others experienced a thrilling battle after a long time. Boruto also witnessed the power of the older generation. P.S. The little author did his best. I really can't write battle scenes. Please be forgiving. Charging complete. A turtle head emerged from a bowl, emitting a mechanical voice. Hey master, Lee's charging is complete. Does that mean we're heading back? Time to return. Sasuke. 1-1-7. How did you get back? Dazwojo, having accessed Sasuke's memories, naturally knew that Itachi had also integrated those same recollections. The Hokage sent word urging me to return immediately. Are you leaving? It was Itachi himself, rushed back just in time. 2 days earlier the Hokage had summoned him. He'd swiftly concluded all pending affairs, and hastened home without delay. Itachi, go home and wait. I'll come see you again shortly. At that moment an ANBU operative appeared. Sasuke, this is for you, from the Hokage. The ANBU handed Sasuke a scroll, then vanished instantly via body flicker technique. On the scroll's surface was inscribed a single kanji: Naruto. This is Naruto's memory scroll. Did Orochimaru just finish crafting it? Let me use it on Naruto. Itachi, you go home first. I'll visit again later. Very well. Though Itachi had already spoken with the future returning Sasuke, gazing upon this Sasuke, who now stood taller and older than himself, stirred deep, unquiet ripples within his heart. Master! All right, let's go! We'll be back soon. Oh, beep beep. Please set temporal coordinates for transit. Our departure time, the exact moment before our jump. I don't actually know the precise hour. Understood. Constructing space-time corridor now. Moments later, a shimmering space-time tunnel materialized before Dazwojo and Boruto. Without hesitation, Dazwojo cast one last glance, and stepped through, guiding Boruto behind him. They've departed. Ah, but they'll return soon. With them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the Boruto era, the Hokage Tower stood silent beneath the dawn light. Sasuke! Boruto! What brings you here? Secret technique. Look who's back, our very own Sasuke, ready to ignite Amaterasu at the slightest provocation. Everyone always says that this were the original Sasuke, Amaterasu would have already flared. This time I'll unleash a technique with no wind-up. Can you even react? After a brief pause, the Seventh Hokage completed memory integration and rubbed his temples. So, you traveled to the past of a parallel world. And now you've returned, not just yourselves, but to bring us and our children back. To meet our younger selves. Right. Lee requires 2 more days to recharge. Prepare accordingly. You? You make it sound so simple. How am I supposed to explain that to everyone? Just go, and let them handle the explanations. Ugh, seriously. TCH. Dad's truly hopeless. Brat. If you hit me, I'll tell Grandma. She said outright, if you bully me again, I'm to run straight to her. You? At the thought of his mother, Hinata, her crimson hair billowing like flame, the diamond-hard fist aura shimmering behind her, and her voice ringing out. Naruto! You irresponsible boy, you barely set foot in this house. And now you dare torment my sweet grandson. Naruto shuddered involuntarily. Fine, fine, I'll take care of everything. Meet at training ground 2 in 2 days. Time to find Mom and Himawari. You stay here, Dad. Boruto tossed a cheeky wink over his shoulder, stuck out his tongue at Naruto, and fled like a startled sparrow. That little rascal even dares tease me, his own father. Still, good. Sasuke, you handle Sakura and Sarada. See you at training ground 2 in 2 days. Though Naruto feigned irritation, a quiet, tender smile curled at the corner of his lips, for in times past Boruto wouldn't even exchange more than a curt word with him. Their closeness had been forged only in secret shadow carvings on the Hokage monument, stolen glances, silent understandings, moments too fragile to name aloud. After finishing his duties, Naruto returned home, not to the sofa nor to the narrow guest room bed, but slipped quietly into the master bedroom. Gently lifting Himawari, he carried her to Boruto's room, nestling the siblings together beneath the same quilt. Then, slipping beneath the covers himself, he drew Hinata close, her warmth anchoring him. Though a seasoned jonin, Hinata needed no alarm to sense his presence, yet she merely smiled, soft, knowing, indulgent, as she watched him move with such quiet reverence. Why are you here in your true body this time? I can tell, before it was always a shadow clone. He was utterly exhausted. So he split into 2 clones, one resting on the living room sofa, another keeping you company in bed. This time he wants real rest. No clones, no cramped guest bed. He needs peace. He needs us. His family. Right, wife? Having absorbed the memories, including those of the pain-era Naruto whose chakra infused the scroll, Naruto carried fresh weight, the searing grief of losing Hinata, Boruto, and his comrades, who'd shielded him with their lives, the sting of his mother scolding her love, her wisdom. His heart had shifted. Yes, he was Hokage. But for too long he'd sacrificed the warmth of home upon the altar of duty. The detail about dedicated sleep clones came from research. 2 clones, one napping on the couch, one sharing Hinata's bed. Initially I'd assumed Naruto slept nightly in that tiny guest room bed, the iconic scene where Boruto calls him Dad, but further checking revealed otherwise. So I adjusted accordingly. Honestly, still flirting after all these years. Go to sleep already. Her tone held gentle reproof, but beneath it flowed unmistakable affection, soft as moonlight on still water. Hinata. What is it? A surprise, coming in 2 days. I know. Sleep now. You've worked so hard. Hinata. What now? Nothing, just wanted to say your name. I'm here. Hinata. Her fingers traced slow, soothing circles across Naruto's back, her gaze tender and sorrowful. They'd grown up side by side. She knew him better than anyone. Something was different today. She saw it, felt it. Yet he remained silent, and so she asked nothing. He was spent. At home, she would be his harbor, his sanctuary. And though she said nothing, a quiet, hopeful flutter stirred within her, anticipating the surprise he promised. The couple lay entwined, breaths slowing, sinking gently into slumber. At dawn, Himawari stirred awake, blinking groggily. She stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, bewildered. Huh? Where am I? Boruto, waking beside her, understood instantly. Of course, during the Shippuden era his parents had been hopelessly, hilariously inseparable. And worse, they'd shoot him away whenever he wandered too near their shared space. That childhood heartbreak still stung Dad fine, but Mom too. On the 3rd day, training ground 2 bustled with familiar faces. The Uzumaki family of 4. The Uchiha family of 3. The Nara, Kimichi, Yamanaka, Lee, Inuzuka, Aburame, Tenten, Kurenai, Sarutobi, Mirai, Kakashi, Tsunade, Hayashi, Might Guy, Konohamaru, Hanabi. Even Orochimaru, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo stood among them. Most wore expressions of polite confusion, unsure why they'd been summoned. Beep beep. Charging complete. Uchiha Sasuke, please set temporal coordinates for transit. Return to the same world as before, but 10 minutes later than our prior departure. Constructing space-time corridor. As the shimmering vortex unfolded before them, the group exchanged glances, then led by Naruto stepped forward as one. As they stepped out of the temporal passage, everyone peered around with curious eyes, and found themselves in a stand of trees. Even so ordinary a grove carried an uncanny familiarity, at once known and strange. "'Twas you. And mem, wait a moment, they should have sensed us by now." Sure enough, before long a lone figure came racing from the distance. "Hey, 'twas you arrived already? Baka, we've been over there for 2 days." "You rascal." The onlookers all gaped in astonishment, everyone except Mingren. "What is happening?" The same question rose in their hearts. The figure speaking with Zhuozhu was eerily familiar. That was Mingren as a child. Only, Mingren was standing right there as well. "Hey Mingren, what is the situation?" The strategist was the first to react. "Well, in this matter, I think someone else is better suited to explain." Mingren could not tell whether memories from this stretch of the Gale era had somehow surfaced. In any case, he slipped back into his old mischievous manner. "Hey, Zhuozhu is ignoring me. Zhuozhu is ignoring us." The others were still bewildered, answering in stunned tones. "All right, let us go." Having come to the Gale era, as an adult for the second time, Zhuozhu naturally assumed the role of temporary leader. "Yoshi, let's go." Little Mingren strode ahead, followed by Big Zhuozhu and adult Mingren. The Zhonghua people behind them could only exchange glances before falling into step. "Is my mother at the clan's land?" I think my mother went out shopping with hers." "Shopping? Very well. What shall we do then?" "Don't panic. First go see Third Grandpa tonight. It'll gather everyone together." Seeing my childhood self feels so incongruous. TCH, if you watch Little Chu Tian, and me being all lovey-dovey, wouldn't that feel even more jarring? "What are you saying? Such a lecherous immortal you are." Mingren listened to little Mingren, and could not help but mutter inwardly, was I really this exasperating as a child? No, surely not. Who knows where he went, probably spying again. Goodness, he isn't afraid of gang show granny hitting him. He's used to it, isn't he? The Zhonghua people behind them grew even more perplexed by the conversation. Zhuozhu and Mingren's mother. Sandai Lord. Zilai Lord. They. Could it be? They were after all elites, capable of deducing much from the evidence before them. The youngsters, however, were utterly bewildered. They were unfamiliar with Mingren's childhood. "Mom, this older brother looks like Dad when he was young. This is Dad as a child, little Kue. But isn't Dad standing over there? Why is his childhood self here too? Why is his younger self here as well? I don't know either. Brother, do you know why? Wait a bit, you'll see soon. If Dad won't tell me, how could I explain?" "All right, little Kue, let's wait a moment, okay? Well, ask Dad later." "All right." They walked into Muyi, the village at once strange and familiar, and all felt a surge of emotion. Little Mingren, adult Mingren, and Zhuozhu went to the Huiying building, while the others wandered the streets with the children. "Third Grandpa too. Sandname. Oh, Mingren, Zhuozhu, you arrived. Zhuozhu is ignoring you, Mingren." "Yes, Zhuozhu is ignoring me. I never thought I would have the chance to return at this time." "Ha ha, life always offers countless possibilities, does it not?" "Indeed." A knock sounded at the door. "Please come in." "Sandai Huiying Lord Mingren. You came too. Oh wei, I Lu, you are here. Mingren, where is Lu Tai? Has he arrived? Has he come? Shouju, calm down. They are strolling in the village right now." Another knock sounded at the door. "Sandai Huiying Lord. Oh, Mingren, you are here as well. The way you two speak is remarkably similar. Oh, what a sight, both great and small together, so rare and delightful. Oh, is Big Uncle leading the group? Of course. All right, you young ones, go have fun. I will tell Dingsville later you can gather at Chio Dao's barbecue shop. This old man still has matters of state to attend to." "Hi. Well then, Lord Huiying, we shall be off, for now you must come later too. Farewell, Sandai Lord." By the time to Mingren and Zhuozhu arrived, it was already nearing dusk. After a brief conversation, the hour had grown late, so a few from Shayin and Yun'in trailed behind Zhuozhu to the Chio Dao clan's barbecue shop. Mingren went to seek out those who had come from the Bo Ren period, and Mingren set off to notify the people of the Ji Feng period. Tonight even the Chiao Dao barbecue would command such respect that De Tong Mu Ila himself would think twice before entering. From Mu Yi there stood 1 Huang each from the 1st through the 4th, 2 each from the 5th through the 7th. Among the 3 legendary Sannin there were 3 bearing the epithet Huangdu, 6 living members of the Yushi Bo, 4 remaining of the Xian, Wei Zhu excluding Ming Ren, not to speak of the Qian Shou line. In front were 6 from the Ri Yang, 16 from the Zhuludai formation, the 3rd's grandson, 3 of the Qi Mu household, a number of younger faces, and even a stealthy old Mr. Tao lurking about. 2 complete 9 tails, 1 8 tails, 1 1 tail. This lineup is overwhelmingly uncanny. Anyone who sees it would be stunned. Those of us present grew quieter. The scene was simply too strange. In the end, 17 youngsters from the Ji Feng period, Ka, Shi Hong Kai, and Di Shi Wan were among the first to step toward their counterparts, extending their hands to bump fists with their future selves. Ming Ren then produced a memory scroll, allowing the Bo Renera children to fuse in those memories. This scene feels so eerie. Zi Lai Yi. Gang Shou, though still youthful in appearance, and actually around 70, had the corners of her eyes redden. He double the joy, someone teased. Baka. Baka. A sudden bang sounded. Again, there was a loud impact and an exclamation. Gang Shou employed her monstrous strength twice. The effect was decisive. Zi Lai Yi could not withstand it, and toppled, rendered unable to fight. The victor was, a slip of the tongue. Blushing, Gang Shou hurried to tend to Zi Lai Yi. He could not have fallen to the hands of Xiao, only to be finished by her own. Little Gang. Big sister Gang Shou. Grandmother. Jiao Xin Nai. Can Jiao Lang uncle Wei I Luo uncle? Lu Tai remembered to visit us more often. Oh. What a bother, let's go Lu Tai. Huh? Father, you directing me, while looking like the younger version of myself, is so incongruous. What then? The child like me will not do, so you want me to take over. TCH, father is such a fuss. You little brat. Your mother is here, why did you not at least greet her? Mother was so beautiful even when young. I do not understand how she came to be with father. You are rather smut-tongued. Aren't you tired of making trouble? When did you start speaking so well, you rascal? What is that brat saying? All right, Lu Wan Te Mari Lu Tai, come let grandfather and grandmother have a look. Grandfather. Grandmother. Yes, the young man looked spirited enough. Te Mari, thank you for all you have done for the Nara household. Father, you flatter me. I have already married Lu Wan. It is what a daughter-in-law should do. All right, enough about the 5 men. The 3 of us will go over and chat. Oh, very well, mother. Father, mother. Grandfather and grandmother. Father, this is Jingjin. I have heard of you from your mother, a fine child indeed. Saw ye go and talk with Xian. Very well, father, I will go. Go on then, the older me will remain here. Jingjin, how are you progressing with the secret arts of our Shanzhong clan? Talk with grandfather about it. He. You old fellow, if you have nothing to say, then do not force it. Jingjin can be left aside. The 2 of them said they would go, so come to grandmother instead. Grandmother. Mother. Grandfather and grandmother. Father and mother. Oh, Dai has arrived. Come quick, come sit by grandfather. I'll roast your favorite pork belly. Here I am. You 2 sit too. Hai and Lu Jiao left early in their past life and never saw children. As for me, call over Lu Wan and Jingjin later. We will go to his ma's place. Father. I know. You wish them to speak with him, I understand. Father. She, in the end, neither of you foul kids inherited my Chi Mu family's sword techniques. Well? The 2 she exchanged a glance, awkward and helpless. Forget it. Little She, while you are still young you will start learning from me. Why? I still do not have enough of the Zuiyin chakra. Why will you not let him inherit? What do you think? She then remembered that a father cannot bind his future self. The one who suffers must be him alone. Father. The future. Maru, you have grown. Uncle. As Ma. Hong, you have worked hard. Knowing that I have struggled, you must take more care of yourself. As Ma, teacher. The 3 of you brats, what brings you here, especially Lu Wan and Jingjin? Why did you not stay and accompany Lu Jiao and Hai Yi to visit me? Father sent us, they replied. You have all grown into capable people able to take charge on your own. As Ma, teacher. Father. We have perhaps overlooked our future. The future is a little displeased. Niji. Ten. Calm down. Seeing Niji utterly unfazed, Despite his youth, Tenten lunged forward without hesitation. Niji, I've missed you so much. Tenten, it's been a long time. There, calm yourself now. Young Tenten stepped forward. Easy for you to say, you spend every day with Niji, murmured the elder Tenten under her breath, her tone faintly laced with envy. Could it be the younger self was jealous of her older self? All right, let's go talk. You'll be staying several days anyway, and Lord Hayashi has been longing to see Niji. Young Tenten firmly dragged the elder Tenten away. Boruto! Koharu! Hinata rushed forward, embracing her children, her emotions overflowing. After all, she was their mother. And Mom. Yes, it's me, little Koharu. Wow. Mom was so adorable and beautiful as a child, and Dad was so handsome too. Ha ha. Naruto, ever the cheerful fool, laughed heartily from the side. But Koharu is the most adorable of all. I love Mom the most. Doesn't Koharu love Dad? I love Dad the most too. What about Andy? And Grandfather too. Oh dear, I love them all truly. Ha ha. Let's go join them. Naruto spoke up, then strode toward Niji. Mom, is that Uncle Niji? Yes, Koharu, that's Uncle Niji. Shall I take you over to meet him? Oh, okay. Hurry up, brother. Coming. Boruto hurried to catch up. Niji. Lord Hayashi. Hanabi's sister. Gazing at Hanabi, who appeared older than himself, Niji faltered, uncertain how to address her. Call him Great Uncle. Great Uncle. Good, that's right. Father Hanabi Niji. Father Hanabi, elder brother Niji. Grandfather. Auntie. Uncles, both of you. Father. Elder brother Niji. Hayashi. Ah, Naruto Minato, you arrived. A whole family had gathered. Minato Kushina, both Naruto's, both Hinata's, Lord Hayashi, and young Hanabi. No matter how many times I see my two aunts, I still feel a chill. Boruto could never forget the psychological trauma they'd inflicted upon him. Now there are two aunts. Ugh, I can't even imagine it. And grandfather stands right beside them. Two grandfathers. Two aunts. Boruto shuddered. Niji, this is Boruto. And this is Koharu. Ah, hello there. Niji sounded somewhat stiff and reserved. Hello, Uncle Niji. Hello, Uncle Niji. Pleased to meet you. I've heard from Naruto about your recent battle, Boruto. It was impressive. And Koharu is utterly charming. Not at all. Thank you, Uncle Niji. You too. Don't leave grandfather standing there all alone. Grandfather feels so sad. Grandfather. Don't be upset, grandfather. Koharu will hug you tight. Mwah. I've got this, grandfather too. Koharu. Andy wants one too. And me, I want one too. Brother, save me. Sister, you're on your own. I'm powerless here. Boruto. Auntie, please don't come any closer. Ha ha. Father, Mother Itachi, this is my wife Uchiha Sakura and our daughter Sarada. Sarada, these are your grandparents, and this is your uncle. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. Hello, uncle. Hello there, Sarada. Sarada, come here quickly. Grandmother. All right, mother. Sakura, let's go. We'll leave the three of them to talk. They have things to discuss. Mikoto gently took Sarada's hand and beckoned Sakura aside, allowing father and sons their private reunion. Yes, mother. Sasuke, you know the truth now, don't you? Yes. I do. Sasuke, Mighty One, no need to say more. After the Great War I endured much. Though I still cannot condone your choice of Sarada's presence, and Naruto, that knucklehead fool who pulled me from darkness, alongside Sakura and all of them, has granted me a measure of understanding. Still, I will walk a better path than you did. As Sasuke spoke, he glanced back at the group, laughing warmly together. Even his stern, unyielding face softened with the faintest trace of a smile, not the cold, dismissive smirk of old, but one rich with sorrow, forgiveness, love, and quiet resolve. Enough, Sasuke Itachi. What's done is done. No regret can undo it. Ever since Minato sacrificed himself, I sensed something inevitable. Yet I never imagined you would be. Itachi, becoming clan head demands not only strength but wisdom. Did I truly fail to see the rot within the Uchiha? No, I saw it clearly. But what good was sight alone? I could do nothing. So only two outcomes remained: either the Uchiha launched their coup and failed, or their rebellion was crushed before it even began. At the time, I simply couldn't foresee how they would act.
Fugaku paused. Had he truly been blind? No, he'd foreseen it, the Umbu elite joining converging en masse. Yet that very response only hastened the clan's descent into revolt. The second path, dismantling the Uchiha from within, had seemed plausible, until Shursui died.
So brothers, you must lay aside your estrangement. I refuse to see the last two surviving Uchiha heirs torn apart by grudges. Father, Sasuke, he is your elder brother. He is Uchiha Itachi. Father! Why such shock? Itachi, I told you that day your mother, and I hold no blame against you. Compared to your burden, our grief was fleeting. Father! Sasuke, you have always been the pride of your mother and me.
Fugaku offered no lecture, only a tender, compassionate smile as he spoke those words. At that moment Mikoto approached and gathered her three children into a single trembling embrace.
Mother! Mother!
Unlike Itachi, who stood speechless, Sasuke wept openly. The memory burned deep, his father's quiet sigh after teaching him the great fireball technique.
You truly can't compare to Itachi.
That phrase had carved itself into his soul. He never sought rivalry. He only longed to earn his parents' pride, to bear the Uchiha name with honor.
Nizan! Sasuke!
At that single trembling address Itachi's composure shattered, and tears streamed down his face. Itachi turned and embraced both Sasuke and Sarada. Mikoto held them all close, and Fugaku stepped forward, placing a gentle hand upon his wife's shoulder. Sasuke too remembered his wife and daughter, drawing Sakura and Sarada into the circle. There beneath the dappled light of home, the Uchiha family stood whole once more.
Sarada, tomorrow uncle will train with you. Sasuke, you're coming too. Yes, uncle. Nizan. Woof. Ah, wearing this teacher's attire again brings back such fond memories. Then wear it yourself, why not? Oh ho ho, youth. This is youth. I've decided I'll walk 500 laps around Konoha, upside down, tomorrow. Absolutely. Kaizen-sai, please take it easy, though I admit seeing you like this is rather stirring. Truly, this is youth. Sensei. My guy, let's do it together tomorrow. Yes, father. You five, don't get carried away.
Asami sighed in exasperation, yet her tone held affection, for this boisterous energy had defined Lee and his friends since their earliest days.
Oh my, though I've seen countless clones, meeting oneself face-to-face remains utterly unique. Encountering any difficulties. Progress remains steady, but with your insight development may accelerate. Join me in the lab tomorrow. Orochimaru-sama, it's been far too long. Orochimaru-sama, to me, you have always been my guiding star. Yamato, go find Boruto and the others. Meet the legends of the past generation. Yes, father. Oh my, Karen has blossomed into a true beauty. Abakan. Ha ha, so this is Suigetsu. A fine young man indeed. TCH him. Ah, my sincerest apologies. Ha ha ha, Karen, don't tease him so. You two must build a happy life together.
Time flies, and a week has passed since the people from Boruto's era arrived in the Wind period. This week has been warm and beautiful. Jiraiya travels daily between the Shinja clan and Naruto's family, showing great affection for his two apprentices. However, sometimes he feels the generational gap is a bit strange. Niji is busy running back and forth every day, sometimes accompanying the two on shopping trips, other times chatting with Hisashi at home and training, and occasionally visiting Naruto to see his sister and his niece and nephew. As for Naruto's family, they often visit the Nara clan and the Uchiha family. Boruto rarely follows them to the Nara clan. His two grandfathers and two aunts are quite intimidating, but he has his reasons. He needs to train. Oh right, whenever Naruto's family visits the Nara clan, they are always followed by two figures. One is Konohamaru, and the other is Moegi. The reason? It's to find Naruto, but coincidentally, they always meet Konohamaru halfway to the Nara clan. Sasuke and Sakura have finally settled into married life. Sakura returned home a few times, but has been staying at the Uchiha clan since she married Sasuke. Itachi has kept his promise, training Sarada for several days. The two Sasukes are quite affectionate with their uncle and niece, often pulling Boruto into their playful arguments, while the other five watch irresponsibly. Fugaku and Mikoto watched from a distance, snuggled together, both displaying happy and satisfied smiles. The Nara family is bustling with many people in the courtyard. Indeed, the old Shikaku is training the next generation of Nara. Shikadai and Chocho are fine, but ever since Hachi learned that Izuno isn't very skilled in the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan, he has been deep in thought, and seems to have made some kind of decision. No one knows exactly what happened in the following days, but later it was heard that the Yamashiro clan leader's home often echoed with children's cries and Hachi's roars. Suddenly a handsome middle-aged man appeared on the streets of Konoha. But why does he look so familiar with a bushy beard? Those who recognized him were surprised. How could Asuma bear to shave off his beard? Later it was revealed that Asuma had been thinking about bonding with his daughter, but she found his beard annoying. Asuma ended up shaving his meticulously groomed beard, and surprisingly he looked quite handsome without it.
Yo! Youth! This is youth teacher guy. Dad, this is so embarrassing. Metal.
Indeed, our youthful brother and uncle, along with their youthful wives and socially awkward son, are running upside down through the village every day. Guy and the others seem fine, but Metal nearly fainted in the first few days. However, after a week he has adapted somewhat.
Grandma, did Grandpa cheat? Why is that? Haha, little gangs, your grandpa did not cheat. But why?
In the future I gambled with Grandpa and sometimes won and lost, but why can't I win even once? Just a few days ago, we were losing together.
Tsunade, calm down. Shut up, Jiraiya. You're so annoying. Hi. Little gangs, don't take it out on little Jiraiya. It's clearly Grandpa's gambling skills that are extraordinary. Big brother, I can't even be bothered to argue with you. I feel like the future little gangs is about to leave. Keep your tricks to yourself, otherwise with your luck.
Playing fair with little gangs is already good enough. Tobarama, don't expose me like that. Grandpa, you really are. Why are you like this too, Grandma? Alright, little gangs, come here for a hug. You're all grown up yet still crying like a baby.
So what? Even if I'm older, I'm still Grandpa and Grandma's granddaughter. Yes, no matter how old little gangs gets, she will always be Grandpa and Grandma's adorable granddaughter. Hee.
Little Ino is acting like a delinquent, wandering around Konoha village, occasionally teasing little Akamaru and other newborn puppies, which often leads to them barking loudly, getting scolded by his sister several times. He still hasn't changed. How is it that he's less mature than when he was younger? Shino doesn't need to work, he just chats with his brother at home, takes care of his bugs, and sometimes goes to check on his beloved students.
Is this data correct? I feel like something's off. I feel like we're missing something. Oh right, I remember now. Kuro, come and help me. Yes, Mr. Orochimaru.
These two Orochimarus together never seem to stop conducting experiments and research without pause. Rarely Tobarama takes a break to visit his granddaughter.
Mizuki, are you trying to die? Oh, alright, calm down, no need to be so aggressive.
Karen and Mizuki are exploring Konoha village, reminiscing about their past selves. The four of them have nothing pressing to do, so the two from the past are not in a hurry to regain their strength, taking on the role of guides. That day was the time for everyone to return. Everyone was reluctant to leave, but what could they do? They do not belong here, and must leave eventually. Besides, they could always return if they really wanted to.
Little gangs, you're not a child anymore, take care of yourself. I know Grandpa and Grandma, you two take care of yourselves. Boruto, remember to think of Grandma, and Grandpa, and Uncle and Auntie. We will miss everyone. Hisashi, how about we decide on the children's futures? Little Boruto, little Himawari. Kushina, they're still young, let's calm down. But? Grandma, I will bring Himawari to see you later. Yes, Mom, we will have chances to meet again. You little rascal, don't you dare neglect your home. Boruto, keep an eye on your dad. If he remains irresponsible, come to find Grandma, I'll take care of him. Hinata, you must take care of yourself too, Naruto, and the kids are in your hands. Don't worry, Mother. Sarada, be careful when using your Sharingan. Exhausting your chakra isn't good for your health. I know, Uncle, you take care of your health too. Rest assured, I'm fine. Sasuke, take care of your family. Yes, I know, Father and Mother, you must take care of yourselves as well.
Even if they are reluctant, separation is inevitable. Sasuke once again activated the artifact of plowing and opened a space-time passage. The group from Boruto's era entered, while those from the Wind period waved goodbye with great reluctance. P.S. This small dream plan has been successfully completed. There will be opportunities in the future after all, since the people from Boruto's era came to the Wind period. Those from the Wind period can also visit Boruto's era, right? As usual, cue a colorful life resonates with myriad tones. A dream pursued through 3 lifetimes remains steadfast. All corners of the world are companions singing joyfully towards distant peaks. The journey of 9 twists strengthens the heart. A passionate blood illuminates the rosy sky. Scattered winds and rains cannot clip wings. Fragments of worries are cast aside in laughter. 9 realms shine together, welcoming splendor. Thank you all for your constant support. Back in the era of Boruto, Naruto stood before the window of the Hokage's office, gazing at the treasure tool in his hand, as it let out a soft murmur.
It can be used 5 times in a short period, and 2 times have already been used, which means
2 days later.
Charging complete. Uzumaki Naruto, please set the time for the time travel. Time Konoha, year 63, March 24th. Location, outside the Hidden Rain Village.
This date marks the day Jiraiya perished. This is a personal setting. Only the approximate year of Jiraiya's death can be found. The exact time is unknown, so the author made one up.
Establishing the time-space passage. A dark passage reappeared before Naruto. Without any hesitation, Naruto stepped inside. Konoha, year 63, Hidden Rain Village.
Oh no, my throat. Jiraiya lay on the ground, barely alive, with a black rod stabbed in his back, as the arm of pain from the realm of Azura transformed into a cannon, preparing to launch a final attack on him.
Whoosh!
As the cannon fired just when it was about to hit Jiraiya, a figure suddenly appeared before him, deflecting the cannon aimed at Jiraiya.
Fortunately, I made it in time. Nani? Jiraiya Sensei. This time it's my turn to protect you.
Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku stared blankly at the suddenly appeared figure. The newcomer had messy yellow hair, bright blue eyes, and cheeks adorned with 6 whisker-like markings, exuding a steady and reliable aura. Dressed in an orange outfit with black stripes, draped in a ceremonial robe that bore the word Seventh Hokage.
Uzumaki Naruto, no, he's just a teenager. Who are you? Nagato-senpai, hold on a moment, I'll find you shortly. Naruto spoke these words coldly, but his gaze revealed pain, sadness, and anger as he looked at Jiraiya's condition. You? Nagato. I said hold on a moment. Upon hearing Naruto call his name, the Deva Path's pupils constricted, revealing a look of surprise. However, before he could finish speaking, Naruto shot him a fierce glance, his pupils transforming into the cross-shaped eyes of the Sage Mode's Ninetales chakra, speaking coldly, and no longer referring to him as senpai.
The 6 paths of pain seemed momentarily stunned, unable to make any further move. Naruto extended one hand onto Jiraiya, and the other onto Sage Fukasaku.
Kyubi. I know.
Continuous streams of chakra flowed from Naruto's hands toward Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku. Sage Fukasaku, though injured, quickly regained much of his strength. Looking into Naruto's eyes, he couldn't suppress the emotions of astonishment rising within him.
You? Naruto. Grandpa Fukasaku, just watch. Jiraiya was heavily injured, but with the nourishment of the Ninetales chakra, he had regained some ability to move, and his throat had healed enough to speak, though his voice was very hoarse.
Naruto reached back to pull out the black rod embedded in Jiraiya's back, helping him to his feet.
Naruto, it's been a while. Did you come with the treasure tool? Jiraiya asked in a hoarse voice, and while Naruto healed him, Jiraiya could already see Naruto's memories. After all, their bond as master and disciple was always open-hearted. Ah, Jiraiya Sensei, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Naruto. Jiraiya confidently entrusted the enemy before him to Naruto, knowing that this was the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, the son of his beloved disciple Minato, his most proud pupil, and most importantly, he was the 7th Hokage. Next up is Unagato. Move Yahiko's body to the side. I don't want to harm him.
Ridiculous. The Deva Path leaped down, swinging a punch at Naruto. Naruto caught it with one hand, golden chakra shimmering around him. His ceremonial robe transformed into a golden cloak, with the patterns changing into 9 Magatama, and 9 black orbs of truth-seeking balls floated behind him. The Sage of 6 Paths Ninetales mode. In reality, using this mode against pain wasn't necessary, but Naruto wanted to demonstrate his strength in front of his master, to let his master know that he, Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage, was already capable of standing on his own. He threw the Deva Path aside and spoke again.
I said,
move the Deva Path. Move Yahiko's body to the side. I don't want to harm him. Within the Hidden Rain Village, Nagato's expression turned heavy. Although he didn't want to comply with Naruto's words, he felt a serious threat emanating from Naruto. He definitely didn't want Yahiko's body to be harmed, so he commanded the Deva path to retreat, using only the other 5 paths to confront Naruto.
Alright now, I don't need to hold back, QB. Oh!
A truth-seeking ball flew into Naruto's palm, gathering into a yin-yang release wind-style truth-seeking ball spiraling shuriken. In an instant, as the ninjutsu was completed, he hurled it at the other 5 paths. The hungry ghost path dashed before the other 4, raising both hands to absorb the ninjutsu, but to his surprise, he couldn't even delay for a moment before being torn into pieces. Subsequently, the yin-yang release wind-style truth-seeking ball spiraling shuriken erupted with a tremendous explosion, the force so great that if unleashed within the hidden rain village, it could level half of it. The 4 paths stood no chance against such an attack, turning into ashes. Nagato could only once again control the Deva path to charge at Naruto, but before it could act, Naruto kicked it away. The Deva path rolled on the ground, eventually smashing into a large pit. However, the Deva path was not willing to give up easily. It clapped its hands together, gathering a black sphere and launching it skyward, while Nagato, due to overusing chakra, bled from his nose.
Shinra Tensei!
In an instant, the rubble buildings and dust on the ground shot up into the sky. Naruto gathered the Nine-Tails form, opening his mouth to form a tail beast ball, directly attacking the central black sphere. Having seen this technique too many times, Naruto immediately countered with his most effective technique, nullifying Shinra Tensei. He then slowly descended to the ground, reverting from the Sage of 6 Paths Nine-Tails mode, still clad in his sleek battle attire. His ceremonial robe fluttered in the strong wind, emitting a rustling sound with only a bit of dust on him. Seeing the Deva path about to make a move, Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his hand and aimed to strike at the Deva path's abdomen. The Deva path lost its ability to move, yet its body remained undamaged. This was the absolute control a shadow-level powerhouse had over the damage their attacks could inflict. Behind Naruto, Jiraiya watched the smooth combat and smiled. This was his most proud disciple, the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Subsequently, Naruto took the Deva path and assisted Jiraiya, with Sage Fukasaku standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, walking toward the interior of the hidden rain village. As they approached the location of Nagato, and Konan wanted to launch an attack on Naruto, but was stopped by Nagato.
Konan, enough, he is not an enemy you can withstand. Naruto Jiraiya. Sensei. Nagato Konan. Is a strong one here to teach the weak. I came here to talk to you.
At this distance.
Bang!
Nagato showed a look of surprise, and Konan couldn't help but express her shock.
My chakra. How could it?
In Naruto's hand was the very bouquet that Konan had given him back in the day.
Peace in the ninja world, Naruto has achieved it. Nani. If you want to know what happened, come and fist bump.
Naruto extended 2 fists toward Nagato, and Konan stepping forward. Despite their confusion, Nagato and Konan bumped fists with Naruto.
I see. Peace in the ninja world. How wonderful. The hidden rain village no longer cries. In front of Tsunade lay a bouquet of flowers, with a card that read, "Always lose at gambling," adorned with a chibi Jiraiya silly grin. Tsunade looked displeased, yet she couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. Come have a popsicle, Naruto.
Jiraiya was wrapped in bandages, holding a double popsicle.
Aw. Sure.
Naruto held the popsicle, but his hand couldn't muster the strength to break it.
What's wrong? I'm leaving now, Jiraiya Sensei. Are you going back?
Click, Naruto. I've gotten stronger now, Jiraiya Sensei. By the way, this time you must watch me get married and become Hokage. I want Boruto and Himawari to learn from you too.
Although Naruto had seen Jiraiya during the era of Boruto, at this moment, his emotions were overwhelming and tears streamed down his cheeks. I'll be watching, Naruto. I will always be watching you. You are very strong now, our 7th Hokage.
P.S. This chapter was inspired by Dion's Yaya's package. I have privately messaged the author Yaya and obtained permission to adapt this chapter based on Yaya's work. The author still wants this book to be seen by more people, so I am adjusting my state and preparing to write 4,000 words daily, getting ready for recommendations. As usual, Q. Life is colorful and full of rhythms. Chasing dreams over 3 lifetimes with resolve. Friends abound in the 4 seas. Singing joyfully toward distant peaks. On the winding journey, the heart grows braver. A fervent spirit reflects in the rosy sky. Scattered winds and rains do not break wings. Fading worries turn to laughter. 9 realms shine together, welcoming splendor. Naruto did not leave immediately. Instead, he teleported to a small alley in Konoha. Leaning against the wall, He slowly squatted down as emotion surged like a tide at this moment of farewell. Naruto adjusted his emotions. There was still a time period he wanted to visit.
Lee, is the energy fully charged? Energy is sufficient. Naruto. Uzumaki, please set the time for the shuttle. Time Konoha, year 47, October 10, 6 p.m. outside Konoha. Constructing the time-space passage.
After Naruto left, a white-haired figure appeared at the alley's entrance.
Naruto, can you accept this outcome?
The white-haired figure shook his head, leaving the alley and heading towards the Shinji clan's territory. Naruto emerged from the time-space passage and teleported towards the direction of Konoha. Upon reaching the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto stopped, aware that there was a sensing barrier around the village. Although he knew how to disable it, it always required preparation. Entering Konoha, Naruto walked towards the other end of the village. As the Seventh Hokage, he could naturally find the place where he was born. He was born on the other side of Konoha, but he couldn't use the teleportation technique inside the village, especially since he hadn't registered at this time. Passing by a vendor, he bought a black cloak, thankful that currency had not been reformed over the years. Outside Konoha, he prepared the delivery room for Kushina.
Fourth Hokage, get away from the Jinchuriki, or this child will have only 1 minute left to live. You? Calm down. You should calm down. I am perfectly calm.
Sealing symbols appeared on Kushina's face as the Nine Tails began to lose control. A mysterious figure threw Naruto into the air, and Kunai signaled Naruto to leap. Minato used the teleportation technique to catch Naruto.
As expected of the yellow flash, now how will you choose next?
Sounds of burning emerged from the blanket wrapped around Naruto, revealing an explosive tag that was igniting. Minato quickly pulled off the blanket and tossed it aside, using the Flying Thunder God technique to exit the cabin.
It's great that Naruto is okay. Ugh.
Minato yanked a wooden splinter embedded in his calf and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home.
Naruto, be good. Dad is going to save Mom now.
He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to Kushina's location.
Roar! It's useless. Fourth Hokage, the Nine Tails is already out.
Minato turned back to glare coldly at the mysterious masked man before using the Flying Thunder God technique to carry Kushina back home.
Minato! His goal is to make the Nine Tails attack Konoha.
He placed Kushina beside Naruto and ensured she was warm.
Naruto! Minato, be careful.
Minato walked to the wardrobe and took out the ceremonial robe.
Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll be back soon. Sharingan controlling the Nine Tails power. Are you Uchiha Obito?
No, that's not right. He should be dead. Who are you? I am Uchiha Obito, Fourth Hokage. Are you ready?
Roar!
The Nine Tails let out a furious roar, gathering tail beast bombs to launch at Konoha. Minato flew forward, using the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the tail beast bomb and prevent Konoha from being attacked again. At that moment, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the ground, reaching out towards Minato. Minato reacted swiftly, swinging his kunai backward, but strangely both the kunai and Minato's body passed through the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure seized Minato's arm, and the Sharingan emitted a red light.
This ends here, Fourth Hokage.
Minato was being pulled on the verge of being absorbed into the Kamui dimension. Realizing the situation, Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique to distance himself from the mysterious figure. Space-time ninjutsu. Only physical when attacking. The mysterious figure attacked Minato again, who threw a specially made kunai forward. As expected, the kunai passed through the mysterious figure's body. Just as the mysterious figure was about to grab Minato, he suddenly vanished, appearing above the mysterious figure while holding a Rasengan, and slammed it down.
Flying Thunder God's second stage Rasengan. Ugh! How is this possible?
Minato took the opportunity to mark the mysterious figure with the Flying Thunder God.
Kaze Minato. You? Oh, it's quite lively, Uchiha Obito. Nani?
The ones expressing confusion were Minato and Obito. Minato was surprised by who this person was, cloaked yet clearly identifying the person opposite him, and that was Obito. Obito was astonished that this mysterious powerhouse knew his identity.
Alright, Obito, I don't have time to deal with you today. You can leave now.
Obito said nothing and slowly sank into the ground beneath him. He understood that with a mysterious powerhouse alongside Kaze Minato, this was not a situation he could resist.
You are? Now let's bring these two back. We still need to subdue the Nine Tails, don't we?
Minato took a deep look at the mysterious figure, but said nothing. There were two reasons. One was that for the time being this person seemed like an enemy, and the current situation did not allow him to hesitate too much. He could only trust this person. The second reason was that deep down Minato inexplicably trusted the mysterious figure before him. Given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to trust this mysterious figure, though his inner vigilance remained. Minato first used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring the Ninetales outside Konoha, then returned home to gather Kushina and Naruto, and once again arrived beside the mysterious figure.
What do you want to do? Just take care of them, leave the rest to me. You? Don't worry, it will be fine. I still have some chakra left, I can help suppress it. Don't worry, I can do it. By the way, extend your hand.
Kushina, though puzzled, extended her hand. Like Minato, she felt an overflowing sense of trust towards the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure extended a bandaged hand, grasping Kushina's outstretched hand and transmitting chakra to her. Kushina's pupils dilated instantly. This chakra was familiar, mixed with the chakra of the Ninetales. As the chakra fused, many memories flooded into Kushina's mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of her lips.
Kushina. Minato, don't worry, I'm fine. Then I leave it to you, Naruto. Naruto.
Minato widened his eyes in surprise, staring at the mysterious figure before him.
I know. Mom.
Saying this, Naruto tore off the black cloak he was wearing, revealing the ceremonial robe written with Seventh Hokage on the back.
Kurama, don't hold back just because it's yourself. Let this be an apology. Wake him up hard. Of course.
Golden chakra enveloped Naruto, slowly forming a fox head, then gathering downwards to form Kurama's body, limbs, and 9 tails. The 9 tails opposite had a red glow in its pupils, while Kurama showed no mercy. Its claws swiped fiercely, and its tails whipped rapidly, occasionally condensing small tail beast bombs to release directly to the 9 tails' face, delivering a beating. The red glow in the 9 tails' eyes gradually faded, replaced by a clear yet foolish expression akin to a college student.
WC. What's going on?
I'm being beaten by myself. Seeing the 9 tails regaining its consciousness, Kurama deliberately blended some chakra into each attack, sending threads of chakra into the 9 tails. They were originally one beast, and even if the 9 tails wanted to resist, it couldn't. Moreover, it was currently dazed.
All right. You've regained consciousness. Naruto, stop it. Is it restored? Wow. Then let's seal it directly into childhood. You've already replenished Kushina's life force. Yeah, Dad.
After beating the 9 tails, Naruto shared a fist bump with Minato. The sealing proceeded smoothly. The 9 tails offered no resistance. If it weren't for the fear that little Naruto couldn't handle it, the sealing technique wouldn't have been necessary. The 9 tails could have simply burrowed in, and because of this the sealing was unusually loose, as the 9 tails feared using too much strength would break the seal.
Then let's go home. Naruto. Oh yes.
Naruto had stayed in Konoha for a month, and aside from being at home, he constantly used his transformation jutsu, as he looked too much like Minato. The others only knew that a mysterious powerful figure had suddenly appeared beside Minato, whom he trusted immensely, and he even lived in Minato's home. A month later, Naruto celebrated his own full month. As for the gifts, he presented the forehead protector he had from his childhood to the newborn version of himself. Slowly, as little Naruto grew older and could withstand Kurama's chakra, he would also gain the memories Kurama had accumulated over the years through merging with the chakra. Naruto truly lived with his parents for a month. This month was filled with joy for Naruto, contrasting with the bustling days of the Wind Era. This time in Konoha was warm and comforting. Naruto was preparing to leave. After all, he was not from this world. The Konoha of Boruto's era still needed him, the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto.
Naruto! Don't worry, Mom, I will come back to see you again when I have the chance. Naruto, it's important to be a good Hokage, but you must also take care of your family. I know, Dad. You're so naggy, you've already lectured me about it. You little rascal. I'm leaving. Good luck, Naruto. I know. By the way, what is it, Naruto? Is there anything else? This time you all must watch me grow up, witness me become stronger, see me get married, and watch my children be born. The ninja world of Konoha in the year 47 is entrusted to you. 4th Hokage.
Minato's expression turned serious. The last line was not a conversation between father and son, but rather the entrustment and request of one Hokage to another.
Don't worry. 7th Hokage, don't worry. My son Naruto.
The first sentence was Naruto's response to the entrustment as Hokage, while the second was a promise from father to son regarding Naruto's earlier request.
Then him off. Ganner X2. Plow established the time-space passage time set for the first crossing to Konoha 63 years in the future 5 minutes later. Establishing time-space passage.
Naruto stepped into the time tunnel while Minato held Kushina, who was cradling little Naruto silently watching.
Minato, it's just as I imagined. Unless something unexpected happens. Naruto, this child.
Kushina thought of something, unable to bear it, buried her head in Minato's arms, letting out soft sobs. Kushina was not truly foolish while Naruto was immersed in happiness, and oblivious to anything unusual. She and Minato had guessed some things.
Don't worry. He is the 7th Hokage of Konoha, a hero of the ninja world, our son Uzumaki Naruto.
After saying this, Minato lifted Kushina and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home.
I'm back. Oh right, I should go take a look.
Upon returning, Naruto couldn't wait to rush toward home, filled with anticipation.
Boruto, hurry up and take a bath, it's time to sleep. I know, Mom, stop rushing me. Brother, hurry up and take a bath. After Big Brother finishes bathing, little Himawari will also need to take a bath. Even though Boruto and Himawari have merged memories, Boruto is already in his 20s in his memories, while Himawari is just 22, yet for some reason they still act like young children at home. Hinata, Mom and Dad, where's Jiraiya? Naruto, you're back. Mom and Dad. Jiraiya Sensei. What's wrong? Are they not home? Still at that house. Where did the pervy sage go? I will go find them. Naruto. Hinata didn't know what was happening, but Naruto's state was completely off. Boruto and Himawari also put away their playful expressions and stood up following Naruto together. Mom and Dad. Looking at the somewhat dusty house, Naruto froze, then ran toward the Shinja clan grounds, heading for the Konoha bathhouse. Naruto used his sensing technique, running around Konoha village again and again. Finally, he lowered his head and sat on Hokage rock, chakra surging around him wildly.
Behind him were Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Hinata, with Hinata holding Himawari, who was still small, and Boruto following beside them. In the distance, Kakashi and Hayashi were also rushing toward this direction, soon standing with them. Naruto's actions puzzled them. They didn't know what was going on with him, but they couldn't approach his current state, so they could only silently stand behind him.
Why? What is the reason for all this? Calm down. Naruto. Kurama. You saw it too, right? That's not a dream, right? Naruto.
Boruto looked at Naruto's condition and slowly approached.
Dad, you used the plow to try to change the past, didn't you? Boruto. How do you know? Yes, I changed the past. But? What is going on?
Boruto sat beside Naruto, supporting himself with his hands and looking up at the sky.
Dad, do you remember who handed the plow to Lord Orochimaru? Handed the plow to Orochimaru. Isn't that you? Yes. It was me. But how do you know? Back then I didn't do the same thing as you. What? Back then I also used the plow to return to the past, back to the time when Ada hadn't activated the divine technique, killed Ada, and tried to change everything. But, yes, I failed, nothing changed. Back then I also didn't know, I was just as confused as you, Dad, but later I understood. What exactly is the reason? Hurry up and tell me.
Naruto was on the verge of being driven crazy by Boruto. This kid was still playing riddles here.
Because when you change the past, the future has already changed. But if the future changes, will you still return to the past? What do you mean? But didn't Urashiki also go back? Because Urashiki returning to the past is a predetermined fact. Even if my master and I return before this event happened, if your memory seal is unsealed, there will also be things appearing in your memories from the past. However, saving someone who was supposed to die will only create a new parallel world. That is to say, in one parallel world, the person you want to save is still alive and living well.
Naruto fell silent. He wasn't foolish. He had heard this theory before when Orochimaru studied the plow. Orochimaru called it the time-space paradox. Even if you can return to the past, how do you know that you weren't meant to return to the past in the first place? The most typical example is when Boruto and Sasuke chased after Urashiki and returned to the Wind Era. And the deaths of Minato and Kushina along with Jiraiya were predetermined facts. The most obvious point is that it was because of their deaths that Naruto returned to the past. Another obvious example is that Naruto returned to the past, thus creating a parallel world. Naruto had previously immersed himself in the joy of saving those he cared about, but now he was starting to realize it, though he still found it hard to accept. Naruto handed the plow in his hand to Boruto.
There is one more chance. Although it is a parallel world, they have also survived. How to use it is up to you.
After saying that, Naruto left. The others exchanged glances and returned home, but before leaving, Boruto handed the plow in his hand to Sasuke.
Hinata, am here. I feel like I can't do anything, can't change anything. No, you are the hero of the ninja world, the Seventh Hokage of Konoha. You've done great already. Hinata.
All corners of the world are companions singing joyfully toward the distant peak. On the winding journey, the heart grows braver, a fervent spirit reflects the rosy sky. Raindrops and winds can't clip the wings, trivial worries are cast aside in laughter. In the brilliance of 9 realms welcoming splendor. 2 days later at the Uchiha clan's territory.
Time July 4th, the 56th year of Konoha, 4 p.m. outside Konoha village. The space-time portal is being constructed.
A familiar black portal appeared before Sasuke, who did not hesitate and stepped inside. In the past 2 days, there had been intense discussions among the high-ranking officials of Konoha regarding the last opportunity to use the treasure plow. Everyone harbored their own regrets about the past they wished to change. Ultimately, this opportunity was given to Uchiha Sasuke. As for what others had to say, they had already returned to the past and met those they wished to see. Even if they changed something in the past, those people could not come back to life. However, before Sasuke set off, Shikamaru found him.
Sasuke, the treasure plow was found at the Konoha Museum, right? At that time, it was Yura who found the treasure plow at the Konoha Museum. I checked the museum's records. No one knew what the treasure plow was for before, as it was just considered an artifact. Yet it had been in the treasury of Konoha since its establishment, later displayed at the museum. The 56th year of Konoha. The museum was already established. I remember the Konoha construction record stated that the museum was completed in the 12th year of Konoha, but it underwent several renovations later. Are you saying? Yes, by the 56th year of Konoha, the treasure plow was already in the Konoha Museum. A treasure plow can be used 5 times in a short period, but there are countless instances of the treasure plow existing across time. That's right, this is the memory scroll of the 3rd Hokage and Naruto. I shared this idea with Naruto, and he went to Orochimaru to have it made. Also, this arm was prepared long ago. The data is for the arm Orochimaru will make for you later, and it can be used directly. With the scroll and the arm, your actions will be much more convenient.
On July 4th, the 56th year of Konoha, outside Konoha village, Sasuke emerged from the space-time portal and looked towards Konoha village. He employed the well-memorized ninja technique to shield against Konoha's sensory barriers and entered the village. Sasuke, being an information gatherer, quietly slipped into Konoha and was already familiar with the route to the Hokage building. Even though Konoha had undergone several reconstructions and adjustments, entering the Hokage building quietly posed no difficulty for Sasuke. Sasuke arrived outside the Hokage building, and from a high floor, within exchanged places, with a chair inside using his heavenly hand power. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately went on high alert, and the Anbu lurking nearby also appeared in the Hokage building in an instant. Previously, Sasuke's ability to conceal his presence was too strong, and he was too familiar with the route. He had not revealed himself at all, and directly used heavenly hand power to enter the Hokage building. The Anbu were sweating cold. Their enemy had directly entered the Hokage building, making them look inept, but in reality, they felt helpless. Sasuke was just too powerful for them to react.
Who are you?
Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was serious as he stared directly at Sasuke, ready to take action. And our dear Sasuke, pretending to be calm, adjusted his newly attached arm and reached towards his ninja tool pouch. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt immense pressure to enter Konoha so silently, without alerting the Anbu or himself about the enemy in the Hokage office, was quite a tricky situation. Sasuke pulled out a scroll, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more nervous. Though he maintained a composed demeanor internally, he was already unable to calm down. What is this? A storage scroll. What is inside? An explosive tag.
Secret technique.
A small blue orb flew towards the center of Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to intercept it, drawing a kunai to swipe at the orb, but the kunai passed directly through it, and the orb still entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen, while the Anbu beside him became agitated. What the hell? We're still standing here. Do you have any regard for us at all? As they were about to act, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and with a single glare the Anbu froze in place. There were indeed strong individuals among the Anbu proficient in illusions, but this was the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his senses.
Alright, Sasuke, dispel the illusion.
Sasuke remained silent, and simply dispelled the illusion the Anbu released from the illusion attempted to act, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Alright, you are not his match, you may leave.
The Anbu exchanged glances, but ultimately obeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and retreated.
Sasuke, at this time you came for the Uchiha clan, right? I know you want to save the Uchiha clan, but you must understand that there are many within the Uchiha who desire a coup. Some can die, but the Uchiha clan cannot end up like last time with only me left. I understand you, go ahead. You are also a high-ranking official of Konoha, so you must handle this well. I know. Also, I need to take the treasure plow from the Konoha Museum. That's fine.
After saying that, Sasuke activated Heavenly Hand power again, and switched the chair back.
Sasuke, you've returned. Can you bring new possibilities to Konoha?
Sasuke left the Hokage building and headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. As he wandered through the Uchiha clan's area, although the Uchiha people regarded Sasuke as unfamiliar, the Uchiha emblem on him and the faint aura of a strong individual made them quietly vigilant without approaching to say anything.
Hiruzen, who is that person with the Sharingan? How dare he intrude into the Hokage office?
Shimura Danzo barged into the office, questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Danzo, you don't need to worry about this matter. Also, don't overstep, you have crossed the line. Everything I do is for Konoha. I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen.
Danzo slammed the door and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, and waited to call over an Anbu.
Don't leave them, they have been too reckless.
The Anbu nodded and left again. Danzo, it seems in the 63rd year of Konoha, you will face judgment once more. Time quickly passed to the evening, and the Uchiha clan massacre event was about to begin. P.S. Same old rule. Life is colorful and full of rhythms, and pursuing dreams across lifetimes is a steadfast aspiration. Friends are everywhere across the world, singing joyfully towards the distant peak. On the winding journey, courage grows in the heart, and passionate blood reflects the rosy sky. Scattered winds and rains cannot break my wings, and fleeting worries are cast aside with laughter. The 9 realms shine together, welcoming the splendid scenery. As time grew late, the bustling Konoha village gradually fell into silence. This should have been the beginning of the nightlife, yet for some unknown reason an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the village today. Sasuke had just finished his daily training regimen and was heading home. The unsettling atmosphere filled him with unease, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the Uchiha compound, a bloody scent wafted to Sasuke's nose, intensifying his anxiety as he hurried towards home. At home, Fugaku and Mikoto sat quietly waiting for Itachi's arrival. Suddenly, Fugaku opened his eyes, as if sensing something.
Uchiha Obito, get lost. I have no time to waste with you. Who are you?
The man blocking the mysterious masked figure had flowing black hair, his bangs obscuring his left eye. He wore gray boots, and his left arm was wrapped in bandages. His lower body was clad in dark gray trousers paired with modern shinobi sandals, and he draped a black cloak over his shoulders, exuding an air of gravity and mystery.
I said leave.
Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, revealing the 6-pointed Rinnegan in his left eye. Under the night sky, the interplay of red and purple light made Obito hesitant to act recklessly. Obito's heart was filled with astonishment. He had indeed seen the Rinnegan before, and was quite familiar with it, but why did this man possess it? Who exactly was he? A soft, barely perceptible sound rang out, as Sasuke had already arrived behind Obito.
Are you leaving? It may take some effort, but taking you down isn't impossible. So fast. Body flicker technique. No, that's not right. Body flicker technique wouldn't let me notice a thing. This is a space-time ninjutsu.
Obito's heart began to waver. He had space-time ninjutsu, but the opponent also possessed the Rinnegan. He had no idea what abilities the Rinnegan held.
No, I must retreat.
Obito activated his intangibility, creating distance between himself and Sasuke, while his hand moved swiftly.
Fire-style great fireball technique.
Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword, channeling chakra into it. Without any intention to evade, he merely swung the Kusanagi, slicing through the great fireball technique released by Obito, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Obito, obscured by the flames of the great fireball technique, failed to see Sasuke draw his sword and strike.
He stood there bewildered. Did I get hit? No. That's not right.
Sasuke slowly emerged from the smoke created by the great fireball, his expression shifting from one of indifference to a glint of killing intent.
Who exactly are you? I don't recall any strong members of the Uchiha clan like you. Amaterasu.
Sasuke remained silent, glaring with his right Mangekyo Sharingan as he activated the eye technique Amaterasu, while a hint of purple light emerged from his left eye. Although Obito remained on guard, the instant activation of Amaterasu still burned him. He hurriedly activated intangibility, his body slowly sinking down.
I will remember you.
Sasuke said nothing and slowly walked towards home.
What are you doing?
An Uchiha ninja caught off guard never expected Itachi to strike suddenly. By the time he reacted, Itachi had already slashed his throat.
Uchiha Itachi, are you betraying the clan? Uchiha Itachi, you shall die.
Itachi remained silent, merely continuing his slaughter, his body stained with blood, his Sharingan glowing red, giving off an eerie sensation. Suddenly a figure appeared before Itachi, preparing to engage in battle. The figure spoke.
Itachi, just kill the reactionaries, the others should not die. Who are you?
Sasuke said nothing more, merely revealing the six-pointed Rinnegan in his left eye.
This is the Rinnegan recorded in the clan monument. Who are you really? You will find out who I am later. Do as I say, or I cannot guarantee your brother's safety.
Upon hearing this, Itachi was about to take action, but the figure before him suddenly transformed into white mist with a bang, using the shadow clone technique.
Who on earth is he? What happened to Sasuke?
Itachi's heart was filled with worry for Sasuke. After all, he had slaughtered the entire clan just to leave Sasuke alive. If something happened to Sasuke, what was the point of annihilating the clan? With no other choice, Sasuke could only follow the mysterious man's instructions, killing the reactionaries. After finishing, all he wanted was to hurry home. Perhaps Sasuke was already there. Sasuke finally arrived home, where his father Fugaku was seated across from his brother Itachi and a mysterious man, while his mother had gone to prepare tea.
Father, what is this all about? Sasuke, come here. Yes, father. Sasuke, come here. Huh?
What do you want, father? Fugaku did not respond, but the mysterious man across from him moved, suddenly grabbing Sasuke's hand, chakra flowing into little Sasuke's body. Moments later, Sasuke's demeanor had changed dramatically, from childish innocence to a calmness that starkly contrasted his current appearance. As always, the colorful life resonates in myriad ways. With a steadfast dream that endures through 3 lifetimes, friends abound across the 4 seas, singing joyfully towards the distant peaks. On the winding journey, the heart grows braver, a passionate spirit reflecting the rosy sky. Scattered winds and rains cannot clip my wings, casting aside worries with a laugh. The 9 domains shine together, welcoming the splendid tapestry. The next time you are going to, is that time right? By the way, I use my Rinnegan to cast an illusion on Obito, and when he uses his Rinnegan, that illusion will trigger. Why do you want to see Naruto one more time? No need, you all can lead this world towards a new possibility. Aren't they the same? Ah, yes, they are. The treasure tool can bring you back anytime 5 minutes after your first return, right? Mother. Alright, Mikoto, Sasuke still has things to do. But, Sasuke, remember, you are one of the only 2 Uchiha in your world, do not let it down. Also bring Sarada to see us when you have the chance. Okay, I'm leaving, father, mother. Itachi. All you want to go to that time, huh? Come on, give me a good beating, OC, just consider it punishment for not trusting your brother. I will give you a good beating. A beating that will make you unable to leave. A beating that will make you unable to shoulder everything arrogantly anymore. Itachi fell silent for a moment, walked up to Sasuke, and touched his forehead with his right hand. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. TCH. Am not a child anymore. But? You will always be my brother. Yes, third Hokage, the Uchiha clan has been dealt with, and if the third cannot take action against Danzo, I can do it instead. I just hope the Uchiha clan can live peacefully in Konoha. Do not worry, I have no intention of doing anything to the Uchiha clan, and I will ensure Danzo remains at peace as well. That's the best, I will take the treasure tool. Alright. Sasuke left Konoha carrying 2 treasure tools. Setting the time, Konoha, year 64, August 4th, noon, Uchiha's old site. Constructing the time-space passage. Sasuke stepped into the time-space passage, disappearing from Konoha 56 years ago. Just past noon, near Uchiha's old site, Sasuke appeared. There's still some time, let's go retrieve the treasure tool. Uchiha's old site is near Konoha, so Sasuke didn't take long to get there. He entered Konoha skillfully, heading towards the museum. That day, the museum reported to the Hokage that a relic had gone missing, and the Hokage issued a mission to investigate, but no clues were found, as the missing item was merely a relic with unclear significance, which ultimately led to nothing. In Uchiha's old site in the afternoon, the summer sky turned overcast. Itachi sat quietly on the stone chair in the center of Uchiha's old site, watching Sasuke approach. How far can your Sharingan see? You ask how far I can see. In my eyes now, Itachi, I can see you being killed by me. The way I was killed. Then. Show me again. Itachi appeared behind Sasuke in an instant, attacking with a kunai. Sasuke raised his hand to block, but Itachi twisted his arm, aiming the kunai at Sasuke's face, and Sasuke drew the Kusanagi to defend. The two brothers exchanged blows. Itachi knocked the Kusanagi from Sasuke's hands, and it embedded itself in the roof above them. They fought fiercely, but Itachi seized Sasuke's opening and kicked him away. Sasuke, being kicked away, formed hand seals. Chidori Chidori flow. Sasuke unleashed lightning from his left hand, charging at Itachi. As he got closer, he directed the lightning to the ground, attempting to use the ground's electrical charge to harm Itachi. Itachi jumped to evade, while Sasuke instantaneously appeared on the rooftop, drawing the Kusanagi, a wicked yet triumphant smile gracing his lips, as he stabbed toward Itachi. Sasuke stabbed Itachi to the ground. You have become stronger. Finally, Itachi, I have a question to ask you. Itachi raised his right hand, pointing at the stone chair. There sat Itachi still quietly, as if he had not moved at all. Meanwhile, the Itachi that Sasuke had stabbed transformed into a crow. The author won't drag this out. Those who want to seek and search for it on Douyin or some other platform. Otherwise, even if the author wrote about the Pacific War, it would take 2 chapters. Itachi activated Susanoo, and had already sealed the white phosphorus snake and Orochimaru that had emerged from the curse seal. Suddenly Itachi clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Sasuke pulled out a kunai which was tied to an explosive tag and prepared to throw it at Itachi. At that moment, a hand suddenly grasped Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke was startled and tried to struggle, but the chakra flowing into his body brought him calm. Not far away, Itachi watched as a mysterious man suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, feeling both surprised and fearful, worried that this mysterious man might do something to Sasuke. The mysterious man was none other than the future Sasuke, who had been watching for a long time. He emerged only after seeing Orochimaru's seal, deciding to wait until Orochimaru was dealt with before revealing himself. The mysterious man's left eye suddenly emitted a purple glow, and in the blink of an eye he appeared within the orange-eared Susanoo, supporting the wobbling Itachi, as chakra surged into Itachi's body from where the man held him. The future Sasuke took out a treasure tool, the one that had not yet been used. Treasure tool healing. Yes, Lord Sasuke. The treasure tool has healing properties, utilizing the power of time and space to reverse injuries. If it is just a wound, the energy consumed is merely that of a single traverse, but Sasuke's goal is to reverse all of Itachi's injuries, including the blood disease, which directly consumed the energy of 3 traverses. As future Sasuke injected chakra, Itachi also stood up, dissipating Susanoo. Thank you, Sasuke. Nizan. The world is filled with friends from all corners singing joyfully towards the distant peaks. On the winding journey, the heart grows braver as passionate blood reflects the rosy sky. A few drops of rain cannot clip the wings, and scattered worries turn to laughter. The 9 domains shine together to welcome the splendor. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he punched Itachi in the stomach. If Itachi's body hadn't been restored, he surely wouldn't have been able to withstand this blow. Sasuke didn't use much force, but the abdomen is a fragile area. Itachi hunched over, his expression somewhat twisted. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Are you awake now? Are you still carrying everything alone? Itachi fell silent, lowering his head without speaking, but internally he felt conflicted. So it seems the one being hit isn't you. Forget it, it's just a punch. What can you do about your own brother? Not talking. Is one punch not enough? That's enough. It's my fault, Sasuke. Humph. Have you already taken the plow? From a distance, the restored Sasuke stood up and walked over. I've already taken it. Do you want to stay for 2 more days? No, I plan to see Sarada. Can I come with you? Itachi's voice came from the side weakly. What do you mean, brother? Sasuke, it's still better for me not to be here in this world. Then let's stay for 2 days. Thank you.
Although thanking myself feels awkward, but thank you.
Currently, Sasuke and Itachi are identified as rogue ninjas in Konoha. They can only walk in the village by using Sasuke's memories to perform transformation jutsu. They went together to eat dango, had Ichiraka ramen, visited the Uchiha clan's land, and went to the training ground where they used to train together.
Alright, we have to go now. Sasuke, take care of yourself. Come back to Konoha if you have the chance. Brother. You?
Little Sasuke felt reluctant on the day of parting, but he couldn't find the words to keep him.
Alright, Sasuke, take care of yourself. I will also watch over Sarada for you. Moreover, I have never formally apologized to you. Am sorry, Sasuke, for underestimating your strength, for forcing you down this path, and for repeatedly failing you. I truly am very sorry.
Itachi lowered his head. How could he not feel reluctant? However, leaving was necessary. This was a decision he had already made. He needed to see his little niece and take good care of her for Sasuke.
Plus, at the time, Konoha 80 years, March 31st, Konoha Hospital. Building the space-time tunnel.
Soon a black passage appeared and Sasuke led Itachi inside. Itachi walked forward but kept glancing back, yet ultimately continued moving forward, not daring to look back again. He feared that if he did, he would be unable to leave.
Brother, I forgive you. Remember to come back to see me often.
Itachi's steps faltered, but he still did not turn back, only waving his hand and shouting loudly.
I will come back to see you often.
Sasuke and Itachi entered the time-space tunnel, and Sasuke was momentarily unsure of where he would go. Later he thought about it, and decided to find his teammates from his past life first. Thus he embarked on the journey to search for his former teammates. 80 years in Konoha Hospital maternity ward.
Ah! Push Sakura!
The maternity ward echoed with Sakura's piercing screams and the encouraging voice of Karen.
Seriously, the guy Sasuke. Mizuki, Lord Sasuke has his own matters. Choji, you're really... Mizuki, how's it going? SAS. Sasuke. What are you doing here? And who is this?
The newcomer was indeed Sasuke, and beside him stood a mysterious man cloaked in black.
Can't I come? How's it going inside? Oh, it's been over 10 hours. By now it should be almost time.
Just then, the loud cries of a baby echoed from within the maternity ward. Sasuke, unable to contain his excitement, was about to rush in, but was stopped by Mizuki and Choji, as well as the man behind them.
Sasuke, calm down. Lord Sasuke. Sasuke.
Sasuke finally calmed down a bit. After a while, Karen came out with the baby.
Hey. Sasuke. Congratulations, it's a girl. Mother and daughter are safe. Thank you, Karen. Sasuke. Sakura, take a break for a bit. Sasuke, what is this?
Sasuke held Sakura's hand and transferred some chakra to her.
Got it, Itachi. Hey, brother. Sasuke doesn't care. Dad. Dad. Mom. Mom. Uncle. Sarada, slow down a bit. Mom and Dad, hurry up. Uncle, where are we going to play? Okay, you'll accompany Sarada to play. Brother. Sarada, look at this seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. It should be like this. Fire style, great fireball technique. Great job, Sarada. Thank you, Uncle. Sarada, you still need to practice shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship this afternoon. Yada, I want to learn Mom's monster strength technique. Sarada, can you learn a little bit of everything? Alright, since Mom said so. Sarada. I'm sorry, Dad. Sarada likes you the most. It's time to go to school. Sarada. I know. Tomorrow Uncle and Mom and Dad will go to send you off, okay? Sure. Are you leaving? I've already stayed for 11 years plus the previous time makes it 11.5 years. After 12 years, the energy needed to restore my body will be even more, so it's best to go back now. This time, I can say I accompanied Sarada through a wonderful childhood. Go ahead, Sasuke, take care of your family over there. I know, brother.
Sasuke stepped forward to hug Itachi, then turned to kiss Sakura's forehead, and walked toward the outskirts of Konoha.
Set the time 10 minutes after crossing over and restore the body to the state of 11 years 6 months and 4 days ago. Yes, Lord Sasuke.
The Sasuke chapter is complete. P.S. The author wrote this relatively concisely this time. The details will be elaborated upon later, after the key plot is completed, and will enter the daily life chapter for further writing. Thank you, everyone. The old rule Q.
A colorful life with countless rhythms pursuing dreams through 3 lifetimes with unwavering resolve. Friends are everywhere in the 5 lakes and 4 seas singing joyfully toward distant peaks. On the winding journey my heart grows braver with blood reflecting the rosy skies. Scattered winds and rains cannot break my wings, and I cast away the trivial worries with laughter. With the 9 realms shining together welcoming the splendid scenery.
Sasuke returned to Konoha during Boruto's time and handed 3 powerful treasures to Naruto. The people of Boruto's era chose not to change the regrets of the present as they anticipated the arrival of the battle with the Shiki based on their memories from the previous life. They truly lacked the mood to remedy past regrets. After all, they did not wish to experience again the disappointments from the Ashiki incident in their last life. Now let us shift our focus to the era of the Wind of Youth. Time flows on, and the 12 young heroes have grown up. Naruto had regained most of his strength, and his body had adapted well to the natural energy. Coupled with his mastery of Sage Mode from his previous life, Naruto could almost instantaneously enter Sage Mode. Additionally, his physical growth allowed him to withstand the chakra of the Ninetales, making it trivial for him to maintain the Ninetales form while casually strolling around. Sasuke retrieved the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru. Orochimaru also used cloning techniques to create a pair of eyes for Sasuke. Although these eyes had not activated the Sharingan upon successful transplantation, Sasuke became the only holder of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha clan history that was not a blood relative's eye. Sakura had also completed the training for the 100 healing seals sooner by starting to store chakra earlier. Following Tsunade at the Konoha hospital, she accumulated more experience in the medical field. Yamato was taught with release by Hashirama, and as for the issue of chakra, that would be discussed later. Neji and Hinata were also diligently practicing the ninjutsu and taijutsu from their previous lives, and their strength had fully recovered. Including Kiba, Shino, Tenten, Lee Sai, and Ino, everyone's strength had been restored. Kakashi had once again developed the purple lightning technique, while Kurenai Asuma and Guy had also made considerable progress. The third Hokage passed away peacefully, but shortly after he was reincarnated through the Edo Tensei technique using Orochimaru's later developed cell rejuvenation technology to bring back a youthful Hirazena Sarutobi. As for the chakra issues that troubled most people, Uncle Snake utilized the hero's water along with cloned Hashirama cells to create a potion that could significantly enhance a ninja's chakra capacity. Almost all notable ninjas had consumed it, and there were preparations for Minato and others when they would be revived.
The Sand Village has sent a request for support. Huh? Granny Tsunade with Gaara's strength, what do we need to assist with? 3 days from now marks the day of the Akatsuki's attack on the Sand Village. With Gaara's strength, he is sufficient, but do not forget the threat posed by Deidara's clay birds to the village. In the last life, Deidara did not cause significant harm to Gaara. Gaara was captured while exhausting himself to protect the village. Therefore, to be cautious, the Sand Village sent a request for support. Understood. Then the orders are given. The 7th squad and the 3rd squad will head to the Sand Village for support. Yes.
Thus the 8 members of the 3rd squad and the 7th squad prepared their belongings and headed towards the Sand Village. The group, all possessing exceptional strength, traveled quickly and arrived at the Sand Village within a day.
5th Kazekage, the least support has arrived. Thank you for your hard work, everyone from Konoha. Hey Gaara, I'm here to help you. Naruto, long time no see. It's not time yet, let Kankuro show you around the Sand Village. Please follow me.
The others understood that Gaara had to handle the affairs of the Sand Village, so they did not engage in further conversation and followed Kankuro along the streets of the Sand Village.
Kankuro, you still can't beat Sasori, can you? What? Naruto, what are you saying? What's the problem? You didn't beat Sasori last time either. You? Alright, Naruto.
Kakashi interjected to ease the tension. Naruto, unsure of what happened, wondered if the excitement of adolescence was getting the better of him. Every day seemed to be so lively.
Alright, let's go. We'll have you try some specialties from the Sand Village. Oh, what delicious food do you have, Kankuro? TCH, it's still better than ramen. Ramen is the best. No, wait. The second best. No, the third. Besides the meals made by my mom and Hinata, nothing is better than ramen. Hey, come on now. Sorry.
Naruto suddenly remembered that Kankuro and his siblings were orphans just like he was, and in the end Kankuro and Gaara never married.
It's fine, let's go. Oh wow.
Naruto's emotions came and went swiftly, and he happily followed Kankuro down the street. Even though he had been to the Sand Village in his last life, for diplomatic reasons this time was different. Although there was a mission, he had fewer concerns. The group enjoyed wandering through the streets, with Kankuro encountering many familiar faces exchanging nods and greetings, and tasting various delicacies unique to the Sand Village, such as special snacks with a distinct flavor. The puppet oil noodles were quite tasty, although in Naruto's heart nothing could compare to Ichiraku ramen. The group spent the day leisurely, and returned to the inn in the evening to rest. The next day, they did not go out. Kankuro brought the map of the Sand Village. Everyone in front of him was trustworthy, and the map did not conceal anything. After familiarizing themselves with the terrain, they conserved their energy waiting for Deidara's arrival at night. By evening, the 7th squad gathered at the Sand Village building ready for battle, while the 3rd squad was on alert around the village. Suddenly, a giant white bird appeared over the Sand Village, and everyone perked up, appearing on the rooftop of the Sand Village building.
Sasuke, it's up to you. Oh, I understand.
Sasuke's lightning release could defeat Deidara's clay ninjutsu, so it was naturally his responsibility to intercept the explosive clay falling from the sky. As small white dots fell from the sky, Sasuke raised his hand, unleashing a tempest of lightning that radiated outward. The explosive clay that came into contact with the lightning transformed into ordinary clay, merely stirring up some dust upon hitting the ground.
Lightning release!
Damn, when did the Sand Village have such a powerful lightning release ninja? Deidara observed the clay on the ground, which had no reaction, then looked up at the faint blue lightning in the sky, instantly realizing there was a formidable lightning release ninja below. He started to contemplate a retreat, since his only means of attack was severely restricted. What was the point of continuing? Thinking this, Deidara immediately rode his white bird and flew outside the Sand Village, leaving the tailed beast to be a nuisance for Sasori. The others watched the white bird fly away, exchanging glances, and returned to the Sand Village building. They needed to remain vigilant tonight. Who knew if Deidara would come back? Unfortunately, they waited all night, but Deidara did not show up. In the vast expanse of yellow sand outside Shine Village, a figure, dressed in a red cloud-black robe, emerged. This figure resembled a hunchbacked elder, yet his gaze was shadowy and cold. The man walked towards the entrance of Shine Village, where 2 individuals stood. One was Kinjilong, and the other was Sakura. They quietly observed the slowly approaching man. Kinjilong took out a scroll and unfurled it on the ground, revealing 3 scrolls inscribed with the names Black Ant Crow and Jellyfish, which were indeed Kinjilong's signature puppets. TCH Black Ant Crow Jellyfish. Utterly meaningless. As the scorpion approached the attack range, Kinjilong maneuvered the puppets to assault the scorpion. Being the creator of these 3 puppets, the scorpion handled them with ease. The hibiscus itself had formidable defenses. Facing the barrage of kunai unleashed by Kinjilong's puppets, Hibiscus paid no heed, lifting its scorpion-like tail to strike at the vulnerabilities of the crow and black ant. Kinjilong, witnessing this scene, showed no signs of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. A loud clang resonated as metal struck wood, yet the black ant and crow merely bore a single mark from the blade's pass. The scorpion, taken aback by this sight, realized these were indeed his creations. He was well aware of their weaknesses, yet his attacks were ineffective. At that moment, the scorpion suddenly seemed to sense something, and attempted to dart to the left, but it was a beat too late. The chakrap fist had already struck the hibiscus. Bang! The hibiscus shattered. It turned out that Kinjilong never intended for the attack to have much effect. The previous move was merely a cover for Sakura to get closer to the scorpion. The scorpion, having underestimated the familiar puppet, was confident in the hibiscus defense, and did not consider that the girl beside Kinjilong could shatter the hibiscus with a single punch. After all, she was not Tsunade. It was precisely this overconfidence that allowed Sakura to find the opportunity to punch through the hibiscus. With the hibiscus shattered, neither Kinjilong nor Sakura let down their guard, for they knew well that the scorpion's true body was not merely this layer of puppet. As expected, a dark shadow sprang forth from the broken hibiscus, distancing itself from Sakura. "You all are quite capable, aren't you?" The scorpion's face displayed a proud expression as he casually glanced at the 2 before him. He then pulled out a scroll, flicked his hand to open it, revealing the number 3. Indeed, it was the puppet made from the 3rd Kazekage. "Let me show you the pinnacle of my art." With that, the scorpion manipulated the 3rd Kazekage to gather sand and iron, forming a cube that was hurled toward the 2. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Sakura, crackling with lightning. Lightning released Chidori. Uchiha. Sasuke. The sand and iron in the sky disintegrated and fell. The magnetic field created by Sasuke's lightning release caused the scorpion's magnetic abilities to fail. Watching this unfold, the scorpion slowly turned his gaze to the village wall of Shine behind Sasuke. On the wall, Gaara, Temari, Chiyo, Kakashi, and Naruto, who had been observing for a long time, revealed themselves. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, the strength they displayed is no longer to be underestimated. Plus the copy ninja Kakashi, Elder Chiyo, the 5th Hokage. This is untenable. With these thoughts, the scorpion turned to leave, and Naruto and the others did not obstruct him. It wasn't the right time, and they had no intention of killing the scorpion here. The scorpion left. The Shine village incident was perfectly resolved, and Naruto and the others were on their way back to the village. Next up was the Fire Temple incident, or rather the tragedy of Asuma. It has been over a month since Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha. On this day, the two tails pulled Naruto, who was eating ramen, into the tail beast space.
Naruto. Oh. Yuri, long time no see.
Naruto felt a bit annoyed being suddenly pulled into the tail beast space, especially since he was enjoying his favorite Ichiraka ramen with his beloved Hinata. However, realizing that the tail beasts must have an important reason for summoning him, he quickly dismissed his frustration.
The members of the Akatsuki organization have been here. So soon. Ah, it seems they are in a hurry as well. I see. Does that mean the destruction of the Fire Temple? Thank you, Yuri.
As the Hokage, Naruto was aware of the events happening in Konoha, especially after Orochimaru had mentioned this plan to him. He had specifically studied the history of the ninja world.
It's all right, Naruto. After all, you are someone we recognize.
With that, Yuri exited the tail beast space. Although they had made preparations, the wood human still sustained some injuries. Delivering the information to Naruto was enough.
Naruto. What's wrong?
Hinata, noticing Naruto's sudden daze while eating, looked concerned. However, she understood the situation in the tail beast space, so she remained calm and waited quietly.
It's nothing, Hinata. Let's just finish our ramen. But we promised to go shopping together this afternoon. It's okay, Naruto. We've spent so much time together already. It's just one afternoon. Besides, we still have our whole lives ahead of us. Hinata, eat up. It'll take care of the bill.
Naruto thought about Hinata's appetite and recalled that she seemed to hold back during meals at home. The etiquette of her large family had a significant impact on her. When dining alone with Naruto, Hinata would probably eat to her heart's content.
Naruto.
Hinata pouted, seemingly a bit dissatisfied.
Ha ha.
Naruto couldn't help but gently peck Hinata on the lips, finding her adorable. Hinata's face instantly turned red, and she shyly tapped Naruto's shoulder, saying, Naruto.
We are like an old married couple, yet you still get shy so easily. There are so many people around Delta. It's fine, haha.
After finishing their meal, Naruto headed to the Hokage building where Tsunade and his father were still handling matters, and they looked a bit surprised to see him. At this time, shouldn't you be with Hinata?
What's wrong, Naruto?
Tsunade, now the 5th Hokage, was the first to speak.
Dad. Granny Tsunade, Yuri just told me that the Akatsuki has already approached them. The Akatsuki has come to capture the Two Tails. Does that mean? The Fire Temple incident and... Time flies. Wait. Speaking of which, Jiraiya's situation is also coming to a head, right? It seems so, but this time it won't be like last time. Yes. It definitely won't be. Then Minato relayed the orders for Kakashi's team and Asuma's team to head to support the Fire Temple. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Asuma. Just like in my past life, I also conceived the future around this time. We can't end up just the two of us, mother and daughter again. Don't worry, Hong, it won't happen. I'll make sure to see the future grow up well. Don't worry. Teacher Hong, we are much stronger than in our past lives. Kids, be careful too. Wakata. Teacher Hong, you should head back. We are about to set off. Okay. Teacher Hong, rest assured they will return safely. Let's go back, Hinata.
A town near the Temple of Fire confirmed the information on the Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakuzu once again. Haiden possesses an immortal body capable of using a curse through the blood of others, transferring the damage he receives to the cursed victim. Kakuzu wields the forbidden technique from the village of Rongin, allowing him to collect hearts and achieve a total of 5 lives. The technique can act independently and excels in the 5 elemental ninjutsu. This was precisely the Kakashi and Asuma teams rushing to the Temple of Fire, engaging in tactical discussions before confronting their enemies. For Haiden, the most effective method is sealing techniques, while Kakuzu focuses on rapidly destroying hearts. However, our goal is not to kill them, but to drive them away. Therefore, I suggest severing Haiden's limbs and destroying Kakuzu's 4 hearts. Agreed. Agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Temple of Fire, 2 figures dressed in black Akatsuki cloaks were heading towards the temple. They had just escaped from the village of Yunnan bearing some injuries, yet their abilities rendered these wounds insignificant. TCH, the actions of Yunnan are swift. We had just engaged the 2 tails when we were surrounded by 30 elite Yunnan ninjas. It's not like those 2 useless ones, Deidara and Sasori, who failed to capture the 1 tail. The major ninja villages are already on alert. By the way, what are we going to do, Brother Kakuzu? We can't waste an operation. The head of the Temple of Fire is worth a substantial sum in the black market. Brother Kakuzu, we don't need him alive, right? As long as his face is recognizable, that will suffice. Ahahaha, Lord Evil God. Your sacrifice is coming soon. Boom. It seems there are monks who do not believe in the evil god. This outfit. It can't be wrong. Hurry and summon Lord Dilu. I won't elaborate further, this is part of the original plot. The Akatsuki duo rushed towards Dilu while a serene Bodhisattva figure slowly appeared behind Dilu. However, just as their attacks were about to reach Dilu, the Bodhisattva's figure transformed into a fierce-looking Vajra. The 2 rushing figures were struck away by a fist that appeared out of nowhere. Wah! He can die, right? Then I can uphold my precepts now. Do as you please, but he is worth 30 million Ryo, so ensure he can be recognized. The 2 knocked down by the fist remained calm in expression, though their words did not reflect their demeanor. As the 2 stood up, Haiden charged again towards Dilu. Just as Dilu was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared between them, wielding a fist blade extended with chakra slashing towards Haiden's shoulder joint. Haiden noticed this figure and reacted, but the inertia from his forward momentum prevented him from stopping. Blood stained the ground as an arm fell from the sky. Dilu, it's been a while. Asuma. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Whoosh, a black thread picked up the fallen arm and pressed it against Haiden's shoulder, stitching it back on, as if with needle and thread. Sarutobi Asuma bounty in the black market 35 million Ryo. Kakuzu bounty in the black market 60 million Ryo. Oh! What is it? Are you thinking of trading me for the bounty? I fail to see you having that capability. Is that so? Rasengan. Just as they spoke, a yellow-haired figure suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu, moving so swiftly that Kakuzu had no time to react. Nani. Boom. Crack. One of Kakuzu's hearts was thus destroyed. Seeing this, the 2 did not hesitate and quickly distanced themselves from the figure, but before they could stabilize their positions. Chidori Stream, Chidori Sharp Spear. Shadow Binding Jutsu. A straight shining sword pierced through Kakuzu's body. Haiden's shadow was darker than ever, rendering his body immobile. What is this? What's going on? Wind release. Asuma charged forward once again, wielding his fist blade, aiming to slash at Haiden's limbs. I can escape. Kakuzu extended his arms, using the technique from the village of Rongin, about to relocate again. After taking 2 hits, he had already lost 2 hearts, but he dared not remain here any longer. Can you escape? Hard turning technique. Partial multiplication technique. Super strength fist. Just as Kakuzu was controlled by Ino, the attacks from Choji and Sakura arrived. Afterward, Ino released the hard turning technique, and everyone gathered beside Dilu. Kakuzu looked at the few people before him, not daring to act recklessly. In just 20 seconds, Haiden had been dismembered and his 4 hearts destroyed. He couldn't win. Time to leave. He had a clear understanding in his heart, and sought an opportunity to take Haiden away. He extended his technique towards Haiden's 5 pieces, watching the crowd before him remain still before turning to flee. It's over. How wonderful. We are different from our past lives now. Shikamaru looked up, skillfully pulling out a cigarette from Asuma's pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep puff. You all have become quite strong. Asuma lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and released a cloud of thick smoke. During the Boruto era at the Hokage Tower in Konoha, the current clan heads of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, along with their shared sensei's wife and their youngest junior sister, had gathered here. Naruto Ishiki has been repelled. We'd like to. Ah, I see. You wish to return to Asuma Sensei's time. Yes. Though we've already glimpsed Asuma Sensei once more through the divine artifact plow still. I understand completely. I know exactly what you're thinking. With that, Naruto reached into a nearby drawer and retrieved the divine artifact plow. Here, it's unused, and its method of activation is familiar to all of you. It holds enough power to restore Asuma Sensei's injuries from that time. But you'll need to travel back to Konoha and retrieve the plow from that era. Of course, we'll depart immediately, Naruto. Good luck, and may your journey be swift. Time Konoha year 67 November 23rd, near the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire. Temporal tunnel now being constructed. Moments later, a familiar black vortex shimmered into existence before them. Without hesitation, they stepped in together. Konoha year 67 October 23rd. The first clash between Team Asuma and the immortal duo had just concluded. At this moment, Haiden was licking blood from his scythe's blade, while Asuma exhaled a plume of smoke, the signature technique of his fire-release ash pile burning. Yet something puzzled everyone present. Haiden seemed utterly unconcerned by the smoke striding directly toward the strange ritual diagram he had drawn on the ground. Just as Asuma prepared to ignite the secondary combustion explosion of ash pile burning, his shadows suddenly deepened, darker than ever before. Then, without warning, several figures appeared beside them, familiar in silhouette yet momentarily unrecognizable. Among them stood a man, with a goatee and spiky hair. His shadow fused seamlessly with Asuma's, precisely why Asuma froze mid-motion. "Who, what are you?" Shikamaru cried out, instantly wary. Though these faces stirred deep familiarity, their sudden appearance amid battle demanded caution. "What a nuisance," said the elder Shikamaru, scratching his head as he subtly guided Asuma backward with his shadow imitation technique. Though he muttered about inconvenience, his shadow extended once more, this time latching onto young Shikamaru's channeling chakra across the bond. He had no patience for lengthy explanations. Naruto's method was brutally direct, yes, but undeniably effective. Shikamaru, who's complaining about trouble now? Whoosh, whoosh. You're the most excited one here. Hey, Ino. Choji. As if you two aren't just as thrilled. Oh, come now. You're all grown adults, sighed Red, slightly plump and gently exasperated as she watched her students bicker like children. Exactly. Sensei Inoni and Kojinai, you're all impossible, teased the future generation girl, playful and childlike beside her mother. Hey, let's stop chatting for now. Shouldn't we just eliminate them outright? Young Shikamaru, having sorted through his memories, rose and strode forward. Oh, that's right, the scroll. Ino suddenly recalled unfurling a sealing scroll and activating its embedded jutsu. A soft orb of light darted toward Asuma's forehead. Elimination is sufficient. No need for complications, Shikamaru affirmed. Understood. Then, let's begin, everyone. Little dear Maru supported Asuma as they retreated, preparing to watch the performance of the four individuals before them. Surprisingly, it was not the middle-aged pig deer butterfly that initiated the attack. Yamato, without hesitation, stepped forward, retrieved the fist blade inherited from his family's old master from his ninja tool pouch, and assumed a combat stance. TCH, just a little girl. Haiden, hurry up. Aye, brother Kakuzu, he replied while glancing at Kakuzu, completely dismissing Yamato. Yamato infused chakra into the fist blade and charged towards Haiden. Haiden showed no intention of moving, as he was still in a cursed state. Attacking him was akin to attacking Asuma. Choose wisely. Indeed, he wanted Yamato to make the choice herself regardless of who they were. After all, they were here to save someone, right? Then come on, killing me is equivalent to killing him. If you don't kill me, you won't save anyone. To his surprise, Yamato decisively severed one of Haiden's arms with a single strike. Just as she was about to cut off the other arm, Haiden managed to knock her back with his scythe. Losing one arm was inconsequential, but if he lost both, how could he fight? Would he bite with his teeth? Ha ha, that hurts. This feels so good. Lord Evil God. What? Haiden, in a burst of attributes, suddenly froze. The anticipated event of Asuma losing an arm did not occur. In the moment of his daze, tree branches emerged around Haiden, binding him tightly. Pain shot through his other arm, as a clang sounded, causing the arm wielding the scythe to fall to the ground. Release! Even Haiden, lacking intellect, realized he had fallen under a jinjutsu. He summoned chakra and broke free from the illusion. Indeed, Haiden had been trapped in a jinjutsu for quite some time. It began when Yamato drew the fist blade, and his overconfidence had given Yamato the opportunity. It seemed as though Haiden simply turned in place, but in reality, he had stepped out of his own altar. There was the curse array he had drawn nearby, and before him stood Yamato wielding the fist blade, launching two strikes aimed at his waist. Indeed, it was not that Yamato's Jinjutsu was weak after all her illusions were inherited from her mother Tsunade, who was renowned during the Wind Era. But it was unnecessary being reduced to a human pig. What else could happen?
What? Where is Brother Kakuzu?
Haiden and Kakuzu had encountered illusion-type ninjas before, but due to insufficient intelligence, their opponents could never kill the two of them. Moreover, Kakuzu had extensive combat experience. Even if Haiden was caught off guard, Kakuzu would help him break the Jinjutsu. However, this time Kakuzu was powerless. The moment he saw Haiden step out of the altar, he sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to warn Haiden, Ino launched her mind transfer technique. A close-range ninja specializing in mental techniques could easily control Kakuzu, who had little training in mental arts. Thus, while Kakuzu was still struggling for control of his body with Ino in the mental realm, he was struck twice in the heart by Choji, while 3 other hearts were pierced by Tsunade's kunai combined with Shikamaru's shadow stitching technique. The subsequent events were straightforward. Haiden was reduced to Louis XVI, and with a single Earth release, Haiden was finished. See, this highlights the importance of intelligence, and the seriousness of never underestimating one's opponent on the battlefield.
Yamato, well done. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, you all did excellently.
Asuma, having watched the battle conclude, looked at the 4 with satisfaction.
Red, it has been tough on you all these years.
After praising the 4, Asuma ignored them and turned to Red, expressing a hint of guilt with a statement that only those who understood would grasp, while it sounded absurd to others, before hugging her.
Mission complete. Asuma Sensei is treating us to barbecue. Ha ha ha, no problem. Choji, you're all grown up now. Come on, Shikamaru, don't be so serious, this is a happy occasion. Exactly, and Oni is right. Hey.
You guys.
Ha ha ha. Yamato, my fighting style doesn't quite suit you, but I have some insights on chakra nature transformation. TCH, my wind nature transformation was taught by the 7th Hokage. Hey. Naruto's nature transformation was also taught by me. Alright. Asuma, dinner is ready. Coming, Red. Wow. Mother's cooking is as delicious as ever. Ha ha, in a sense you're still in my belly, yet I'm so happy. This kid is acting like a fake boy outside, seriously. Mom. Dad. Shikamaru, you did well. You did great, Ino. Father. Come on, the meat is ready, son. Oh. Dad, you eat too.
The group of Yamato spent a few days in Konoha taking the treasures of this time point before preparing to return.
Goodbye, everyone. Red, take care of yourself. Asuma, be cautious on future missions. Also, don't smoke in front of Red. I understand, you all take care of yourselves too. You little brat. Teaching me now. Take care, kids. Shikaku, the kids will be fine. Yes. The time-space tunnel is being constructed.
Let us turn our gaze back to the Wind Era. Hokage building.
Naruto, Nagato, and the others. Don't worry, perverted sage. I will give my senior brother a thorough beating before bringing them back. Then, shouldn't we be resurrected too? Ah. So many delicious foods, I really want to take a bath. Ani G. Well, Tobarama, weren't you also complaining about not being able to change your clothes? Big sister. TCH, what has become of my good eyes? Don't say that, Madara, after all those are your eyes.
Indeed, the upper echelons of Konoha were discussing the next course of action. The matters that could influence the entire ninja world are mostly handled, and other issues must be resolved before continuing with the affairs of the Rain Village. Rain Village.
Xiaonan, do you think we can succeed?
The continuous failures had somewhat shaken the resolve of this Akatsuki leader, yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs.
We can definitely succeed even if it costs us everything.
10 days later, outside Rain Village.
Then Jiraiya Sensei is in your hands. Don't worry, Minato. Summoning technique. That I shall set off.
Jiraiya utilized a stealth technique that he seemingly stole from Orochimaru to enter Rain Village. After discussion, Naruto and the others finalized their action plan. They would infiltrate Rain Village using stealth methods, followed by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique to strike directly at the heart. Infiltration was feasible because they had an intimate understanding of Rain Village's intelligence, knowing that their perception technique was the incessant rain of the village. The best way to counter this perception technique was to use summoning beasts to first infiltrate, just like Jiraiya and Orochimaru did, and then employ reverse summoning. Since Orochimaru was unwilling, this task naturally fell to Jiraiya.
Successfully entered.
Jiraiya slowly emerged from the mouth of an inconspicuous toad.
This chakra. Jiraiya. Sensei. Well, let me go take a look. Shao Nan, be careful. I know. Oh, what a stunning beauty you are, Shao Nan. Jiraiya Sensei, you shouldn't have come. Why shouldn't I? I am your teacher, and if you go astray, I as your mentor must guide you properly. Wrong. Perhaps, but everything is for the peace of the ninja world. But this method is not right. Shao Nan, where is Nagato?
Let him come out, what's the matter? Don't you want to see your teacher?
Jiraiya Sensei, please go back. I don't want to hurt you, nor do I need to. All right, Shao Nan, it's been a long time, Jiraiya Sensei.
Pain stepped out from the shadows, interrupting Shao Nan's next words, quietly watching Jiraiya.
Nagato, it's been a long time, and Yahiko as well. Jiraiya Sensei seems not at all surprised. Can you explain? You will know soon, and no, you don't think I would be foolish enough to come alone, do you?
With that, Jiraiya infused chakra into the special kunai in his hand. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared on the scene, both with golden hair, but one bore cracks on his face.
Fourth Hokage. And the Nine Tails.
Pain looked at the three before him, his expression seemingly unchanged, yet one could feel his seriousness, heaviness, and a hint of surprise. As his voice fell, five more figures emerged from the shadows, indeed the other five members of the Six Paths of Pain. Naruto and Minato glanced at the five figures, before them exchanging glances. Naruto's body radiated a golden chakra cloak, while Minato reached for his ninja tool pouch. Minato pulled out several Flying Thunder God kunai and threw them towards Pain, and the location of Shao Nan immediately following with a change in his movements.
Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique.
Get on, Naruto. Oh! As he gazed at the rain of kunai filling the sky, the hungry ghost path swiftly moved towards five corpses standing before a living person, and opened a chakra shield to block the impending kunai. Before the kunai could fully land, a golden light appeared behind Konan. Then with another flash, the golden light returned to Naruto and Jiraiya.
Naruto, it's up to you. Oh! Don't worry, Dad.
As he spoke, Naruto reached for his ninja tool pouch, and took out a highly used scroll. After Naruto used the scroll, Konan stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, Nagato, seeing Konan being taken away, felt a surge of anxiety. Directly controlling the Six Paths of Pain, Nagato rushed forward, his urgency heightened, as he saw Konan standing still.
Konan!
However, Konan remained unresponsive, lost in the memories of her past life. Despite many memories being familiar, there were still those forgotten, and some yet to be experienced. Immersed in her thoughts, she paid no attention to the chaos around her.
Pretty sage, and leaving her to you. You can count on me.
With that, Jiraiya picked up Konan and leaped towards the rear of the battlefield. His disciple had grown, surpassing him, and was now capable on her own. As a mentor, he felt proud and gratified he could trust his disciple to handle the situation. Of course, if one day his disciple needed his help, he would not hesitate at all. If anyone dared to threaten her, this old bone would still fight back. Even if he could barely move, he would still tear off a piece of flesh. On the other side of the battlefield, one could mostly see two streaks of golden light flashing back and forth, along with occasionally appearing blue spherical objects. Minato, as a reanimated corpse, had an extraordinarily fast chakra recovery, making the consumption of Flying Thunder God almost negligible, and he could easily produce several spheres. As for Naruto, those in the know understood that Minato had given half of the Nine Tails to Naruto, who had also learned Flying Thunder God. In the QB mode, he zipped around using the Flying Thunder God seal engraved on Minato's kunai, sometimes producing various types of spheres. The first target chosen by the father-son duo was the Hell Path. After all, reviving him wouldn't be fair. They aimed to take him out first. Thus, having selected their target, the father and son used Flying Thunder God to appear beside the Hell Path, each launching a sphere at him. Reacting to the attack, the Animal Path summoned the three-headed Hellhound, but before it could strike, the two of them vanished. Just then, the three-headed hound collided with the monster egg Nokia launched by the Azura Path, causing a massive explosion that nearly sent it back. Meanwhile, the father and son were happily creating spheres. Our adorable Konan, forget it, I got carried away, was caught in a substantial recoil, allowing Minato to perform a classic block. The Azura Path was indeed formidable with its modifications. But Naruto, being a master of wind release, unleashed a spiraling shuriken with his left hand and a golden fox paw with his right. You think you're tough with those modifications. Can my big paw not tear you apart? Can my wind release shuriken not rip through you? Can't. Go tell that to my mini-tail beast bomb. Hey, who asked? Isn't the human path capable of extracting souls? Isn't that counter to reanimation? Exactly, if anyone else were caught by him, it would be a disaster. But can you, my golden water, be touched, brother? Thus he could only resort to physical combat. But really? You want to challenge the yellow flash in close combat? Are you serious? I'll just do what needs to be done. Consequently, only the Deva path and the Hungry Ghost path remained. The Hungry Ghost path can absorb chakra. Go ahead and absorb Senjutsu chakra, it won't even make a sound. Why is that? Is it because you don't want to talk? Isn't it easier with the Deva path? How will you dodge my tailed beast bomb? Can you withstand Shinra Tensei? Alright. Your Shinra Tensei has a cooldown, but my tailed beast bomb does not. However, I still haven't collected a sample from Yahiko's body. It might not be a reanimation, but if you lose your Shinra Tensei, I will come after you. Cooldown ready. Just kidding, even if you have Shinra Tensei, I'll still bite you.
Alright, Naruto, stop. It'll take you to see Nagato.
Konan stood up from Jiraiya's arms and called out to Naruto, who was still gathering tailed beast bombs. Although it seems I've written a lot, do you all remember I mentioned 2 streaks of golden light flashing back and forth? After so many years, Minato and Naruto had developed a deep mutual understanding. Moreover, the targets had been predetermined. They would first take down the Hell Path, then capture the single target, and lastly deal with the Deva Path. Therefore, the battle didn't take much time at all.
Konan.
The Deva Path was somewhat confused.
Trust me, Nagato.
Konan offered no further explanation, just this one sentence was enough.
I understand, let's go.
The years of mutual understanding and trust made Nagato refrain from asking further, and he led the way to where his original body was.
Konan, what's going on?
Although Nagato believed Konan wouldn't harm him, the current situation truly left him at a loss.
Naruto, you've worked hard.
Konan did not elaborate further, simply addressing Naruto for 1,000 words could not compare to her own experiences. As for how Konan knew Naruto also possessed Nagato's memory scroll. Please, since Naruto had her memory scroll, how could he not have Nagato's? Thus Naruto once again reached into that mysterious little pouch and retrieved the scroll. After some time, Nagato received the memories, and his gaze towards Naruto and Jiraiya was filled with complexity.
Senior brother, long time no see.
Naruto spoke first, while Jiraiya and Minato offered slight nods in acknowledgement.
Don't worry, senior brother, we are no longer what we once were. We can definitely deal with the Otsutsuki clan. I know, I'm just thinking.
Why did I endure this beating?
Nagato couldn't hold back anymore. It wasn't like he had endured a beating in his past life. After all, he wouldn't have discussed so much if he hadn't been knocked down. But why this time?
You brought such a powerful thing over and still beat me. Thinking about it, Nagato felt a hint of grievance.
Oh no!
Even Naruto with his thick skin felt a bit embarrassed. Mainly because it was normal for them to fight back. After all, they couldn't just stand there and take it. But with their strength, trying to control the 6 paths should have been exhausting, yet they had blown up 5 of them.
Well, Nagato, isn't it better to avoid facing you directly? Ha ha!
In the end, it was still Jiraiya, the most qualified, who stepped in to mediate. Nagato was left speechless, slowly raising his head to gaze at the sky. The ceiling. His heart was complex. Does this mean I took a beating for nothing?
Naruto, it seems you've done quite well, causing me quite a bit of trouble. Nagato quickly recovered from his sadness, and even joked with Naruto, showing that he wasn't overly concerned about the troubles Naruto had brought him, but rather he could see his potential. Of course. I'm much stronger than I was in my previous life at this stage. Naruto was quite pleased with the perfect resolution of the situation. Now his senior brother was one of them, and since the Shell organization hadn't developed yet, as long as they dealt with Obito, everything would be fine. Senior brother, the Samsara Eye.
Naruto hesitated to speak up. After all, the technique of Samsara was a life-draining art. Due to the inability to experiment in his previous life, if Edo Tensei could use the Samsara technique, Madara would have used it himself. Whether the side effects of this technique could be offset by yang-release power remained uncertain.
It is the technique of Samsara, isn't it? No worries, using my worthless life to revive so many people is worth it.
Nagato said, directly sensing Naruto's concerns.
Nagato.
Konan seemed to want to say something but held back.
Nagato, it's actually fine. Edo Tensei has its advantages during battles. The recovery speed of chakra is quite fast. Naturally, it was Minato who could make such a statement. No, who wants to exist in this state? I just want to do all that I can. Nagato. Have you considered the others? What about Konan? You can't tell me that if you have this opportunity, you wouldn't revive Yahiko.
If he were to find out that his life was exchanged for yours after he was revived, what would you have him do?
Jiraiya spoke up as a mentor. He couldn't just watch his disciples die. All right. Based on my experience with the samsara technique in my previous life, reviving just one person whose strength does not exceed that of a jonin shouldn't lead to my death directly. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Nagato was slightly moved, but recalling the feelings he had during the use of the samsara technique in his past life, he proposed the idea of trying it out.
The others were still somewhat hesitant after hearing this.
Don't worry, I certainly don't want to die in vain. If it truly is a life for a life, Yahiko won't let me off the hook, right? I'm not lying to you.
Nagato smiled at the others, seemingly trying to prove the truth of his words in this way.
All right, but what about the candidate? Minato raised a key question. We can try, but we have no target. Yahiko is roughly at Jonin level, right? Minato and the others were unaware of Yahiko's strength, but Konan and the others knew. At that time, the three of them could only manage to exchange a few blows with a Jonin. Nagato and her strength were developed over the years.
At that age, being a Jonin was already impressive. Not everyone is like Naruto, Sasuke, or Kakashi.
All right. Then it will be easy. Thanks to my learning of the Edo Tensei technique back then, but first, Nagato, let me replenish your chakra. Seeing that things had reached a conclusion, Naruto remembered that Nagato was still in a weak state and reached out his hand. Nagato, seeing Naruto's outstretched hand, also extended his hand and shook it with Naruto.
In an instant, Nagato appeared visibly healthier, no longer looking like a mere skeleton.
Thanks, Naruto. It's nothing. I'm sorry, Yahiko,
Naruto said, as he approached the Deva Path Pain using a kunai to cut a segment of Pain's hair. He then closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then used body flicker technique to rush out. In a short while he returned holding a white zetsu. While they were talking, Naruto had dealt with a nearby white zetsu, hence now, to catch a white zetsu, he had to run a distance out.
Here we go! Summoning technique Edo Tensei. Before them appeared a summoning array. Dust gradually covered the white zetsu, wrapping it up in a similar manner to the Deva Path, only this time without those black nails, and with some cracks appearing on its face.
As Yahiko is resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, Konan and Nagato's expressions are somewhat complicated after all. Their previous actions will likely earn them a scolding from Yahiko.
Where is this? Konan, Nagato, Jiraiya Sensei. What is going on here? Didn't I die?
Yahiko opened his eyes and looked at the familiar faces before him, feeling quite happy, though the doubts in his heart remained.
Yahiko! Yahiko! It's been a long time!
Konan and Nagato didn't know how to start, while Jiraiya and the others left this space for the three of them.
Never mind, just reach out your hand.
Not knowing how to articulate, Nagato recalled Naruto's method. Since words failed, let Yahiko see for himself.
Oh!
Although Yahiko was puzzled, he extended his hand out of trust for his companions. Nagato held Yahiko's hand and slowly began to channel chakra into him. After a while, Yahiko lifted his head, his eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at the two before him. Meanwhile, Konan and Nagato bowed their heads, not daring to look at Yahiko.
You too.
Yahiko's tone carried an uncontainable anger.
Thank you both for your hard work.
Initially prepared to accept a harsh scolding from Yahiko, the two suddenly felt his cold embrace and were taken aback. He then slowly raised his arms to embrace his brother before him.
Welcome back. By the way, Nagato, are you sure there won't be any problems?
Yahiko thought of the memory where Nagato planned to resurrect him for experimentation, still feeling somewhat uneasy.
Don't worry, didn't you see it in my memories? The burden isn't too great.
Yahiko recalled that Nagato's initial burden wasn't that heavy, but later on many powerful ninjas were resurrected which drained the life force.
Then let's give it a try, just make sure to act within your capacity. I'm counting on you, Naruto. Don't worry. Asu.
After saying that, Naruto's facial hair thickened, and a faint white light radiated from him as he placed his hand on Nagato's back.
All right, here we go. 6 paths. Reincarnation ninjutsu.
A white light surrounded Yahiko, and mist began to swirl around him. Naruto was transmitting yang-release chakra into Nagato.
All right, Naruto, that's enough.
Nagato felt his life force and realized that Naruto had given too much, even leaving some surplus.
Nagato, how are you?
Konan asked worriedly, while Jiraiya and Minato also looked at Nagato with concern.
The experiment was successful. Naruto's yang release chakra can replenish lost life force. This means that as long as Naruto's chakra and yang release chakra are sufficient, the plan is completely feasible. Yay! This is fantastic.
Upon hearing this, Naruto even jumped up in excitement, raising his left fist to the sky.
This is truly wonderful. I'll immediately send word to the 4 nations. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. Yahiko revived Nagato, and there are no problems at all. Great. I declare. The Frog Team 2. Zero has assembled.
Jiraiya was overjoyed.
Hi. The Frog Team 2. Zero has assembled.
A certain airhead individual who had been revived happily echoed Jiraiya.
All right. Let's head back to the village. Nagato, you all should come back with us as well. Jiraiya-sensei, after we deal with the Akatsuki and the Rain Village matters in a couple of days, we will come over.
Nagato still exhibited some leadership qualities, not dismissing the Akatsuki and the Rain Village. Thus Jiraiya and the others returned to Konoha and sent letters to the 4 nations. After a few days, Nagato and the others completed the matters concerning the Akatsuki and the ninja villages and headed to Konoha. P.S. The Frog Team has been revived. Soon the ninja world will also have a grand reunion. 1 week after Naruto and the others returned from the Rain Village to Konoha. Upon receiving the news, the high-ranking officials of the 4 hidden villages along with the powerful ninja cell organization from their respective villages arrived at Konoha. After handling the affairs of the Rain Village, Nagato and the others from the Akatsuki organization, excluding Obito and Zetsu, also arrived at Konoha.
Sasori is ignoring you, Naruto.
The Sand Village was represented by Gaara, accompanied by the siblings Temari and Kankuro, as well as Elder Chio from the Sand Village.
Sasori is ignoring you. Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, and Uncle Shikaka are waiting for you over there.
Upon hearing Naruto's words, Temari was momentarily taken aback, then a faint blush appeared on her face. After all, although they had been a couple for many years, they were still only in their teens, not to mention that there was her father-in-law around. Temari said nothing further, greeted Gaara and the others, then walked toward Shikamaru and his father. After all, it had been a few years since she last saw Shikamaru. Although they had been in touch through letters, she still missed him.
Yo, Naruto is growing up, becoming more familiar, yay.
Yes. Strange and quirky remarks were made by the delegation from the Cloud Village, which included the 4th Raikage, his good friend Killer B, the big secretary Mabui, the future 5th Raikage Darui, and Karui, who later married into the Akimichi clan. When they arrived, they just happened to see Temari leaving. Karui looked over at her leader A, who nodded with a smile. After all, this big brother was quite considerate. He certainly couldn't delay their couple's romantic moment.
Uncle. Long time no see, and Raikage Uncle Darui and Mabui. After all, Naruto had been Hokage for many years, so he was naturally familiar with Darui and greeted everyone warmly.
Naruto, shouldn't you be inheriting the Hokage position? Why do you seem to be doing all the Hokage's work? Next came the delegation from the Earth Village led by the old man Inoki, followed by the big son Kuratsuchi and reverse grandson, the future 4th Tsuchikage known as the first Tsuchikage's leg shadow Kuratsuchi, who was the one speaking.
Ha ha, this. Naruto laughed awkwardly. He couldn't help it, there were too many shadows in the village, and it seemed that no one was particularly suitable to represent them. The most suitable person was the current 6th Hokage Kakashi, but Kakashi said Naruto was familiar with everyone and directly sent Naruto to host.
As for why you ask about the 5th Hokage Tsunade? Just her. Guess what? Apart from staying with Jiraiya, she was either gambling with her granduncle or at most going to sweet talk with Mito. Hokage. Do you think she would still be in that position knowing the future Hokage is Kakashi and that there is already an heir? Why do you ask why Kakashi doesn't throw in the towel? He wouldn't dare, he is afraid Kushina would hit him. As for why Kushina would hit him, every time she sees Hinata's well-behaved and understanding demeanor, she wants to hit Naruto. Another reason is that Naruto still needs to run around the ninja world. It indeed wouldn't be appropriate to give him that position. The Rain Village, due to its distance, would still need a day to reach.
Naruto! We're here!
Yes. Yahiko is still the same.
Senior brother, senior sister Itachi. After handling the affairs of the Rain Village, Nagato gathered everyone from the Akatsuki organization, of course, excluding Obito and Zetsu. Zetsu cannot be brought, while Obito was simply unreachable at the moment.
Once everyone from the Akatsuki gathered, Nagato directly employed the great memory restoration technique. Not that one, but that secret technique. The Akatsuki's strength naturally participated in that great war. Any grievances had long vanished. Moreover, their needs were quite simple: a confused shark, a perverted fool, a money-loving old man, a child who loves explosions, and a neglected boy. The confused little shark is simple, isn't there, Itachi? The perverted black and white little guy is also simple. There are so many death row inmates. Just give him those heinous criminals. What, like rape, trafficking, and perverted murderers? Although he himself could be considered a perverted murderer. Isn't the old man fond of money? The wood industry is in dire need of someone to manage finances. As for Mito and Shokuho, let's forget about them. Let the old man and old lady enjoy their retirement. Although Kakuza seems older, it doesn't matter. A little kid who loves explosions. Simple. Do we need to blow up tunnels for the railway? Do we need to demolish old houses for renovations? Isn't there work to do? Occasionally they can even blow up abandoned hideout or something. How great. The neglected boy is even simpler. Don't forget why the 4 great ninja villages were gathered this time. It certainly isn't for a party. How to put it, it's probably nearing the end. What's left is just Niji's death and the main battle camp of the ninja war, then tidying up the shell, and that should be about it. At most he'll write a few more daily routines connecting timelines and such. The next chapter will be a great resurrection. Mainly the author started writing last year around the second half, then took a break for half a year, and continued. I don't really know how to put it. The thought process has broken down, and the enthusiasm has waned. Besides, the author isn't a full-time novelist, so thanks to the brothers who read this book. 2 days later, led by Zhao Mei, the team consisting of Chong Shilang and Qing finally arrived at the wood industry. After a round of pleasantries, they reached the 3rd training ground of the wood industry. Although the number of people present was not large, these individuals alone were enough to change the course of the entire shinobi world. The current and next Hokage of the 4 major shinobi villages, along with the high-ranking officials of each. The past Hokages of the wood industry, and their relatives, the half-shadow Ben Nara, Kimichi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Uchiha, and the clan leaders, and future clan leaders of these clans, the masters of the 2 generations of Hokage, the man of the 5th Hokage, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage Jiraiya, and the representative of the scientific community in the shinobi world Orochimaru, along with his disciple Kabuto, and the 2 surviving members of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke and his wife Sakura. The actual power holders of the Land of Rain, and the Rain Village, along with their henchmen from the Akatsuki organization. I can only say that this lineup is overwhelmingly sinister, putting immense pressure on anyone who arrives. Orochimaru and Tobirama walked towards the crowd, where in front of them was the white Zetsu that Naruto had captured from various places these days. Orochimaru and Tobirama exchanged glances. Summoning technique and pure world reincarnation. Due to the large number of people to be revived this time, they could only work together to perform the technique. Ah! After a cry of pain, familiar faces appeared before everyone. Hyuga Hizashi from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Izumi from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi's mother Senja Rope Tree from the Senja clan, Kato Dan from the Kato clan, the former director of the wood industry orphanage Yakushi Nanoyu, and Sarutobi Biwako from the Sarutobi clan. Yukimura Rin, my guy. The deceased Hokage of the 4 shinobi villages. Gaara's mother Karura, his uncle Yakumo, the Blaze Shield Ninja Yakura, and the parents of Sasori. The former Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village Fakai. I can't remember any characters from the Mist Village or the Earth Village. Then the few people who had been reincarnated also joined the crowd. Nagato and Naruto also stepped out from the crowd, with Naruto activating the Sage Mode of the 6 Paths, placing his hand on Nagato's back. 6 Paths Samsara Ninjutsu. White smoke surged from everyone as Naruto took out the memory scroll again to fuse the memories of the revived individuals. Suddenly Naruto, Minato, and Kakashi sensed something. Minato suddenly grabbed Rin's arm and used the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside the wood industry barrier was Obito, who had rushed over after learning about the widespread disappearance of the white Zetsu. Obito, upon seeing the arriving individuals, was about to say something when he suddenly spotted a figure he had been longing for, momentarily stunned, while Naruto seized this opportunity to use the sealing scroll again. Later, the shinobi world gathered their strength to deal with a hidden shell organization lurking in the shinobi world for years, and through a prolonged use of tailed beast chakra, they unsealed Kaguya from the moon. With Kaguya's knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan, the shinobi world was concealed. Due to the artifact, various timelines also established communication, allowing everyone to live happily ever after. The end. P.S. Well, this book has come to an end. As my first book, I was not well prepared, and I didn't have a single chapter saved. The author is not full-time yet, and there was a time when I was really busy, and later my train of thought was lost, diminishing the initial enthusiasm for writing. I can only say that there are a few brothers who I feel sorry for, as I only updated when I had the chance. It was also an experience. If I have the opportunity to write novels again, I will strive to do better. Here I thank all the readers who have come across this book, wishing you all a passionate experience with Hokage.